9.258. Well, a great race in prospect. A little bit later on today, a 1:15. That should be starting. And we now turn our attention to the Ginetta Junior Championship. Race number 1 in our 14 race programme. This is going to be a 15-minute race, and if you've got the entry list on your device, then I can give you the grid, which I know some of you are keen to record. And the grid reads as follows. I'll give it to you by numbers first of all, and tell you a bit more about the drivers we've got. The grid reads as follows. The front row is going to be 10 and 23, 10 and 23. The second row 49 and 95, 49 and 95. Third row is 48 and 52, 48 and 52. The fourth row 14 and 33, 1, 4 and 33. The fifth row 77 and 94, 77 and 94. Sixth row is 18 and 72, 1, 8 and 72. Seventh row 93 and 78, 93 and 78. The eighth row 98 and 24, 98 and 24. The ninth row 88 and 42, 88 and 42. And the 10th row is number 80, 80 on his own 80. So that's the 19-car grid that we've got for you. And just to give you a bit of information about it, it's the Ginetta Junior Championship, the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship is called the UK's longest running, most prestigious series. It's the first step on the motorsport ladder, and it's for 14 to 17-year-old racing drivers. And basically, once you get onto the Ginetta Junior package, the season-long championship, of course, is covered on ITV4. You become a household name, and that's the idea. Based on Ginetta's G40 platform, perfect introduction for karting graduates and those newcomers. And obviously, it supports the British Touring Car Championship, the full season championship. The engines are sealed for 1.8 4-cylinder Z-Tech engines, restricted to 100 bhp. Top speed is 120 miles an hour. Now the points for the first 20 finishers are as follows: 35 for a win, and down to 1 point for 20th, which you might be getting out because we've got 19 here today. You get 1 point if you take pole position, and 1 point for the fastest lap. So that's what happens. There's going to be top 3 drivers and the top rookie.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Brands Hatch for a weekend of motorsport that is surely going to be one to remember. As I said, we've got a lot of action coming up for you over the course of the weekend, and I hope you're not afraid of the dark, because a little bit later we're going to be going into the night with Britcar. Now we do have the rather important matter first up of the Ginetta Junior Championship. We're here down in assembly. The cars have now gone out on track, so I'm going to hand over to commentator Andy to take you through all of the action.
Yes, thank you very much, Ian. Really looking forward to this. Welcome along, everybody, to Brands Hatch then, to this very exciting weekend of racing. It is the final BARC live meeting of the year, and it has become, over the years, a bit of a regular fixture, really, in the British and in particular this Brands Hatch motor racing season. A bit of a winter event, really, with a lot of sort of series of races that we may have seen racing earlier on this year, having one last blast around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and also a couple of bespoke winter series, and one of those is the Ginetta Junior Championship. I'll run you through the grid and then we'll get into this series in a bit more detail. Pole position, based on the qualifying session earlier on this morning, goes to Josh Rowledge. Josh Rowledge claiming the fastest time in the qualifying session earlier on today, with Harry Reynolds lining up alongside him on that front row. Row number 2 then for Maurice Henry and Joe Warhurst, with Liam McNeely and Tom Edgar on the third row together. Row number 4 is where we find Akil Alibai and Max Dodds, with Ian Aguilera and Jacob Hodgkiss rounding out the top 10. 6th row then for number 18, Will McIntyre with Sonny Smith alongside, and on the 7th row we have Max Hall and Jack Sherwood. Row 8 for Oliver Cottam and Mackenzie Douglas. Row 9 for James Wires and Luca Hopkinson, with Leona Theobald rounding out the 19 car grid. Pretty impressive grid of cars this. So Ginetta Junior Racing, I'm sure many of you will already be pretty well familiar with. It is, of course, the one of the most popular support categories of the British Touring Car Championship, and so drivers in the Ginetta Junior Championship from ages 14 through to 16 regularly competing around the UK's biggest race circuits on the UK's biggest race events in front of tens of thousands of spectators. Now, it is a cold November morning at Brands Hatch. We may not have tens of thousands of spectators there today, but I'm sure the spectators that have gathered at Brands Hatch, and those of you who are possibly sensibly watching along from the warmth and comfort of your own homes, will be well familiar with just how exciting Ginetta Junior Racing can be. Now, this is not a round of the regular Ginetta Junior Championship. This is, as I've said, a bit of a winter series for them, which has always been a part of the Ginetta Junior calendar, dating all the way back to the very start, pretty much. The very first winter series back in 2008 was won by Josh Hill, and since then it's had a few very interesting names. It's held annually, not always at Brands Hatch, but since 2016 it's found its home here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. People like Seb Morris have won the winter series before, George Gamble, James Kellett, Jamie Caroline, Seb Prio, Adam Smalley, and most recently in 2019 it was James Taylor that won the winter series with one of the most dominant performances we'd seen for years. He won all 4 of the races at Brands Hatch in 2019 and went on to, as I said, become the winter series champion. We didn't have a winter series last year, unfortunately, due to COVID, but this year, 2021, it is back, and it really is back in style with 19 cars entered. The way it works then, there are 4 races, 2 today and 2 tomorrow. There is a qualifying session on each morning as well that will set the grids for those 2 races, and essentially it is a 2-day mini championship. So the driver that scores the most points over the course of the 4 races will be crowned Winter Series champion. On 3 occasions we've had the same driver win all 4 races. I mentioned James Taylor 2 years ago, Jamie Caroline did it in 2014, and the year before actually James Kellett also won all 4 races, both of those seasons taking place at Snetterton. This year, though, I don't think that's going to happen. I think the racing in Ginetta Juniors this season has been so competitive that we are highly, highly likely to get a whole brace of different winners, and it may therefore be consistency that ultimately decides who comes out on top. So it is the grey and blue number 10 of Josh Rowledge who lines up on that pole position then. Josh Rowledge, as I've said, a regular in the Ginetta Junior Championship, finished 7th in the main series this year. Didn't actually manage to get on the podium all season though, so this is a really good opportunity now for him to try and get onto the top 3 positions in the race, and alongside him Harry Reynolds, who was another driver racing for Assetto Motorsport, who also competed in the full 2021 championship campaign. Maurice Henry then lines up 3rd. 4th is Joe Warhurst in the number 95. And then Liam McNeely and Tom Edgar, again, all of them raced in the main championship. So 15 minutes of racing then around the short, sharp and always entertaining Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. The safety car is still out on circuit, so I think we're going to get another green flag lap here. That was simply the out lap to the grid, and they'll now get another lap before the 15-minute race actually gets underway. So plenty more time to build up to this one. Obviously, there are an awful lot of drivers, as I've just mentioned, the top sort of 6 or 7 drivers on the grid you will recognise from the Ginetta Junior Championship, the main championship this season, but this is also an opportunity for drivers who are maybe looking at racing in the championship next season to get a bit of a taste of what it's like. There are in total 7 rookie drivers racing with us here this weekend, and I think I'm right in saying that the highest placed of those on the grid is Will McIntyre, who lines up 11th on the 19 car grid in the number 18 machine. run by Elite Motorsport, so he is the highest placed of the rookies, and there will be a separate trophy at the end of the weekend for the rookie driver who scores the most points. So as well as the outright championship, we need to keep an eye on the 7 rookie drivers. They are Will McIntyre, Mackenzie Douglas, Luca Hopkinson, Sonny Smith, Leona Theobald, James Wires and Oliver Cottam, all of them in the second half of the grid. But of course, as the weekend goes on and they get more track time onto their belt, they should start to ease their way a little bit towards further towards the front of the pack, which is exactly what they will be wanting to do. And it's always one of the fascinations of junior racing for me, watching the way that drivers who often have never competed in a car race in their life, sometimes having never even done karting, they come into the season and maybe are a little bit off the pace, as you'd expect, but as you move through the year, it's always fascinating to watch them getting quicker and quicker and braver, and you certainly see that in some of the wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door racing that this championship is known to produce. So the field, they're making their way around through clearways, ready to line up on the grid for this first 15-minute race of the day. Lots of racing to bring you over the course of the 2 days here, right the way into the night, as Ian Woodhouse was saying, with our Britcar Endurance Championship trophy races, which we'll have one later on this evening, starting at 5:20, and again tomorrow we're racing into the dark as well, which again is one of the things that makes this a really special event on the UK motorsport calendar. So the field moves into position then. The grey and blue is Liam McNeely, and alongside in the white, red and black number 23 of Harry Reynolds. Not always the best thing in the world to start on pole position here at Brands Hatch, because the circuit slopes quite steeply from our right to left as we look at it. You also notice there that Josh Rollidge hasn't exactly used up all of his grid bay, has he? In fact, a number of drivers being quite conservative with where they're lining up, not wanting to be accused of lining up too far forward. However, the race is about to get underway then. Round number 1 of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series for 2021. Pole position for Josh Rollidge. On the outside is Harry Reynolds. The revs rise, we're away and racing, and it is a pretty even start from both of the front row starters. Rollidge has his nose ahead as they make their way towards Paddock Hill Bend. Slotting into third there is Joe Warhurst in the blue and black number 95, so he clears Maurice Henry. But as they go through Paddock for the first time, it's door to door for the race lead. They plunge downhill, back up the other side through Halewood and into the right-hander at Druids, and it is going to be Rollidge then that has the advantage. Immediately pulls over to the right-hand side of the road to defend. One driver there tries to go to the outside. That's the green number 33 of Max Dodds. Everybody though, crucially, is cleanly around the first couple of corners. Down through Graham Hill Bend then, some wheel-to-wheel action here in the midfield. Number 14 is Akil Alibi there, going around the outside of number 54, and that is a car that's moved nicely through the order. When they make their way towards the end of this opening lap, we'll get plenty of laps in here. It is a very short circuit, of course, the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, just 1.2 miles in length. Lap times underneath the 60-second mark in qualifying for most of the quick drivers. And you can expect a race pace that is somewhere in that region as well. Across the line we go then. Lap 1 led by Rollidge, Reynolds second, Warhurst up to third, as I've said, ahead of Maurice Henry down to fourth. One of the bigger movers there was the 6th place, number 33. We spotted him going to the outside at Druids, Max Dodds, and it really did work. Round the outside there, that was the number 94. That was the Hodgkiss car. Jacob Hodgkiss that was, gaining a place I think at the expense of Akil Alibi, and that puts him into 8th position as they got on to lap number 2. Top 3 then drop out of Druids corner for the second time of asking. Battle on there for 4th position, but the leading 3 are just starting now to break away ever so slightly. And the slipstream is very powerful in these cars, even on a circuit like this one. The best overtaking opportunity by far is into Paddock Hill Bend, but there are other places that if you're feeling brave, you can try and stick it up the inside. Clearways here is one of those, but there is no such move here from Harry Reynolds. He's quite content for the time being to sit in the wheel tracks with Josh Rollidge and just let the race come to him. Of course, it is all about scoring the most points over the course of the 4 races, but a non-finish in race 1 could completely derail your chances of scoring well over the rest of the weekend. So sometimes, especially in these first couple of races of the weekend, it's better just to settle for the points you can get. But it will be interesting to see just how racy the drivers get as we move into the second half of this one. For now though, Rollidge leading pretty well. Changed for 4th on that lap, by the way. The 48 car that we saw at Druids was on the attack. That was Liam McNeely. He did manage to move ahead of Maurice Henry. He's the white car there with the blue and orange stripe, already starting to gap that group behind him, and just closing in a touch maybe on the top three. The fastest lap officially belongs to the second place man Harry Reynolds, but I wouldn't be surprised to see McNeely go faster this time as he tries to close in on the top three cars. Through clearways they go. You can see the car in fourth is just starting to bridge that gap now, and helping him is the fact that Joe Warhurst in third is just dropping away slightly from the top three. So across the line they go again then. Do we get a new fastest lap from McNeely? We don't, but it is a personal best. Fastest lap instead goes to the race leader. Defensive line there being taken by the 49 car into Paddock Hill Bend, and that is Maurice Henry then, who lost that third place off the line. Then he lost fourth to McNeely, and now he's under pressure from the flying Max Dodds in the green number 33. He in turn has the 52 car right behind him. That's Tom Edgar. Tom Edgar, one of the several R racing drivers. There are three teams predominantly running most of the cars in this championship, all of them regulars in Ginetta Racing for a number of years now. R Racing, Elite Motorsport and Assetto Motorsport. There are a couple of cars being run by Fox Motorsport and one by Britcar Motorsport, but generally they are the teams running most of the cars, and that was the first bit of contact of the day. Maurice Henry on the receiving end of it there from Max Dodds. It's damaged the front of Dodds' car. They both run out wide, and now they're going to go three wide because on the inside of both of them goes Edgar. Three wide across the start-finish line then towards Paddock Hill Bend. Who is going to come out on top of this? I think it's going to be Edgar. You know, he gets past both of them. That was brilliant driving on the grass there for Henry. He's going to lose another spot now to the 14 of Akil Alibi. 3 positions lost in 2 corners there for Maurice Henry, whose race is not going to plan now. Max Dodds back on the attack, pulls to the outside now of Edgar through Druids. That's the outside for the right-hander, but the inside for the left. There's contact behind as Alibi gets a real hip and shoulder there from the 49 car of Maurice Henry, whose race really has not gone according to plan at all. And he actually ended up coming off worse from that in the Assetto Motorsport car and drops even further back from the 3 cars that just overtook him. So Max Dodds there, just getting into the back of him through clearways. I wonder if that might be looked at after the race, because that could be deemed a push to pass. Ironically, the 33 car of Dodds didn't actually gain a position there, because just as he got past Maurice Henry, so he lost a place to Edgar across the start-finish line. So the top 4 stay as they were there, but it is Edgar now 5th, Dodds 6th, Alibi 7th, then Henry in 8th position. There, coming across the line, is the 78 car, that's Jack Sherwood, orange and black car, and he's got the 94 right behind him, and that is Jacob Hodgkiss, who started the race 10th and has lost 2 positions from where he started, but he tries to do something about that at Druids, looks to the inside line, but he was just a touch too far back to make that one stick. So a dramatic opening 5 minutes or so of racing, as we expected from the Ginetta Junior Winter Championship. This green machine of Max Dodds central to an awful lot of the exciting things that we've seen so far. Not missing anything at the front of the field, by the way. Rowledge and Reynolds still tied together, but pulling away now from Warhurst and McNeely, whose battle for third, I think, is about to become a bit closer. You can see them just off in the distance as the 5th place battle comes across the line. There are the top 2. It is still Rowledge that has the lead then, and it's still Rowledge that has the fastest lap. That's worth a bonus point. So too was his pole position for qualifying on pole for this first race of the day. So he's already got 2 points in the bag at the moment, so obviously keeps holding this fastest lap, which right now looks good, because these two are definitely the pace of the field at the moment, aren't they? And because Reynolds is so close behind Rowledge, he can't really go any quicker. Makes a bit of a mistake there, did Reynolds, actually, in 2nd place. Harry just drifts a little bit wide and just carried a bit too much speed down into Graham Hill Bend. Very easy to do that, and no real harm done. He should be able to close back in again with the slipstream down the pit straight, but shows how hard he's pushing just to hang on to Rowledge here. So Rowledge battling away here with Reynolds. Rowledge had by far the better season in the main championship this year, finishing 7th with Harry Reynolds only 11th place, but Harry did get a lot better towards the end of the year. Had a disappointing final round here at Brands Hatch. We've got a podium at Donington Park at the penultimate round of the season, so Harry Reynolds definitely peaking at the right point of the championship. Maurice Henry here, though, not really peaking in this race, is he? Started this race, remember, in 3rd place, and now he's busy defending 8th position from Ian Aguilera, who goes to the outside of him up through Druids. Quite find a way through. Another one of these grey R Motorsport cars, this one with the blue and yellow highlights, the 77. Aguilera then 9th position. Just behind these two, by the way, in 10th place is the top rookie driver. That's number 72, Sonny Smith, who's got himself ahead of Will McIntyre to get the lead of that class. So number 72, Smith, then running in 10th place overall. Really impressive run. That is the man that was the highest qualifying rookie. That is Will McIntyre. He started 11th, but he's dropped all the way down to 14th in the yellow and black Elite Motorsport machine. So McIntyre, and you can see he's not really keeping up with the group ahead either. So that's he'll be a little disappointed with that. Out-qualified Sonny Smith by only a fraction of a second, in fairness. There's the 78, 94 right behind. It's the car just ahead of those going into Paddock Hill Bend, the black and white car. He's your rookie class leader, and as I said, there is a separate trophy for the highest scoring rookie this weekend now. We've had the change between Maurice Henry and Ian Aguilera. That happened through Paddock Hill Bend, so the 77 goes ahead of the 49. Aguilera then up into 8th position. There are leaders then. We are into the second half of the race now, 6.5 minutes remaining. They turn through Surtees. Now, that little mistake that Harry Reynolds made a few laps ago at Graham Hill Bend, I said optimistically maybe that he was going to be able to slipstream straight back onto the tail of Josh Rowledge. Now, I don't know whether Reynolds made a subsequent mistake, but he's not really been able to get back onto the tail of the number 10 car, has he? So Rowledge enjoying a relatively comfortable lead in Ginetta Junior racing terms. Similarly, Warhurst and McNeely aren't exactly getting themselves together. And so this battle here for 6th and 7th place remains one of the closer ones inside the top 10. Through Paddock goes the green car of Max Dodds, the white car of Akil Alabai, who is running in the same position he started, but he's had to do a bit of overtaking to get back there in the all-white Elite Motorsport car. That is 80, which is Leona Theobald, who started at the back of the grid, and that Assetto Motorsport car is not where it's supposed to be. It's parked on the inside of Druids, going no further by the looks of it. Leona was running at the back of the field anyway, but that looks as though maybe there's been a mechanical issue. It's a strange place to spin to. So maybe that she's pulled over there to try and stay out of the way, and it should be out of the way. As I said, it would be unlikely for another car to go off there, so we should be able to continue without the need for a safety car. Lead gap does come down this time by nearly 1/10 of a second, so Reynolds is still pushing on to close in on Rowledge here. Rowledge on the previous lap did a 57.661. It was a 57.5 for Reynolds. These two are the class of the field, really, though. The next fastest driver is actually Edgar, running in 5th position. I did feel that Tom Edgar, had he qualified inside the top 3 or 4, probably would have been able to go with these leaders. There he goes, through Graham Hill Bend. Edgar then trying to close in on McNeely, but 2.2 seconds is quite a big gap. I don't think he's going to be able to get there in the remaining 4.5 minutes. Still some good battles going on though, as you can see. There goes the 77 car. That was Aguilera and Henry. They've been caught now by that leading rookie, the 72 car of Sonny Smith. So, as I said, these rookies, they get quicker with every lap they turn, and certainly that's the case for Sonny Smith in the R Racing car. This then the fight for 12th between an Assetto Motorsport car, the number 93 of Max Hall, and then right behind him, number 94, which is Jacob Hodgkiss, who is another that unfortunately has lost more positions than he's gained in this race. Right, back to the fight for 8th position then, and this time it looks as though Maurice Henry might be about to gain a position rather than losing one, because he gets nicely up the inside of Ian Aguilera coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, and here comes the rookie as Smith also slides through on the inside. That was a brilliant move from the 72 car, and so Sonny Smith moves up into 9th place overall, and that was the move of a Ginetta Junior racing veteran. I use the word veteran very loosely, these are all teenagers after all, but that was really good judgment of that gap. And there is another good move, and that's Akil Alabai on the inside of Max Dodds. That gives Alabai 6th position now. That is exactly how you outbrake somebody into Clearway's corner without making contact with them, as Dodds did earlier on with Maurice Henry. And so Alabai moves into 6th. Now, can Dodds fight back again? He's not exactly sitting right in the wheel tracks going into Paddock Hill Bend, trying to sell the dummy here maybe, forcing Alabai to defend into Paddock Hill Bend so that he might be a touch slower on the exit, but that's not how it works out actually. Akil looks pretty comfortable now in this 6th position. They head back towards Druids for this, the 13th time of asking, just under 3 minutes to go in our opening race of the day here for Brands Hatch. So down into Paddock Hill Bend they go then, through the left-hander. Curve there used by the chasing car. Now look how close the leaders have got there. Reynolds is right back on the tail of Josh Rowledge now. We're going to be going on to the final few laps now, and it looks as though Harry Reynolds is just starting to make a bit of a late race charge. We'll pick up with them in a moment or two, but here comes this 6th place battle up through Clearways. Looks as though Alibai's pretty much got this one under control now. But there, look, it is anything but under control for Josh Rowledge, who is actively having to defend his race lead now as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. Wider line there for Reynolds. You can see the extra speed that gives him on the exit. They drop down the dip, and Rowledge will have to defend the inside at Druids corner. So Reynolds goes to the outside, desperately late on the brakes. He slides into the corner, can't sweep right around the outside, but he still has the better line coming off the corner. But then the next turn is a left-hander. That again puts him on the outside line. Now a good exit from Graham Hill Bend could put him on the inside for Surtees. He's certainly a touch quicker off the turn than Reynolds. Reynolds is practically having to drive around the inside of the track now to try and keep this 23 car at bay. They will have 2 laps to go at the end of this one then, and Harry Reynolds starting now to ask all the right questions of Josh Rowledge. Out of clearways, through Clark Curve, now in the slipstream. He will again close in now. He's less than a car length behind already. By the time they get to the line, he's going to be almost on the rear bumper of the number 10 car. But then can he find a gap to the inside of Paddock Hill Bend? The answer is likely to be no. Josh Rowledge should defend the inside, and he does. So once again, Reynolds commits to the outside to try and carry the speed down the hill. As it worked, sort of, but he just can't get to the inside line again. This is terrific racing, and it's actually bringing the third place car of Joe Warhurst back into play a little bit. You can see how much closer the blue and black cars getting in the background as these two start to debate the race lead. Defensive lines for Rowledge, it's slowing them down by over a second a lap actually. Rowledge's fastest lap was a 57.3, his last lap was a 58.4, because he's driving so defensively, and it's starting now to frustrate Harry Reynolds, isn't it? Reynolds to the outside at Surtees, that's never going to work. He really needs to try and get to the inside here into Clearways corner, but Rowledge has it covered. Right then, place your bets everybody. We're going on to the final lap of the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and it could now be classed, I think, as a 3-car lead fight. Josh Rowledge has led every lap of this race so far, but Harry Reynolds, as we've got into the final few minutes, has really started to turn the screws here as he tries to get the lead away, and their battling has allowed Joe Warhurst to close in as well. Through Paddock Hill Bend, not quite as close this time as Reynolds to Rowledge, so will Rowledge still feel the need to defend at Druids? He doesn't, and that might have been a mistake. He left a chink of an opening on the inside, but Reynolds just wasn't quite close enough to commit for it. Out of Druids now, there's only really one more overtaking opportunity left, and that is into Clearways, but the arrival of Joe Warhurst on the scene makes life doubly complicated now for Harry Reynolds. He wants to attack for the lead, but should he go for a move and end up not getting it done and losing momentum, that could cost him second place and valuable championship points. There are 35 points available for a race win, 30 for second and 26 for third, but each and every one of these drivers wants to score the maximum that they can. I don't think we're going to get any changes though, because by the time they come out of Clearways and Clark Curve for the final time, Josh Rowledge has built another gap of a car length or so, and he's going to win round number 1 of the 2021 Ginetta Junior Winter Series here at Brands Hatch. Rowledge the winner, Reynolds second, Warhurst in third, and fourth place will go the way of Liam McNeely, with Tom Edgar coming home in fifth place, Akil Alibi 6th, 7th for Max Dodds, 8th Maurice Henry, 9th Ian Aguilera, and rounding out the top 10, number 72, Sonny Smith, who leads and wins in the rookie class, although Ian Aguilera did get back ahead of him there towards the end of the race. Well, that was a pretty lively start to the day, it must be said. The 35 points for the race win, though, go to car number 10, Josh Rowledge, and he's going to be very, very happy with that. But Harry Reynolds in second place will be equally satisfied, I think. He scores just the 30 points for that, but as I said, it can sometimes be more about consistency than outright race victories here. There are still 3 more races to go this weekend, and we could still see a bit of a shuffling of the points order as we move forward. So, brilliant start to the day then here for the Ginetta Juniors. They will be back out again a little bit later on in the day as well. We will have our second Ginetta Junior Winter Series race at about 12:45, just after the lunch break. We've got plenty more racing to come though. We've got action from the Dunlop Mini Winter Series, the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, and that Britcar Endurance Trophy race at the end of the day. Here though are the results of our first race then. It was Josh Rowledge that took the victory from Harry Reynolds in second position. Third place went the way of Joe Warhurst, with Liam McNeely fourth and Tom Edgar in fifth position. Then it was Akil Alibi in sixth, Max Dodd seventh, Maurice Henry eighth, Ian Aguilera ninth, getting ahead of the rookie class victor there right at the end of the race, but that was still a really good drive that from Sonny Smith to take the rookie class victory. Then it was Hall, Hodgkiss, McIntyre, Sherwood and Cottam at the back end of the top 15. McIntyre and Cottam, by the way, were second and third in the rookies, ahead of Douglas, Hopkinson, Wires, and the only retirement of the race, Leona Theobald. Well, a very entertaining start to the day then. Let's head back to the Parc Fermé area for all of the reaction with Ian Woodhouse.
Whoa. Wow, that was something, wasn't it? These three guys over here. Let's go grab Josh, because in fact, let's grab Josh, Harry and Joe. Guys, can I grab a word of all of you as I've got you all here? Don't run away. Josh, my word, that was some racing, wasn't it? Cameras over here. Harry, you just wouldn't let them go at the end of the race. How did you hold on?
Harry gave it a really good run, to be fair to him. It was a really tough race. Struggled a bit at the end, so I'm just putting the defence, and fair play to Harry and Joe. Well done to both of them.
What was it at the end? Was it tyres, or was it just Harry was just so quick?
I think Harry just found some pace towards the end, and massive thank you to R Racing, Well Tankers, and RSP Scaffolding.
Perfect way to start the weekend, isn't it? Pole and race win, but my word, Harry, you ran it close, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a great race. You know, I didn't want to do anything silly. There's still another race on tomorrow, so
yeah,
no
exactly.
point doing anything stupid. So
the last few laps, certainly coming up Paddock Hill there, we just saw it almost looked like you were going to get him on the inside, but he just closed the door on you.
Yeah, obviously wanted to give it a go, see if I can get the win, but second is a great result. Yeah.
Big smile, great racing, fantastic stuff. And Joe, of course, you were right there too. Were you thinking on the last lap? Hang on here.
Yeah.
There's something going on. I could nip through and get a win.
I broke away from the slipstream of Josh and Harry, and I thought, right, just keep McNeely back and can finish P3, and I'll be happy with that. There's another race today, so yeah. And then started battling on the last lap, and I was like, maybe I can get to P2. I was about to send the lunge in the last corner. I was like, this isn't going to be.
You never know.
This isn't going to go well, yeah. So I just held back and happy with P3. But yeah, we've got another race and.
Got a lot more racing to go, actually. Congratulations anyway.
Yeah,
great racing right at the end there. Fantastic stuff. Right, plenty more to come, of course, over the course of the weekend. I'm just going to hand back to Andy just to let you know what's going to keep coming up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, a fantastic way to open up the day's racing here at Brands Hatch then. As I've said, we've got plenty more racing still to come though. Our next race will be up at around about 5 to 12. That is the Dunlop Mini Winter Series, so another category of racing, very similar to the Ginetta Juniors, really, racing in a single event mini championship essentially. So lots more racing and lots of exciting racing coming from them, some big names as well coming to join the fun in the minis. We will also have another race for the Ginetta Juniors then at 12:45, and then sort of one of the main events of the day is the final round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. That at 1:15 starts. It's a 3-hour endurance race, but those Citroen C1s are always exciting to watch, especially around such a short and action-packed lap as the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. And then our evening's entertainment is courtesy of the Britcar Endurance Championship trophy races. 4:30 is when we will have live qualifying, a 40-minute qualifying session that sets the grid then for the race that comes up pretty much immediately after at 5:20. It is a 50-minute race, mandatory pit stops as well, and a really interesting mix of cars set to head out onto the circuit for these fun races, non-championship races for the Britcar Endurance Championship. They'll have one race tonight, and then they'll have another race tomorrow evening as well. These two 50-minute races, both under the cover of darkness. So always an exciting way to round out the championship. As I said, we've got more racing still to come. We have got a free practice session that's about to head out onto the circuit now. So in the meantime, we'll remind you of some of the action from earlier on in the season.
So we're almost ready for a podium. 6 drivers on the way up to us here on the Grand Prix podium. We've got rookies and of course the overall top 3 as well. Steph Bush from Ginetta is on hand to do the presentations for the trophies and champagne. The door will be open and we're ready to go. I think all 6 drivers are here. So listen out guys, for your name. In 3rd place in the rookies, Ollie Cotter. Well done Ollie. Congratulations, down here to go. And there's a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne and the Ginetta trophy to go with it as well. 2nd in the rookies, Will McIntyre. Well done Will, onto the podium you come, this side for Will.
Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody then. We're not that far away from resuming our racing programme here. As you can see, there are cars out on track, but this is simply a free practice session for the Britcar Endurance Trophy races, which will be taking place over the weekend. So whilst this is going on, why don't we head down into the pit lane? Ian is down there. Let's see who he can find.
Hello everybody, welcome down to the pit lane here at Brands. Just free practice a minute across the Britcar, and don't forget a little bit later, they're going to be going into the night. So if you're afraid of the dark, don't worry, we've got you nice and covered. Let's go for a little walk. Got some of the drivers down here. Remember, this is a free practice. It's not qualifying. Qualifying will be a little bit later. We'll be bringing you that as well. We've got Mr. Humphreys here. Let's have a quick word with Mr. Humphreys. How are we doing? How are we feeling ahead of this? It's only free practice, of course. What's really the target for this? Just to get a feel for the car?
Get a feel for the car, yeah. We've got a slightly stiffer setup on today. It appears like it's a bit of a damp line maybe, so just take a feel for that and get ready for qualifying later on.
A question for you. It's the morning, of course, of a race day. What's your sort of routine? What time do you get up? What do you have for breakfast? What type of thing do you get to get ready mentally and physically?
If I was an athlete and I was in anything professional, I'd be taking it really seriously in that regard. But I got out of bed in Birmingham about 7 o'clock this morning, drove down here, had my breakfast, and we're going to get in later and see what happens.
So you've done the hard part. You've already navigated the motorway. So.
Exactly.
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Thank you very much. Mr. Carver's over here as well, trying to potentially maybe avoid us. Who knows? Let's go talk to him anyway. Let's listen in to see what really goes on. Is there a bit of teamwork going on right now? It's Mr. Ben Sharp. How are you doing? Just 1 minute, Ben, if that's okay. I just want to have a quick word with the driver, if that's okay. How are we doing? Are we ready for today? Are we feeling good?
I think so. I think we're as ready as we can be. Be interested to see what the conditions are like later, if it rains or not. But
big question.
Fingers crossed it won't.
Big question is, do you like driving in the dark? That's the question.
It'll be my first time, really? So I'll let you know afterwards.
Yes, please do. Of course, free practice, just a chance to get a feel for the car, get ready.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we've been in the car all year, so we're pretty much happy with the setup. Just a chance to make sure everything's all right, no gremlins, and hopefully we'll be all right for later.
Fantastic, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. This is Ben Sharp as well, he's one of the engineers. I wonder if he's just going through a bit of data, but I wonder if he would have a quick word with us when he's got a minute. Let's just see, we've got Claire Headley as well from Britcar here too, so we've come down to quite a good bit, haven't we? I think they're going through a bit of a team meeting, so we'll probably just let them do that there. We don't want to interrupt too much, do we? Let's keep going down. We've got a couple more drivers waiting here. Remember, free practice, because it's a trophy, it's a 50-minute race a little bit later. Of course, you can have 2 drivers doing it as well. We've got another driver down here. Right, quick word with you. How are we feeling? Are we feeling ready? You look ready. Are you feeling ready?
I'm ready. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, looking forward to it. Just waiting for the driver to come in and let me have a go.
Racing in the dark, is that something you've done before? Are you quite happy with that?
Yeah. I did one of the first ones here in like 2005 and
Brilliant.
6. So yeah, I've been doing it for a while, and we mainly do endurance racing anyway.
So you're a pro then? I'm going to hang out with you all day.
No, not at all.
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. We're going to make our way actually up the pit lane because I believe actually the minis are starting to come into assembly area. One of the cars just coming out. Let's have a shot of this look coming through. This is what you can expect to see out on track a little bit later. Look at the lights, the blaze already. Look at that. That's number 38 all past there, just heading back out onto the track. Remember, this is a practice session. It's not qualifying. It's not the race. We will, of course, bring you those a little bit later. Let's keep going down as well, shall we? We've got a car, sorry, just pulling in. Leon, you might want to move out of the way. There we go. Here we go. Let's keep going up there. Sorry, guys, good stuff. So this is what it's like in the pit lane. during an action-packed race weekend. A little bit further down actually are the C1 cars as well. Don't forget they've got a 3-hour race a little bit later. We'll be bringing you that too. We'll be reporting from the pit lane as well. As you can see, plenty of action, a lot of driver changes going on for this free practice session as well. Real chance to get the setup right for the cars. It's a race tomorrow as well as today as well. We've got another driver up here. Let's just dive in and have a word with them, shall we? They look ready, you look eager, you look ready. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, feeling confident. Couple little issues in testing yesterday, but pretty confident we'll get there, that's for sure.
What do you do, say, about an hour before you get into the cars? Do you have a particular routine? You know, we see it in Formula 1 drivers, some take themselves away. What do you do? Do you just have a nice cup of coffee, you get ready?
Well, I just talk to the team and that, make sure the car's all good. Normally stick my headphones in for sort of like 10 minutes, just get in the zone, and then that's it. Helmet goes on, and that's it. I'm in the mood.
Favourite song to listen to then? What is it?
I don't really have one, to be honest. Just something a bit like drum and bass. You just get the momentum, mate. Get the adrenaline going.
Bit of Pendulum or something like that. You know, no Survivor, I had a Tiger.
Exactly.
Best of luck, thanks for talking to us. Let's keep going up. Plenty of action going on actually now in the pit lane. As you can see, here's number 68 popping in one of the Ginetta cars as well. Jam Sport up there too. Jamie Going, I popped into him a little bit earlier. We'll grab a word with him, no doubt, at some point over the course of the week. I'm just going to let this car make a bit of a change and see if they can get themselves out onto the track. We're going to slowly make our way back up to the assembly area because we've got the minis due to go out after this practice session. The car coming right in front of us as well, number 66, there it is. Look at that, the Hyundai Motorsport car there. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Driver going in there too. Right, let's keep going up. I think we can probably squidge past right now, can't we? Photographer here. Wonder if he wants a picture. Not of me. I just duck underneath. We could be here all day otherwise, couldn't we? Yeah. How are we doing? You all right? Team Hard there, of course, as well. That was Tony Gillam. Let's keep going on down though, because we do want to catch up with the minis. If you're happy, you can stay with us and we'll go straight to the assembly area. This is a car to watch as well. Rothery here in the Peugeot number 308. Keep an eye on this car as well. We've got Jazz Sapper up here as well. Now, interesting story. Just chatting to Jazz. He goes out a little bit later and tells me a story. Jazz, we are live, so just a quick one. Right. You just told me you've now got a heated windscreen, haven't you?
Yeah, we have now for this one. Hopefully you don't need it.
Well, you said there might be a bit of rain tomorrow.
Well, someone did say a bit of rain tomorroh, so
it's going to liven things up.
So it'll work. Then we'll see if it works. Then.
Do you like it? Like the rain in your Beamer?
If the heat screen works, yeah.
Thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck. Stay with me. Let's keep going. Let's keep going down. I believe we've got a number of the minis. Yes, the minis are now actually in the assembly area as well. So I'm happy to stay with us. Let's go chat to some of the drivers. That's the next race out as well. So it is the minis. We've got the Mini 7s in there. There's a Libra car. There's a Mini Miglia in there as well. So let's go have a chat. I believe that's Rupert Deef on pole position in the minis. A few good friends of ours. Andrew Jordan's racing as well, of course, former BTCC star. And there is Mr. Deeth over there, the man on pole position. Let's go grab a word with him if we can. Look at that, number 23. Is he going to convert? Is he going to get the job done? Now, if you like classic cars, you like classic minis, where else in the world would you rather be than here right now? Let's go have a word with him, shall we? We've spoken to him many times before, and he's put it on pole position once again. It's good to see you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. You all right?
Yes, yeah, well, qualifying went very well, so you're clearly better than me. How was it out there?
A bit wet and greasy around here, around Clearways. But yeah, overall, it was getting drier, and obviously the track was getting quicker. So
does that mean you're just going to get quicker and quicker and quicker? Is that what it means?
Well, I hope so, but no, we'll wait and see.
The best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Well, who knows? We may well catch up in Pipe Family after as well. We've got Colin Peacock over here as well. Colin, it's good to see you again. You all right?
Yeah, very good. Thanks, very good.
Second on the grid. That's pretty good.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, it was like 0.046 seconds off being pole. I think I was pole and he just pipped me. So yeah, quite a good place to start. So we'll see how it goes.
Expectation, and do you think you can get Rupert? Can you do it? Yeah. That's what I like. Colin, best of luck. Thanks for talking to me, mate. I really appreciate it. Let's keep going along as well. Mr. Cox is just pulling in as well. Let's go have a chat a little bit further up, shall we? We've got some headphones on up here. I want to know what the drivers listen to. We just spoke to one of the Britcar drivers, and he was saying a bit of drum and bass. What would you listen to? How's it going?
Not bad yourself?
I want to know what you're listening to. That's what I want to know.
Oh dear. Shit.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Boys in the club terminology.
Boys in the club. You're too cool for me. I'm sorry. It's kind of. I do find it interesting. Actually, I've been chatting to a few of the drivers, just asking them what they listen to, just to get fired up before you get out on track.
Just something with a bass, something that just I don't have to listen to anything else. Just zones me out a bit.
You don't want any classical music, do you? You need
no, exactly. Just something gets my head going, and I'll be all right for later.
What's the expectation for the race then?
It's my first ever race in a MIG, first race in Mini 7 Club, full stop. So keep it in one piece. I don't expect to move forward, but if I can, that'd be great.
Yeah.
But just enjoy it really. It's only my 4th ever race in a car, so
fantastic.
So I thought, just going to have a bit of fun. I didn't qualify last, which is great.
Am I right in thinking your dad used to race a car? Am I right?
It's my dad's car, yeah.
It is your dad's car. Fantastic.
So he's selling at the end of the season, and I've always wanted to drive it. So he said, "Go on, winter round, sell it afterwards."
Brilliant.
So.
Brilliant. Well, keep it clean then.
Yeah, exactly. Can't afford to bend it.
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. There you go. Father and son car there. Lovely stuff indeed, isn't it? Let's go. Oh, we've got Andrew Jordan over here. Let's grab a quick word with Mr. Jordan. Andrew, it's good to see you again. Yeah, I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Now, we know you're quick. We know you've got a lot of pace. What are you going to do in the race? And that rhymed, didn't it? I'm a poet, and I certainly didn't know it.
I think it'll be a close race.
Yeah.
I think obviously Jeff's always very strong and one to beat. So he's the champion this year. So and we were I think less than a tenth apart. So it'll be a good race. I know Jeff from years back, so I'm sure we'll have some good fun.
I've seen you at a few events since Snetterton was one, and obviously BTCC, something you've done. How does it compare to the minis? Because these look so much fun.
Yeah, this is a bit more relaxed, a bit more fun if I'm honest. Obviously touring cars is great for what it is, but certainly this winter series end of season, just come and have some fun, and we've got 3 races this weekend. So and it's good to support the Mini 7 Club because they're a great bunch of people. So look forward to next year also.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us, Andrew. Best of luck there you go, Andrew Jordan. Right, I believe the practice session is now finished actually for Britcar, so it's almost time for the minis to get out on track. I hope you've enjoyed our little walk around the pit lane. I'm going to hand back to our commentator Andy, who's going to take you through this wonderful mini race.
So thank you very much, Ian. The session may end up finishing because actually we are running a little bit behind time anyway, but this is actually a red flag delay, unfortunately. This free practice session for the Britcar Endurance Championship trophy races has had a car that has gone off, and it is, I fear, the VW Scirocco number 5, which is the one... Oh no, it's not, it's Danny Crevet. Oh, that is a shame. So Danny Crevet in that stunning Hyundai i30N TCR car, which he's raced in Britcar all season. He's also had the odd appearance in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Unfortunately, he's taken quite a big hit coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Now you can see there to the right of shot, camera focusing on him now. That is Danny. He is okay. In fact, it may not be Danny that was in the car because it's his car, but he's sharing it with somebody else this weekend. So it is a 2, that's not Danny Crevet, definitely, that is in the car. It's Danny's car, but sharing it this weekend, which of course is one of the joys of these Britcar races. You can share the car, share the costs with another driver as well. And so this number, the car of Danny Crevet, yes, being shared with Nicole Drought. He confused me because he's also running a different number to normal. So Nicole was in the car at the time, and Danny Crevet will be watching on from the pit lane, or probably the back of the pit lane, to check that she's okay, and probably already starting to count the cost when it comes to the car. But the car can be repaired an awful lot more easily than the driver, so it's good to see that the driver, Nicole Drought, is okay. She will be taken away in the ambulance for routine checks at the medical centre, which means now we can turn our attention to the car, and well, it possibly looks worse than it is. I think the left front corner took the bigger hit there, didn't it? The left front suspension, I'm no mechanic, but I don't think that's quite the angle that it's supposed to be at, so that looks like the steering's been deranged. There may be radiator damage as well to the front of the car, so that's going to take a little bit of repair work. Now they don't race, of course, until quite late on this evening, but they do have a qualifying session to get out for. Their qualifying session is at 4:30. The race then just under an hour later at 5:20. So they will have about 4 hours, 3-4 hours to get this car fixed before the qualifying session. Hopefully they'll be able to get the car out there a little bit later on today. For what it's worth, it's the pair of Porsches that are fastest at the moment. The 51 Voluga car ahead of the 27s, the Porsches to the 4. This is the venue for the racing this weekend. Then the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit opened back in 1926, when of course it used to run actually in reverse direction. It was primarily used for motorcycle sort of scramble racing, and they used to go the other way around the kidney-shaped layout. And over the years it's gone through a couple of changes, but generally speaking has stayed the same. The main change was the third corner, Graham Hill Bend, back in 1999. When they tightened that up, it generated another overtaking opportunity, really changed the flow of the circuit. And this of course is the shorter of the two layouts here at Brands Hatch, the bigger Grand Prix circuit, which isn't used a huge amount these days, but that is one of the real drivers' favourites. But the Indy circuit manages to provide plenty of entertainment by itself. So we are waiting this session out. In fact, it's just been confirmed this session has finished, so they're not going to restart it. So once this car has moved out of the way, we will then get into racing basically for the rest of the day. We've got the Dunlop Mini Winter Challenge coming up next. We've just been hearing from a few of the drivers down there with Ian in the assembly area. That will be a 20-minute race. We then go into the lunch break. After the lunch break, we're back with Ginetta Junior racing at 12:45. The second of their 4 Winter Series races will be coming up then. And then we're very much turning from sprint racing to endurance racing for the rest of the day, with the final round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. That's the 3-hour race kicking off at about 1:15. But then that's not it. There's more racing to come after that, because then it is the turn of the Britcar teams and drivers to head out onto the circuit. First of all, for a 40-minute qualifying session at 4:30, and then a remarkably quick turnaround, because the very next session on track after that is the 50-minute race, the first of 2 50-minute night races here at Brands Hatch. Sunset is due to be at around about 4:15, so we should have a pretty much fully dark qualifying session, and certainly a dark 50-minute race later on. It is always fantastic to race in the dark, and this is continuing to be a very popular sort of end of season tradition. In fact, many of you may have tuned in last week for the BARC race meeting at Brands Hatch for the truck racing series, and the night racing for that one was particularly spectacular. Not night racing as such, but the fireworks display and the parades going on into the night. But this week we do get to race properly into darkness. So the next race then, as I've said, is going to be for the Dunlop Mini Winter Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, and this running to a very similar format to the Ginetta Juniors. So they've got a set of races over the weekend, and it's the highest point scorer over those races that will win the series. The grid is as follows then. It is Rupert Death that got the pole position. They separate into 3 different classes, by the way. So you've got at the head of the field the Mini Miglias. They're the fastest class of cars. So Death alongside Colin Peacock on row 1. Then it's Endaf Owens and Scott Kendall, with Joe Thompson and Darren Cox on the 3rd row. Ed Simmons in his father's Miglia there on row 4 alongside Chris Lovett, and Peter Hills then at the back of that group. Peter Hills is actually the only Libra class car, so he's tagged onto the back of the Miglias there. Then we have a gap and we get into the next class of cars, and these are the Mini 7s, and this is where we find those old British touring car teammates. Old probably isn't the word I should use, but former British touring car teammates, Andrew Jordan and Jeff Smith. Andrew Jordan, of course, the 2013 champion in Britain's premier car racing category, and he is this year's Mini Challenge, or Mini 7s champion, I should say, and he's on pole position for this race alongside Jeff Smith, with Conor O'Brien, who I am presuming to be former Ginetta and British GT driver Conor O'Brien, lining up alongside Glenn Woodbridge. Then it's Lee Roberts and Jordan Sims, with Darren Thomas and Leon Ollie Window at the back of the 7s grid. And then you get the S-Class drivers, Michael Winkworth and Ryan Taylor. They're up on the front row of their grid, ahead of Fraser Hack and Giles Page, Matthew Page and Arnold Duncan, ahead of Jeff Williams and Steve Rideout, a bit of a veteran of mini racing these days, Matthew Ayres, Darren Jeremiah, Ben Johnson and Dave Reeves, will round out the grid. So it's a big old grid of cars, but separated across these 3 classes, and of course you score points within your class. So it's not necessarily just your overall finishing position that counts. It is actually where you finish within your specific category. Now, there will be a bit of mixing, I suspect, of the classes once we do get into the racing. I'm getting a notification now. It is not that Conor O'Brien. It is a small world then, isn't it? 2 racing drivers, both with the name of Conor O'Brien, but it's not ex-British GT racer Conor. Still very rapid though, 3rd fastest within his class. So he's going to be going up against those 2 ex-BTCC racers to try and get the Mini 7 class victory. So the points then, as I've said, within your class, it's 20 points for a class win, and then they go down in 1 point increments from there. So 19 for 2nd, 18 for 3rd, 17 for 4th, and so on and so forth, right the way down through each of the 3 classes. So wherever you finish in those classes is really, really important. Right then, still a bit of clean-up going on out on the circuit then, but in the meantime we can head back down to the assembly area where drivers are continuing to wait, gather their thoughts, and prepare for another good race. Ian is down there amongst them.
Right, here we are back in the assembly area because a little bit of delay isn't there, so we thought we'd just come down and have a chat with some more of the drivers. We've got Jordan Sims down here. Let's go say hello to him. How you doing? I wonder if I could just squidge in, if that's okay. Jordan, I do like a green Mini. It does look rather fetching, doesn't it? How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, pretty good. Had a bit of a tough year, so winter round should be a good laugh. Hopefully pick up some pace in the race. Can't complain.
Nice way to end the season, right?
Should be, yeah. Well, see if it rains, that might be fun.
It certainly would be one of these, wouldn't it? Quick question for you. When do you guys actually arrive trackside? Do you drive on the morning, or did you come up yesterday?
I came up last night from London.
Oh, not far then.
No,
we're only
too
in
bad.
Kent. We're at Brands Hatch in Kent. We're not far.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect track for me. And I love it here as well, so even better. And I think the Minis go really well around here.
Yeah, they're going to make a great site around the Indy circuit. I imagine is traffic a problem? A lot of cars everywhere.
It was actually okay in quali. Obviously the MIGs got quite a lot of pace compared to the rest of us, but they flash the lights, you stay out of the way, it's no problem for us.
Fantastic. No, we've actually just had the whistle, haven't we, already? So I'll let you go, Jordan. Thank you very much. There you go. I think it's actually almost time to go. We've just had the whistle. I could just see the Britcar that was pulled, that went off the track. It's now going back into the pit lane. So actually, I think we're going to have to go back very, very shortly. This is going to be an absolute cracking race. The marshals always do a wonderful job. The gates are now open. So I am going to hand back to your commentator, Andy. He's going to take you through the racing action, and it's going to be an absolute cracker. Enjoy.
These old school Mini 7s, Mini Miglias, the mighty Mini Championships as well, of course, which have become a part of the BARC package in recent years. Some of the closest and most cost-effective ways of going racing as well at this sort of level, really. The Miglias will set you back a little bit more, but Mini 7 racing is not a bad way to go if you want to go racing on a relative budget. And it is all relative, there is no such thing as cheap motorsport, but the racing is close, it's good value for money, you get a good amount of track time as well, and this winter series is just a nice, fun end of season way to round things out. Still semi-serious in the fact that there are points up for grabs, prizes up for grabs as well for the highest point scorers, but generally speaking, this is a nice end of season bit of fun for the teams and drivers to get back out on circuit one more time. So cars then, as we can see, are heading out onto the circuit then. A reminder that it is the Miglias that start at the front. Then there's a gap before we get to the Mini 7s. Now, I believe that those two classes will leave the line at the same time, but there's then a 10-second delay before the S-Class cars get underway towards the back of the field. The numbers on the S-Class cars are slightly different, by the way. They are all 700 and something, basically. So the 728 of Michael Winkworth on pole and the 784 of Ryan Taylor alongside. So if you see a triple-digited car number, then that is one of the S-Class cars, and they will start 10 seconds after the rest of the field gets underway. And in fact, they're being released from Parc Ferme a little bit later than the rest of them as well. There goes Michael Winkworth with the 784 of Ryan Taylor that will start alongside him. So Rupert Deeth then on the overall pole position within the Miglia class, with Colin Peacock alongside. Qualifying times, as you'd expect, reasonably close in the qualifying session earlier on today. And Death and Peacock, 46 1,000ths of a second. That's more than reasonably close, isn't it? That is very, very close indeed. All of the Miglia cars did out-qualify all of the 7s. However, the 7s and the 7Ss were sort of mixed together in the qualifying standing. So they're the two classes you can expect to see mingling a little bit. And that will be interesting to watch when we get into the race, actually, because the 10-second delay for the S cars they should be able to overcome, I think, by the time we get towards the second half of this 20-minute race. So cars making their way out onto the circuit then. There you can see those gaps between the various classes. Rupert Death then that has the pole position from Colin Peacock alongside him. And it was an entertaining championship campaign this season. As we've said, the Mini 7 class won by Andrew Jordan, and he won that championship by only 7 points over Aaron Smith, who's another long-time racer within the category, with Rupert Death actually third place in the championship. Rupert Death, though, up there in the Miglia class for this one. Jordan stepping down, if you like, into the Mini 7s for this particular round. The Mini 7 Championship was won by Jeff Smith, and he won that by only 7 points as well. So the two class champions from this season opting to, on this occasion, race within the same class, the Mini 7s, for this winter series. Green flag laps then, or lap I should say, getting underway. Last chance for the drivers to evaluate the circuit conditions. It is dry out there, although I did notice during our junior race earlier on that there is the odd damp patch offline, in particular going up into Druid, is still a little bit damp. Is of course going on slick tyres as well, so the grip levels won't be all that good on the damp side of the road heading up the hill. Really important to get some heat into those tyres as well. These are really short wheelbase front wheel drive cars, so the getting heat into the front tyres isn't too difficult. It's getting the heat into the rear tyres that can really prove troublesome. And the last thing that you want to do is turn into Paddock Hill Bend, for example, on the first lap, and find that you've got no rear tyre temperature, because you'll find yourself pointing the wrong way in a hurry. Up underneath the pedestrian bridge, there's your pole sitter, Rupert Death then, the 23 car that was third in the Miglia Championship this year. Won only the one race, actually, the third round of the championship, and he had a couple of races that he didn't finish, including the final round, and that ultimately cost him second place in the points over Aaron Smith, and really a chance of beating Andrew Jordan to the championship victory. Rupert Death, we know, has won and been very successful in the Mini Miglias for a number of years, so we shouldn't be surprised to see him up there on the front row of the grid. Colin Peacock then, who lines up alongside him. Peacock, I think I'm right in saying, didn't actually compete in the full season. No, he missed the final rounds of 2021. I'm also think I'm right in saying that he didn't actually get a podium all year, did Peacock. So Peacock outperforming maybe what we expected from him based on his results from earlier on in the season, but of course, again, Peacock, another really experienced driver in Mini Miglias and Mini 7s, so he knows the cars, he'll know this track like the back of his hand, and was within 46 1,000ths of a second of grabbing the pole position in the very competitive qualifying session earlier on this morning. So, marshals watching on. Big shout out, as ever, to our marshals here, who are going to be faced with some pretty bitter conditions out there, I think. It's not forecast to rain. That doesn't necessarily mean it won't rain, but it's not forecast to. But it is forecast to be very, very cold, especially once we get into the evening and the night time running later on. So real commitment required from the Orange Army, but that, as we know, is not something they're short of. So we thank them for their support all season, and we look forward to having them all back next year to help us out as well. I'm sure they enjoy their front row seats for the racing, but they've got an important job to do. And they've already had a few incidents to deal with out there on circuit this weekend. Let's hope that we can get through this race, though, cleanly, get everyone through to the end without any need for interruptions, and if the marshals can stay on their post and simply stand back and enjoy the racing, which is exactly what we are about to do then, because the back part of the grid then, the 7S class cars just starting to get into position now, waiting for those last couple of rows. On the pole position overall within the Miglias, though, it's Rupert Deeth in the silver and orange number 23 alongside the red number 4 of Colin Peacock. Row number 2 for Endaf Owens, the fluorescent yellow car, and then the blue and pink is Scott Kendall. They're your front-running contenders here then, as 20 minutes of racing in the Dunlop Mini Winter Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, gets underway now. The Miglias and Sevens launch off the line, and not a great start from the pole sitter. Look, Deeth is going to lose the lead to Colin Peacock, and he might lose second to the rapidly starting Scott Kendall. He pulls alongside him into Paddock Hill Bend and tries the high, wide and handsome line through Paddock and up Halewoods Hill. Did that manage to get him into second place? We'll find out in a moment. 3 wide further back in the Sevens. No doubt about the leader. It's Peacock with the advantage. Still door to door for second though, as they turn into the right-hander at Druids Hairpin. As they come out the other side, it is Deeth that retains second position then. Kendall still gaining 1 though, from 4th on the grid up to 3rd, but there are those cold rear tyres on the slightly damp run down into Graham Hill Bend. He got very sideways there, did Kendall in 3rd place. Did well to hang on to it. But back, the number 20 car there, Darren Thomas, trying to make a move up the inside. In fact, succeeds in doing so. Big dive up the inside, and there's contact sideways there for Endaf Owens, who somehow had got back ahead of Scott Kendall. I'm not entirely sure when or how he managed that, because the last time we saw him he was down in 4th, and the next time we see him he was challenging for 2nd, but that almost ended in tears. Right, what about the S's? It was Michael Winkworth in the 728 that had the pole position. It is not Michael Winkworth that leads the way though. It is now the 723 of Fraser Hack, who started 3rd, although he runs wide coming out of clearways. That does now allow the pole sitter back up the inside, and Michael Winkworth then will try to move through into the race lead as they head towards Paddock. There's already damage to the left front corner of Hack's car, so they are getting into it pretty early here, aren't they, these Mini drivers, as we sort of expect. A little bit of panel bashing going on already. Winkworth back through on the inside at Paddock. Can he reclaim the lead? He does, but I don't think that will be the last lead change that we see in this race. The slipstreaming nature of these cars around this circuit, they are perfect for the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. No slipstream there though, that's just the wide line for Fraser Hack through Druids, carrying more momentum and trying to get to the inside going into Graham Hill Bend. Right, back to the Miglias then. This is Endaf Owens on the attack now, because Rupert Deeth has got the lead back, so it's all changed again now. Deeth leads the way. Owens thinking about going to the outside, then decides to settle in a line behind the race leader. So Deeth leads then. Peacock not second, that is Endaf Owens is second. Peacock is 3rd, from Kendall down to 4th position now then, and then Thompson 5th. Owens on the inside of Deeth into Druids, but Deeth is later on the brakes, just manages to get over and cover that inside line. Bright yellow number 32 of Owens, a bright car for a very bright character in mini racing, Endaf Owens, and it is suitable that he's gone for the most garish, easy to spot colour imaginable, and it's certainly filling the mirrors of Rupert Deeth right now. Is that yellow number 32 car, takes a wide line into clearways, cocks the right rear wheel as he turns into the right hander. And then, incident further back, that's 7 and 20. 7 is Jordan Sims and 20 is Darren Thomas, both of them within the 7 class. They both carry on. There was definitely contact between the two though. You can see that Sims has got a bit of damage there to the right front headlight, but how much damage is done to those cars I'm not too sure. Hopefully they'll both be able to carry on. So the field streaming through then. In the classes, the 7's being led by Jeff Smith, so Jeff Smith's still ahead from no, he's not actually, but Andrew Jordan's just overtaken him on that lap. So Andrew Jordan, the Miglia champion from this year, goes into the Mini 7 class lead ahead of Jeff Smith, and 3rd place Conor O'Brien. And in the S's, it's Winkworth who has the class lead. There is Andrew Jordan, the orange number 88, making his way up through Druids Corner, and there is his old teammate and good friend Jeff Smith behind. So good to see these two battling it out on track within the same class in this race. 2 champions from the Miglia and 7 classes respectively in 2021, nose to tail, and having already traded the lead at least once in this race. So 20-minute race then, 16.25 minutes of that race still to go. And in the S's I started to say it was Winkworth back in the lead then, from Taylor 2nd and Fraser Hack back to 3rd, so they've got themselves back into grid order now. The 728 ahead of the 784 and then the 723, back to the Miglia lead though, and it's Rupert Deeth in the lead, still frustrating Endaf Owens, who could not get any closer to the back of Deeth's car. The Welshman is all over him as they turn through Druids, but as close as he can get, he just can't quite get up the inside. Back to the 7's then. As ever, it's a job to know where to look in these races. You've got a battle for the Miglia lead, a battle for the 7's lead, and the S-Class lead is probably the calmest of the lot, actually. Winkworth has a 6, nearly 7/10 of a second advantage over Taylor. In fact, that gap goes out to a second now, so yeah, the S's are a little bit calmer than the Miglias and the 7's. But Andrew Jordan's certainly not having a calm time of it here. Jeff Smith is all over him, and with a point to prove, you would imagine, really, because Jeff will want to prove that he's every bit as quick as the 2013 British Touring Car Champion now that they're in the same machinery. There is the S leader that has caught the delayed number 20 of Darren Thomas, which of course had that spin earlier on. So this is for position overall in the race, 16th place, but not for position within class, crucially. As I said, you score points only within your individual classes rather than for your overall position. So Winkworth will want to go through for track position, but won't actually gain him any extra places. He's already on course for the 20 points for the class win. And I would imagine he's on course for the bonus point for fastest lap as well. No, actually, fastest lap in the 7S's looks to have gone to the 703 car, Matthew Page, a bit further down the order. So Winkworth does need to get on with this if he wants to get maximum points out of this one. The field already pretty much filling the entire Brands Hatch Indy circuit, so it won't be long before the leading Miglias are getting onto terms with the tail end of the S-Class cars. Out of Druid's corner, down the hill, whoop, bit of contact. That's Fraser Hack being elbowed out wide there by the 784 of Taylor. 784 of Taylor, then Ryan Taylor, who started second in the class, but he's really dropped down the order now, trying to do something about that. Gets delayed though coming out of the Graham Hill bend, and so he's now in danger of losing a place actually. In fact, I think he does as they go through Surtees. Yeah, the 703 goes back ahead of him with Matthew Page. There goes into Paddock Hill bend, another good battle. This is 39 at the head of this group, that's Glenn Woodbridge, but there are your Mini 7 race leaders. So that was the battle, I think, for fourth in the sevens. This is the fight for first. Jordan and Smith, nose to tail, just starting to drop slightly. Michael O'Brien in third place now. Michael O'Brien, Conor O'Brien, I should say. See him there in the blue and pink car in third place. He's not quite able to lift the pace of the top two for now. Now, at the head of the Miglia field, the timing screen is telling me that we've lost Endaf Owens in that bright yellow car. So Deeth is leading now from Peacock second and Kendall in third, and you can see that's reiterated by the timing tower down the left-hand side of your screen. So what has happened to Endaf Owens? I noticed him dropping down the timing screen a lap or so ago, but I suspected it might have just been a dodgy transponder. But it now does appear that he stopped somewhere, whether that be in the pit lane or out on track, I'm not too sure. Out on track according to the live timing screen. So we've lost the man that was second place within the Miglia class. Thankfully though, we've still got these two who are battling for the Mini 7 class lead, Andrew Jordan and Jeff Smith. Never more than a mini's length between them so far in this race. With only 3 races this weekend, every point counts here, especially because of the way this point system works. Just 1 point difference between each position on track. So it's 20 for a win, 19 for second, 18 for third. Discounting bonus points, of course, for fastest lap. So a point per position, basically. And that means that if you have a bad race, it's going to be almost impossible to gain those points back again. So it's important to make sure you're getting to the finish of the races. Rupert Deeth is leading the race by now 2.6 seconds then, after the demise of Endaf Owens, for whatever reason, in his number 32 car. And yeah, you can see confirmation there. He is not there, is he? So Deeth has this lead now pretty much all by himself over Colin Peacock, the red number 4 in second, and Scott Kendall and Brait in third position. And they're well within the S-Class cars now, putting a lap on them already. 737 and 766 are two of those. 66 is Williams, 37 is Stephen Rideout. Rupert Deeth though across the start-finish line, up towards Paddock Hill bend, turns into the right-hander. There, the red car is Colin Peacock. Now, is Peacock being caught by Kendall here on the last lap? Yes, he was, by half a second. So the number 8 car is catching that red number 4 of Peacock. 9/10 was officially the margin between the two of them, but of course it will ebb and flow now in amongst traffic. As you can see, some of the back markers are getting more out of the way than others. So Leon Ollie Window there, the white number 27 was getting out of the way, but there, the Michael Winkworth car, which still leads the S-Class, not exactly making life easy for the leaders. So if you catch a back marker at a tricky part of the circuit, it can easily lose you a good half a second or so in one moment. So Rupert Deeth really pushing on there, sideways up through the final corner. One car heading for the pit lane there in front of them. Who was that making his way in? That was the 39 car, I think, which is heading into the pits. 39 was Glenn Woodbridge, who qualified fourth within the Mini 7s, but he appears to have some sort of a mechanical issue. So the race then overall being led by Rupert Deeth, second Peacock, third Kendall, and fourth place is the number 80 of Joe Thompson. In fifth position is number 66, that's Darren Cox, and sixth then for number 126, Peter Hills. Within the 7 class then, 9th place overall, but leading the class is that man there, Andrew Jordan, the orange number 88, still from the number 1 of Jeff Smith. That was ever thus between those two. Absolutely nothing to choose between them. And then behind, the battle for 3rd is between Michael O'Brien and the number 94 of Lee Roberts. I say battle, there's actually 10 seconds or so between them, so O'Brien pretty safe in 3rd position. And then the S is being led still by Winkworth by 1.3 seconds now over Fraser Hack in 2nd, but Hack is really under pressure from Matthew Page. In fact, Hack got back ahead of Page on the previous lap, and the two continue to circulate just a tenth or so apart. So cars 723 and 703. So across the line then they come. Nice battle here. In fact, that is the S-Class car of Taylor, which runs 4th in class, just going up against the 27 of Leon Ollie Window. That is a fight for position overall, but not within the class. There's the class leader for the S's, Winkworth, 1.9 seconds up the road now. Got that Hack and Page scrap for 2nd place. And there on the right-hand side, you can see the podium runners within the classes. Deeth still leading in the Miglias. Of course, the Libero class, a class of 1, so Peter Hills, as long as he finishes, guaranteed that victory. But then Andrew Jordan and Michael Winkworth, the other 2 class leaders at the moment. There's the 789 making its way through. 789 is Arnold Duncan, who runs in the S-Class, 5th place in the S-Class at the moment. So into the second half of the race then, coming up on 8.5 minutes still to go. And the battles in the Miglia is actually calming down a little bit now. The bigger battle is the one for the lead in the Mini 7s, isn't it? As Andrew Jordan continues to feel the pressure here from Jeff Smith. There's number 24 going through. That's Ed Simmons, who, as I said, is racing his father's Miglia for the first time. Jeff Smith sideways at clearways. Andrew Jordan a little bit of a later turning point there, so I thought for a second that Smith might be able to get on the inside, but wasn't quite able to do so. Simmons there, not getting too stuck in, but enjoying himself out there in the Miglia class. I think it is the first time that he's raced in the Miglias as well, having possibly done some 7s racing in the past. While since I spoke to Edward, but he is certainly enjoying himself out there on the circuit at the moment, running 7th place at the moment, so he's not last in class. He's 5.8 seconds ahead of the Chris Lovett car, number 62. Mini 7 class lead battle drops down into Graham Hill Bend for the 14th time of asking, 13th time actually for these two. The leaders overall in the Miglias have just gone on to their 14th lap of the race, still with Deeth 4.4 seconds clear of Peacock, who's 2 seconds ahead of Kendall, so that gap's gone back out again since we last checked in with them. Smith definitely carries a bit more speed there into clearways, doesn't he? You feel that if he could get a bit closer to Andrew Jordan, he might just be able to fire it up the inside, but how much of a risk he'd be willing to take against Andrew, I don't know. Probably wouldn't go down terribly well if they took each other out, these two. I'm sure it won't come to that, but Jeff Smith certainly won't want to sit in 2nd till the end of the race. Closes in the slipstream. You can see visibly there the power of that slipstream down the pit straight. Not far behind these two is the overall race leader, Rupert Deeth. So these two are going to have to watch their mirrors. Well, Andrew Jordan is doing nothing but watching his mirrors at the moment, but they're both going to have to keep an eye out for the Miglias coming through within the next lap or so, I'd say. I think they're the next cars behind these two now. So you're going to have all of the class leaders coming together very, very soon. Down through Graham Hill Bend, there goes the 7s, and there, right on cue, is Rupert Deeth, the leader in the Miglias. So the 23 car, you can see how close he's getting. There in the background, the red car with the headlights on, that's Colin Peacock, 2nd in class, and he's still 2 seconds, almost exactly 2 seconds ahead of Scott Kendall in 3rd. So Deeth is going to catch these two, coming out through clearways. Could this benefit Jeff Smith? Could it give him the opportunity, maybe, to have a go at Andrew Jordan? He forces Deeth to go the long way round there. Deeth then cuts back into the line, and will again have to go to the outside of Andrew Jordan. So actually that didn't really delay either of the Mini 7 lead contenders, nor did it particularly delay Rupert Deeth. Actually, he managed to get through them pretty cleanly there without having to back off too much. So Deeth then up the hill, heading towards the final quarter of the race, and really, Jeff Smith sideways again there through Druids. I was about to say, I feel that he's maybe shown Andrew Jordan everything he's got now. He's been latched onto the rear bumper of Andrew ever since Jordan got back ahead of him earlier on. Smith, having actually got better at the start, moved ahead of Jordan, but then within a couple of laps Jordan was back in the lead, and then Smith really hasn't ever been quite close enough to attack, and now that little mistake has just dropped him back fractionally from the class leader again. So Andrew Jordan starting to look a bit more comfortable now as the leader in the Mini 7s. They head out of clearways. The 7S class leader Michael Winkworth, he's 2.6 seconds clear of Fraser Hack now. He's making his way up through Druids Corner. Fraser Hack not actually under too much pressure still from the 784 of Arnold Duncan. What happened to Ryan Taylor though? Ryan Taylor started 7th within that class, and well, he's 3rd, but he is 5 seconds further back in 3rd place, so his race pace not quite as good as his quali base. You can see the peril involved here though as you get through the back markers. You can have a comfortable lead as Rupert Deeth does. He's 4.8 seconds up the road now from Colin Peacock, but it can all be undone if you trip over a back marker at an inopportune moment. Someone retiring to the paddock. That is Winkworth. That's Winkworth from the lead of the S-Class. Just as I thought he had this all under control, Michael Winkworth is out of the race. He pulls into the Parc Ferme area, then comes in through the back entrance to the paddock. There's steam coming from the front of the car, I think, and he's pretty quick to get out of the car. So Michael Winkworth then retiring from the lead. He's going to help the recovery crew move the car out of the way properly, but that is a real heartbreak. It's brilliant news if you're Fraser Hack, because it means that you've just inherited the class lead, but not really the way that you want to do it, I suppose. Hack is 5.3 seconds ahead of Taylor, who is only 0.8 ahead of the 789 car of Arnold Duncan. So fight now for second within the 7s could start to get a bit more interesting. So there is Fraser Hack, the 723 then. He is now your new class leader in the 7Ss as he drops through Clearways Corner and out through Clark Curve. He might not even know actually that Winkworth's had this problem. If Winkworth pulled off before Fraser caught him, he might not have seen that the race leader had run into problems. So that's well, unexpected, and unfortunately for Winkworth, who had been dominating the race, it probably ends his chances of winning the Winter Series as well now, because 20 points will go begging. And as I said, it's going to be almost impossible over the final 2 races to claw back that sort of amount of points. Did he at least manage to get that fastest lap back? His best lap was a 59.699. I think he is the only of the S-Class drivers to get it underneath the 60-second bracket. So yeah, he will at least get a point for fastest lap, but of course 20 points at the moment would go to Fraser Hack should he hang on to the overall victory, or the S-Class victory I should say. So there's the 704 car. It's the Page car, one of the Page cars anyway. Giles Page that is, rather than Matthew. There goes Fraser Hack up through Clark Curve. So dramatic race this then. Rupert Deeth having it all his own way at the front of the field. The gap for second in the Miglias is coming back down again. Last time I checked it was creeping up over 2 seconds, but so Colin Peacock now only 1 second to the good. In fact, now only 7/10 of a second to the good over Scott Kendall. So the numbers 4 and 8, the 2 to watch for here, they're getting closer together now for second place overall, and within the Miglia class, they're not far behind this car actually of Fraser Hack. Comes down into Graham Hill Bend, and there is the overall leader, which the 2 cars behind him that are getting a bit close together. The Mini 7s are still nose to tail with Jeff Smith. Again, sideways. Every time we cut to Jeff Smith, he seems to be dealing with armfuls of opposite lock as he throws it into the corners, but a fast entry doesn't always mean a fast exit, and I think Smith is discovering that now. So Andrew Jordan then works his way up through Surtees. One of the Miglias coming through to put a lap on them. The 7 class is probably the hardest class to be in, really, because you're quicker than the S-Class cars in theory, so you're lapping them, but you're also being lapped at times by the Miglias, so you've got to overtake slower cars and also are being overtaken by faster cars, which is pretty headache-inducing. Right, 2 laps to go. Where's this 5 per second? There they are, and they've changed. Kendall's gone through. Kendall has got himself ahead of Colin Peacock. Then the number 8 car is ahead now. Can Peacock find a way back through? They're dicing through some of the S-Class traffic now, and this might just give Peacock a chance to get back on terms with Kendall. But for whatever reason, Colin Peacock's pace through the second half of the race has not been as strong as it was in the first half, and Scott Kendall has taken full advantage of that to move into second place. He gets a valuable extra point for that. 19 points for finishing second, 18 for third. Peacock a bit sideways there through Surtees. I wonder if his tyres are going off a bit, or if maybe just the setup is not working well in the long run. Having said that, he closes right back in again through clearways. Now they're going on to the final lap of the race. Is he going to be able to get back through? Out of Clark Curve, he's in the slipstream as Colin Peacock. This is the fight for second place overall and within the Mini Miglias as we go on to the final lap of race number 1 here of the Dunlop Mini Winter Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. And Scott Kendall's going to have a real fight on his hands now to hang on to second place, although actually Peacock is a bit slower through paddock. Seems good on the brakes, does Peacock, but through the high-speed corners, the rear of that number 4 car doesn't seem very well settled, does it? So through paddock, through Surtees, he's suffering with a little bit of maybe lift-off oversteer. And that's just hurting his chances of attacking, really, because he can't carry the speed through the corners quite as well as the driver that he's battling with. Car staying well out of the way there, possibly with a problem. As we head into the final corner, then the time has ticked down to 0. Rupert Heath is already long since gone, actually. He's on his way towards the checkered flag now. I don't think we're going to get a change for second, so Rupert Heath comes through to take the opening win of the weekend in the Dunlop Mini Winter Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. Wins the Miglia class as well. Now for second place, is it going to be Scott Kendall? Yes, it is. Scott Kendall then from 4th on the grid, a fighting drive, moving ahead of Colin Peacock there in the late stages. Peacock has to settle for 3rd. 4th place looks like it will go to the number 80 of Joe Thompson, and then in 5th position, the 66 of Darren Cox is being given, I think, a penalty of some sort. Now, there's no notification on the timing screen of what that penalty is for, I'm afraid. A 10-second penalty it is. That would be one of 2 things, either a start infringement or, more likely, it is track limits infringements. Going out of paddock, out of Graham Hill Bend, drivers, if they run too wide over the curbs on too many occasions, they will have time added onto their race. Andrew Jordan, by the way, comes home to take victory in the Mini 7 category. He won that in the end by 1.7 seconds over Jeff Smith. So Jeff Smith really dropped back there towards the end of the race with Conor O'Brien in 3rd. 4th place is number 94, Lee Roberts. And then you get into the S's. So 723 was, of course, the winner there. Fraser Hack after Michael Winkworth's dramas. 784, Ryan Taylor did manage to hold on to second place, or reclaim second place, I should say, there towards the end from Arnold Duncan in 3rd. Duncan only just hanging on, though, to that 3rd place over Matthew Ayres, who came from towards the back of the grid to finish 4th in class. So, exciting stuff there then. Certainly kept us guessing throughout the course of the race. And as the cars head back from the pit lane, let's confirm the result then. Rupert Heath takes the victory in the Mini Miglia class by 9.5 seconds. That is an absolute age in Mini Miglia terms. It may have been different had Endaf Owens not had his retirement. Need to try and get to the bottom of what happened to Endaf before the second race of the weekend, but anyway, that meant that Kendall and Peacock, their battle for 3rd, became the battle for 2nd, and it was Kendall that got the better of Peacock in the end. 4th position went the way of Thompson, 5th for Cox, 6th for Simmons, and then 7th place overall was the Libra class entrant, that of Peter Hills. 8th position then, 7th within the Miglias, goes the way of Chris Lovett, and then we're into the 7s. It's Andrew Jordan ahead of Jeff Smith, with Michael O'Brien 3rd, and 4th position going the way of Lee Roberts. And then in the 7Ss, it was Fraser Hack who took a slightly fortunate victory, it must be said, but he'll take it, it's worth the same amount of points. 2nd place goes the way of Ryan Taylor, and 3rd for Arnold Duncan. And then further back, look, we had Matthew Ayres, Leon Ollie Window, followed by the first of the 2 Pages. Not sure what relation they are, but it was Giles Page, who was the highest placed of the Pages in that race, ahead of Reese Williams Thomas, Darren Jeremiah. Then it was Johnson, Steve Ridehout, and then into the retirements, Winkworth, the other Page, Matthew Page, unfortunately didn't get to the end, nor did Woodbridge, Owens, or Sims. So a handful of drivers there that didn't get to the end of the race. I believe I've just said Michael O'Brien again. I could have even said Eugene O'Brien. I've said every other O'Brien instead of Conor O'Brien today. I do apologise, Conor. Conor O'Brien it was that managed to get himself onto a class podium. Right then, that was an entertaining race. Plenty to dissect after that. And down there with the podium finishers is Ian Waterhouse, and he'll be able to give us all of the breakdown from an entertaining first mini race of the weekend.
Well, there you go. How exciting was that? This is the race winning car. It is Rupert Heath. Started on pole, didn't he? We actually spoke to him in some of the areas beforehand, but managed to get the job done. We're going to have a word with him. He's just chatting actually to the on-circuit media right now, so just bear with us 1 minute. Let's grab Colin Peacock actually whilst we're waiting. He came home 3rd. Colin, almost, not quite, not quite. And of course, Scott just managed to pick you right at the end, didn't he?
Yeah, good for him. He did well. I got unlucky with traffic.
Yeah.
Hopefully, next race he'll be unlucky with traffic.
It makes great watching, though. I have to tell you that.
Yeah. And then I nearly lost it at paddock in the last lap.
Well, plenty more action to come anyway. And of course, third on track. So congratulations. Let's grab the man himself. There you go, Rupert. That's how you do that, isn't it?
You rubbed a bit of good luck onto me, didn't you?
Oh no, you could always talk to me then, can't you? I mean, you kind of ended up getting away with it a little bit, didn't you? We saw certainly Scott and Colin having a bit of a battle close on it. Kind of just let you get away.
Yeah, Endaf and I sort of broke away. I'm not sure what happened to him.
Yeah, he came in the pits, retirement. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, it was a real shame.
Well, that's a shame because we were having a good, clean race, and it'd have been nice to see it to the checkered flag.
And we made it. The rain is now coming down. We just got to the finishing
Well,
time.
we don't mind a bit wet. That spices it up, and let's just hope it's okay for tomorrow.
Congratulations, well done, Rupert. That's how you do it, isn't it? This man over here, Fraser Hack, of course, picking up the Mini 7 S-Class win, and it was Andrew Jordan as well who picked up a class win too. So congratulations to everybody. I've got to say, it's actually the lunch break now. The rain has just started to come down as well, so we got that just in time, didn't we? I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Andy, who's going to tell you what is coming up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks Ian. Well, that's not good news. Rain coming down. Luckily it's come down just as the lunch break starts. Hopefully it clears off as quickly as it arrived. After the lunch break we have lots more racing to come. The second round of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series will be up at about 12:45. Then we've got the final round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, the 3-hour encounter due to kick off at 1:15. And then we will have sunset just before 4:30, and at 4:30 we will have the 40-minute qualifying session for the Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category with the 50-minute night race, the first of 2 night races for those drivers, kicking off at 5:20. So plenty more racing to come here today and indeed tomorrow. It's a 2-day event here at Brands Hatch. We hope you'll stick around for plenty more exciting racing action as we move deeper on into the day. For now, though, we are into our lunch break, so whilst we are waiting for the on-track action, the live on-track action to resume here at Brands Hatch, let's remind ourselves of some more of the fabulous action we've enjoyed in the recent past, courtesy of the BARC.
Win the championship provisionally. There's the 71, that's the BMW of Luke Pound and Christian Overend. It's Luke on board at the moment. Tony Draper's come in the Ginetta G20 to hand over to Steve Griffiths. Grant Williams has pitted the taped together Clio. It will be Richard Colburn to take over, Colburn Senior. And this is the group of cars that got the penalties. 77 Golf, Rob Ellick and Anthony Rogers making a move on Anton Spires in the Clio. 46 Golf as well. They may not get their Class 3 double. It's still the Cook family who lead Class 3. They've yet to stop, and the leader has come in. Ollie Rubin is in the pit lane, I can tell you. There's the taped together Clio in the pits. Headlights shining through the gaffer tape. Mark Lee and Rob Smith had already made their stops. And Axel van Nederveen is coming in as well. There is the white Ginetta. We just caught a glimpse of it on the left of your screen there as the Peugeot left the pits in the hands of Campbell. Ollie Turner's in as well in the Golf. There's Mark Lee leaving the pits. So it's a hive of activity in the Donington pit lane. The only one of the leaders that has yet to stop is number 70. There is the BMW of, now driven by Brian Bransom, number 40. They stopped early. So I think there's only 3 cars that have yet to stop. And they are. There's Axel van Nederveen with the leader next to it. The only 3 cars that have yet to stop are Team Brit, number 70, Andy Tucker and Paul Vokes. And off goes the Peugeot. That's Charlie Campbell into the gravel at the old hairpin and out of the race. I was about to say Richard Higgins has yet to stop, but he's come in now. So the only other car that hasn't stopped, and as I say that, Edward Cook comes in. So the only car now that has yet to stop is Andy Tucker in number 70. So Charlie Campbell into the gravel. I think that is sufficiently far off the circuits that won't warrant a safety car. Because with most of the leaders in the pit lane, a safety car at this point would throw everything out of whack. And there's the number 40, that's Brian Branson. There is the number 10, just getting a push back from the crew. Making sure they release Simon Baker safely. Don't want any unsafe release penalties. There he goes. Here's Axel van Nedderveen in the Ginetta. Oh, he stalled it. Disaster for van Nedderveen. Gets it going now. There's Richard Higgins, one of our title contenders in the pit lane. He was one of the last to come in. There's the snatch vehicle retrieving Charlie Campbell. He'd only just taken over the Peugeot RCZ and he's in the gravel out of the race. Okay, Paul Vokes has now come in, so everybody has made their stops. A couple more notifications from race control. The pit window is just closed, so everybody getting their stops in just in time. There are a lot of drivers leaving it late, but they've all pitted in time. And now we've got to see where everything cycles through. There goes the BMW with Simon Baker now on board. He's got Axel van Nedderveen just behind him. So that could be the battle for the lead. Really getting dark here at Donington now. Now if the officials deem that it does get too dark, the checkered flag might come out early. There is that possibility, but we will wait and see on that. Not just yet, because everybody's enjoying racing in the twilight here at Donington at the moment. There's the number 93 of Kester Cook. He's made his way back up the order nicely after an early stop. He's in 8th place and he's ahead of Brian Branson in the BMW. There's one of the MX-5s.
I love it when it's so fucking cool, isn't it?
So most of the cars have now rejoined. The 77 Golf and the 4 Clio have come in to serve their stop-go penalties. We can now hand down to Ewan in the pits, who's talking to one of our title contenders, Aaron Thompson, after his stint.
On the pit wall then with Aaron Thompson. We spoke to his dad earlier. His dad's now taken over Aaron. He's just put a look at this. This is a team effort. We've got Mum behind the camera as well. Aaron, talk to us about that stint.
I just couldn't have gone any harder. I know I got caught up in a bit of traffic a few laps ago, and James just caught me in so much. I mean, respect to him. He's so respected in the motorsport world. So even to be on track level with him is such an honour. And I couldn't have drove any harder. I left it all out there for a take him.
I mean, when you handed over to your dad, we saw you at the end of the pit lane saying, go, 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 go. Full of emotion today, isn't it?
I've just got this thing in my head that 1 second stationary is a lot better outside. And his approach is, I'd rather take. So we clash a bit there. We're good everywhere else, but it's just two different philosophies that, when they do sort of come together, make championship winners, obviously.
Now, you are in line for the overall championship. Ollie Rubens had a great stint, put him out at the front with Simon Baker. Can you catch them?
I think they deserve it. I would happily come into second to a group of people that deserve it, and they deserve it. So whether it's second, third, to put a little 200 brake horsepower Clio in top 3 of Britcar Trophy is achievement in itself.
Amazing, mate. Great sentiment. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the race. We'll speak to you afterwards, I'm sure. Back to you, Dave, from the pit wall.
We caught a glimpse there of one of the MX-5s. Thanks, Ewan. One of the MX-5s, number 75 of Colin Wells in the gravel. I think that's at the chicane. Yep, the exit of the Fogarty S's. I hope that doesn't bring out a safety car. Well, Team Brit have exited the pit. The Peugeot's going again. Slowly. Charlie Campbell needs to put his foot down a bit and get back up to speed there. And yes, the safety car is coming out now. Everybody has made their stops. The only car on its outlap, according to this, is the timing screen, is the Tucker Vokes BMW. They were the last to stop. And by my reckoning, it is the BMW 1 Series of Simon Baker back in the lead, just ahead of Axel van Nedderveen in the Ginetta. And I think Kester Cook is the big winner, because he's in 3rd place, having made an early stop. Likewise, the Sapra and Branson BMW. There it is. Okay. The safety car is going to come out because of the stranded car of Colin Wells at the chicane, I believe. This thing's cycling through now. Ollie Turner is 5th. I think Team Brits are in about 6th place now. We'll have to wait until they've completed their outlap, though. There they are. And as the safety car is about to come out, we can, I think, hand down to the pits again with Ewan. I think he's got Ollie Rubin with him in just a moment.
So we've moved from the Thompson garage over to Simon Baker and Ollie Rubin. Ollie, incredible first stint, mate.
Yeah, thank you. It was hard.
How was it?
Yeah, it was hard. The track is still greasy, and then on lap 1 something blew up coming out the chicane down to the Melbourne loop, and it literally just put a line of oil the whole way down, and then it was just sat behind the safety car, and then when it come in, didn't warm the tyres up enough, and it caught me off guard a bit. But yeah, we got a decent enough lead. And
I mean, it wasn't just easy; it was 14 seconds, mate. It's incredible.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, it was hard.
What was the change in tactics? You going first this time?
That's something that we tend to do. Simon goes first in the first race. I go first in the second race. That's normally what we do.
And it's put you in a great position for the championship too.
I hope so, mate. We're P1, but it's very close. Van Nedderveen is right behind us, so.
It is ridiculous. I think before this race it was 3 points separating the top 3, so all to play for still, but you've put him in a great position.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know what to say. It's like so close, like so bloody close. So.
Ollie, well done, mate. It is all nerves down here back in the pits. I'm going to go back up to the commentary box with Dave.
Well, there is the safety car. Thanks, Ewan. Waiting to pick up our leader. Now, having a look at the classification after the pit stops at the moment. And the most significant thing involving our championship contenders is Richard Higgins has rejoined from his pit stop down in 10th, but more importantly, 2nd in Class 2. It's Adriano Medeiros in the little Ginetta. We just got a glimpse of it there. He's leading Class 2. There's Higgins in 2nd in Class 2. So making a late stop didn't pay off for Richard Higgins. He's got to catch that number 2 Ginetta to win his class. There's 2 cars between the two of them, Mark Lee and Johnny McGregor. The overall classification then after the pit stops. Simon Baker leads in the BMW 1 Series number 10. 2nd is Axel van Nedderveen in the white Ginetta number 111. And 3rd is number 93, Kester Cook, using an early stop to score. Likewise, Jasvis Sapra and Brian Branson, they're 4th. 5th place is Ollie Turner in the Golf, number 22. 6th is number 70, Team Brits. They were the last to pit. Andy Tucker and Paul Vokes. Paul Vokes currently behind the wheel. 7th is Spano and Medeiros. Then in 8th place, it is Mark Lee and Johnny McGregor and Richard Higgins, the cars you've just seen. There are the leaders. So the safety car will pick them up, ready for the restart, once the MX-5 of Colin Wells has been plucked from the gravel. See the back markers being waved through, including that rather battered Clio. That's the car that hit the tyre wall in race 1. Ellis Bardsley on board. What about our other title contenders, the Thompsons? Well, they're still leading the Clio class. And because of... that 62 car is 2nd in the Clio class. They've struck lucky, the Thompsons have. They're almost a full lap ahead of the rest of the Clios. Now, they will have to hope now that Baker and Rubin are beaten. There we see the... that's a rare shot for motorsport fans. The console on the starter's gantry. That shows exactly what the starting lights are doing. Just over 6.5 minutes to go in this race. You can see how much twilight we have here now. The safety car has picked up the leader. And so the Thompsons are going to have to hope that the BMW gets overtaken by its Class 1 rivals. Because I think if that BMW number 10 wins Class 1, then they will take the title by a point, even if the Thompsons win their class. That's my calculation anyway. As I say, don't quote me on that, because math's not my strong point. Which cars have we lost further back? The Peugeot is back in the pits, the RCZ. We know we've lost Colin Wells MX-5. The Chandler and Wheatley Golf has made 6 pit stops so far and is still running. They've got clear problems there. The Thurston and Powell Clio is out of the race. We've also lost Arthur McMahon, number 45, Honda Civic, the Irishman. Obviously, Alistair Easum retired early. So did James Black with a blown engine in the Clio. Those are the cars we've lost so far. So we have about 24 cars left running. Lights still on atop the safety car then. It's going to be a sprint to the finish. Question is, can Simon Baker hang on in front? That BMW is fallible. We saw him spin in race 1. One back marker, and that's the other MX-5 of number 50, Alistair Esom. I think I thought that car had retired. It's listed as not having completed any laps, so presumably the timing isn't working on that car. It's definitely Colin Wells' car that was in the gravel. As they circulate behind the safety car. 15 laps completed. Now the rest of the field has been able to close up under the safety car, and this is going to play into the hands of the Clio pursuers, if you like, mainly 62 of Ellis Bardsley, because he's going to be able to close up on the Clio of the Thompsons. What's happened to the headlights on Axel van Nederveen? He should have his headlights on. I hope that's not a sign of problems with the Ginetta. Tail lights are on. So I think he needs his headlights on by now. There we see it. Axel van Nederveen must have been eating carrots to be able to see where he's going by now. Safety car heads them up towards McLean's once again. It's definitely going to be a sprint finish here at Donington Park in this final Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category race of the season. As it stands at the moment, I reckon Woodrow Motorsport are heading for the title. They've done the majority of the overall winning this year. Because if all three of the title contenders win their class, then it will be the BMW in front by a point. But of course, the Porsche is not leading its class at the moment of Richard Higgins. It's the little Ginetta of Adriano Medeiros that's leading Class 2. There we can see the classifications. The Ginetta G20 is leading Class 3 of Griffiths and Draper. Thompson's head the Clios. And Baker and Rubin Class 1. Time is ticking down here. There's only just over 2 minutes to go. I hope we do finish under green flags. It'll be a bit of an anti-climax, in my opinion, if we do finish under the safety car. Now, are we going to go green this time? Didn't see the lights on the safety car there. Yes, we are. 2 minutes sprint to the line then. Here we go. Listen to this. Here we go then, the sprint for the line in our Britcar season closer. It is Baker and Rubin who have held their advantage with the number 10 BMW. They're heading down into the Craner curves. There's the BMW of number 40, Brian Branson. He's in 4th place. Pick up the leaders as they head up towards McLean's. And yes, look at the way that Simon Baker has sprinted away from his opposition here, clearing off ahead of Axel van Nederveen. Kester Cook is 3rd in the Ford Fiesta. Great performance by him after making that early stop. There's a back marker, that's the MX-5 number 50. There's Ollie Turner with the number 22 Golf. And another car in the gravel, number 99, that is Simon McCormick in Class 3 Invitation. He's out of the race. Only 50 seconds left on the clock. It's looking good for Baker and Rubin to take another overall victory. Kester Cook under fire from Brian Branson. Here he comes, there's a Golf in front of him. This is the hobbled number 35 of Stephen Chandler, has made several pit stops. Just trying to get as many racing laps in as they can. Now, is Baker backing off to try and get the checkered flag this time, or are they going to have to do one more lap? We'll wait and see as they come out of Goddard's. Here he comes round the left-hander. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? No, it is not. The last lap board goes up, so the last lap of the Britcar Trophy season is headed by Simon Baker. Van Nederveen in second place. He was a few seconds too early there. Kester Cook in third, ahead of Brian Branson. Something's happened to the team Brit BMW. They've lost a few places, down to 10th. Well, Spano and Medeiros still lead Class 2. There's the Ginetta, ahead of Mark Lee, the Race 1 winner. There's Richard Higgins, his championship slipping away. It's looking good for Woodrow Motorsports, because they have a 0 to drop. The Clio has 19 to drop. And on dropped scores, if they both win their classes, it's going to be the BMW, surely. Up the hill, the BMW of Brian Branson goes through past Kester's Fiesta, Kester Cook, at Coppice for the last time. They are fighting it out for third place on the podium and in Class 1 as we finish under lights here at Donington Park. Wonderful atmosphere to finish the Britcar season as we await the race winner to come in. Waiting for Ollie Reuben and Simon Baker. Baker on board. Round the hairpin for the final time. Van Nederveen shadowing him, quite literally. But it's going to be a win for Woodrow Motorsport, and we'll wait to confirm, but I think it's going to be the championship for Woodrow as well. Here they come, and there is the checkered flag. The number 10 BMW wins it. Axel Van Nederveen comes over in second. Sapra and Branson take third, just ahead of Kester Cook. Top 4 home in Class 1. And well done to Mac G Racing. Johnny McGregor came through on the last lap to take Ollie Turner for 5th. That's a great run from the back of the grid. That Mazda RX-8, I think that's the first time it's taken a finish. And a fine 5th place. But in near darkness here at Donington Park, it is a win for Simon Baker and Ollie Reuben. And by my...
Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody. Hope you enjoyed some of that action from Donington Park a few weeks ago. That was a bit of an into-the-night race, wasn't it? Perhaps not planned that way, but tonight we will get some proper night racing from the Britcar Championship drivers, and we're looking very much forward to that. About 5 minutes away, I believe, from our next race starting, and that will be our final sort of proper sprint race of the day, really. That's the second race of the weekend for the Ginetta Junior Winter Series, and that will be another 15-minute race. The first one earlier on was certainly very, very entertaining, won by Josh Rowledge with Harry Reynolds second and Joe Warhurst in third, so looking forward to that one. Here is how the grid lines up then for this second race. The grid based on the second fastest lap times from qualifying though, so it's a slightly different look to the front of the grid than it was at the front of the race earlier on. So it is still Rowledge, the race 1 winner, on pole position, but alongside him, this year's runner-up in the main championship, Liam McNeely, who was only 4th in race 1, but he starts second for race 2. 5 times winner this year, McNeely. Can he get his first Winter Series race win in this next race? Then it's the runner-up from this morning, Harry Reynolds, starts third alongside Joe Warhurst, ahead of Tom Edgar, also twice a winner in this year's main championship. He's got Max Dodds for company on row 3. Maurice Henry faded a bit after some early contact in race 1. He starts this one 7th alongside Ian Aguilera, with Akil Alibi and the top rookie driver from race 1, Sonny Smith, alongside him. Sonny once again is the highest placed rookie on the grid for this one. Then it's Max Hall and Will McIntyre, another rookie there. Will starting just behind Smith, ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss and Jack Sherwood. Then Oliver Cottam and Mackenzie Douglas, James Wires and Luca Hopkinson, with Leona Theobald at the back of the grid. Leona was, I believe, the only non-finisher from the race earlier on, so unfortunately will not score points for that one, but will hopefully be back out there again at the back of the start of this one. So there are the cars. They're lined up on the grid. 35 points go the way of the race winner for each of these races. So that, of course, went to Josh Rowledge after the first race earlier on. You also get a point for qualifying on pole position, so he got that bonus point too. He also got the fastest lap, so maximum points so far for Josh Rowledge but will he be able to keep that going now through our second race of the weekend? We shall have to wait and see. Yes, the pole position for each race, I believe, is worth 1 bonus point, because the grid for this one is also, of course, based on the qualifying results, so he should pick up another bonus point for getting the pole in this race, but we'll get that confirmed. Either way, he is 7 points clear of Harry Reynolds at the moment, and Reynolds, of course, starts third on the grid for this one, with Liam McNeely really in need of a race win, ideally. So green flag lap then gets underway. The car's heading out onto their final lap of the circuit, being led around by the safety car in cold, but I believe still dry conditions. Ian Waterhouse did mention, didn't he, just before we through to our lunch break, that there were a few spots of rain in the air, but that seems to have faded away, that threat of rain now, for the time being at least. We will have dry racing for the remainder of the day. So this winter series, which, as I said, it was formed back in 2008 for the first time, won by Josh Hill that year. And it's an important end of season event, really. It's not just a bit of fun, it's not just a chance to get a bit of testing in at the end of the season, but there are prizes up for grabs as well. The winner of this event, the driver that scores the most points over the 4 races, gets 50% off their entry fee into either next year's Ginetta Junior Championship or the next step up the Ginetta racing ladder, the GT5 Challenge. So whether you are a returning driver like Josh Rowledge or a Liam McNeely, who may be looking to move on to GT5 Challenge, or if you're someone who is perhaps in their first year of Ginetta Junior racing or debuting in Ginetta Juniors this weekend, plenty to fight for. Half off your entry fee, and that is quite a big chunk, it must be said. That's for the champion. Second overall receives £1,500 worth of parts credits from Ginetta cars, 1 or 2 of them already needing a few spare parts after the race earlier on today. And third overall gets 8 free 2022 specification Ginetta Junior Championship tyres, and that is nothing to turn your nose up at either. Those tyres, again, can be fairly pricey. They get 8 of them for free if they finish third in the championship. The top rookie gets a £1,000 parts credit with Ginetta cars, and then there is the Hard Charger Award, which is for the driver that gains the most positions over the 4 races. They get 4 free tyres for the 2022 Ginetta Junior Championship. So, for doing well in this event, and also for gaining lots of positions in this event, you will have prizes that are available to you. Josh Rowledge, though, doesn't need to gain any more positions. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't lose any. He's starting on pole position again. He was the winner in the first race earlier on today, and he pulls the grey and blue R racing car up onto pole position. Alongside him, Liam McNeely for Fox Motorsport. 5 times a winner. He had 7 other podium finishes in the 2021 campaign. The only drivers with more wins than him last year were the eventual champion Aston Miller and Callum Voisin as well, both of them running for R Racing. So he's well versed in battling R Racing drivers, is Liam McNeely, and he's got another one now to try and overtake on the inside of him as we get ready for round number 2 of the Ginetta Junior Championship Winter Series. 15 minutes of racing here around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Rowledge on pole position, McNeely alongside him. Lights out, away we go. A very quick start there from Joe Warhurst. Was that too quick? I'm not too sure. Absolutely terrible start from Harry Reynolds, but they're 3 wide for the race lead, and it might just be Joe Warhurst in the blue car on the outside line that gets the advantage. No, he's not as late on the brakes as Rowledge, so Rowledge holds on to the advantage, and actually McNeely comes through with him, and then it is Max Dodds from 6th on the grid, the green car, muscling his way through on the inside line, trying to challenge for a podium place. Now, we got them all cleanly through the first few corners in race 1. We have sort of got them through cleanly in race 2. One car is out wide on the grass there. That's the number 72 car, which is dropping down the order as a result, but manages to get back on the road. Thankfully, that was Sonny Smith, I'm afraid, our rookie winner from the earlier race. Well, despite a really good start from Warhurst, he's still only 3rd, so he got himself ahead of Harry Reynolds, who has plummeted down into about 6th or 7th place. Max Dodds up the inside there. That's where he made contact with Maurice Henry in the early stages of race 1. Thankfully, this looks like a clean move that he's making, and he is now cleanly up the inside of Joe Warhurst. So top 2 getting away. Both of these wing mirrors already flattened in on both the Warhurst and Dodds cars before they made that second bit of contact down the straight, and diving up the inside almost at both of them. Yes, they are 3 wide. Who was that? That was Edgar. Edgar passed both of them. Terrific move that was from Tom Edgar. From 5th to 3rd, picks the pocket of Max Dodds and Joe Warhurst as they were so busy battling each other they forgot all about the 5th place car, which now jumps into a podium place. Warhurst is really getting beaten up here. Dodds has gone through. Round the outside goes the 23 and he spins. Oh, right in front of the pack. Joe Warhurst amazingly is avoided by everybody, and he somehow kept it out of the tyre barriers but after starring on the opening half of the lap, Joe Warhurst, I'm afraid, is right at the back of the field, but he's lucky to still be in one piece. That was a scary spin right in front of the majority of the field. So Tom Edgar then moves into third, Max Dodds fourth, and it was Harry Reynolds that went around the outside of Warhurst coming out of Druids Corner. And as the two lines sort of merged on the exit, it looked as though it was going to be Reynolds that got spun, but actually it was Warhurst who was on the inside that ended up rotating, and Reynolds got away with it and stayed in 5th place. Right, deep breath everybody. This is Ginetta Junior racing as we know and love it, isn't it? Rowledge leads the way, McNeely second, Rowledge with the fastest lap, but still only 0.4 of a second up the road. There they are, look, turning through Druids. Then the almighty battle for third then, with Tom Edgar with the move of the day so far, no doubt about it, up the inside of Rowledge and Dodds. He takes third, Dodds is fourth, Reynolds is fifth, 6th place for Maurice Henry, 7th place then is number 93, that's Max Hall, he started 11th, he's gained some good ground. Then it's 8th place Ian Aguilera, diving up the inside is the recovering number 72 car there of Smith, Sonny Smith, the rookie winner from race number 1. The rookie leader at the moment is down in 12th place, number 98, that's Oliver Cotton. So Oliver Cotton was third in the rookies in race number 1. Remember, there is this prize of £1,000 parts credit for the top rookie over the weekend. Off goes number 94, Jacob Hodgkiss. I don't think he did that on his own, did he? I think there was a car on the inside of him that lent on him, and now he's very slow as he tries to get back up to speed. These cars are not the most powerful, of course, they're limited as well, being junior cars to a top speed of around 100 miles an hour, so they don't have quite the acceleration performance of, for example, a GT5 Challenge spec car. Still spectacular though, aren't they? Look, flames flying from the back of the Josh Rowledge car. Already seems like it's going dark at Brands Hatch. Mind you, it seemed like that at 10 o'clock this morning. It's only 10 to 1 in the afternoon, but you can imagine by the time we get towards the end of our next race, the C1 Challenge 3-hour race, it is going to be getting pretty dark and gloomy out there. The leaders, though, are lighting up the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit right now with what looks like being a repeat of the very close battle in race number 1. So Rowledge, remember, if you cast your minds back an hour or so ago to race number 1 of the day, he led every lap of that race, but Harry Reynolds, who sort of stayed with him for the first 5 minutes, then dropped back a bit and then closed back in at the end of the race. He did seem a lot quicker than Rowledge in the final 5 minutes, so will we see the same trend here with McNeely? Will Rowledge maybe get away from him in the first half, but then he'll reel back in again as we go into the closing stage, which we'll have to wait and see. There's Oliver Cotton, the 98 car, on the attack. He is still leading in the... No, he's not leading in the rookies, sorry. The 72 of Sonny Smith is back ahead of him now, you can see. So Smith is leading the rookies, but he's having to defend that lead now from Cotton and the Elite Motorsport car right behind, that of the number 18 of Will McIntyre. And in the end, the positions stay as they were, but Will McIntyre, who was the fastest rookie in qualifying this morning, but lost out on the victory to Sonny Smith. He now finds himself third, but those 3 cars there just coming down the Cooper Straight, they are the top 3 in the rookies. And then the next car behind them is the recovering Joe Warhurst, who of course was up there fighting for the victory in the early stages. So up through clearways, attack being made there by McIntyre, but he was just a bit too far back from the 98 of Oliver Cotton. He's really going to want to try and get past Cotton quickly before the 72 of Sonny Smith gets away, because if Sonny's pace from race 1 is anything to go by, he should have the pace to start pulling a gap now. Oh, that is Liam McNeely running wide at Paddock Hill Bend, looking to get away with that. Very easy mistake to make that, of course, going through the first corner, but Liam McNeely then just drops back a little bit from the race leader as a result. So Josh Rowledge, who didn't get a single podium in the 2021 Ginetta Junior Championship. He's going up against someone that was on the podium about 13 times, or 12 times, including 5 race victories, and yet he seems to be outpacing McNeely at the moment. Gap was 4/10 at the line, but will no doubt have gone out after McNeely's moment at Paddock Hill Bend. This then is the fight for third place. Rowledge's R Racing teammate, Tom Edgar, just ahead of the pair of Assetto Motorsport teammates, actually, Max Dodds, who was ahead of Harry Reynolds, but Reynolds look is ahead of him now, so the white and black number 23 car with the pink highlights into 4th now, ahead of the green of Max Dodds. Then it's Maurice Henry, and then this battle, number 93 is Hall, under a lot of pressure and about to lose that place, I think. Indeed, he does lose that place to Ian Aguilera, so Aguilera dives up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend and manages to relieve Max Hall of that 7th place, but Max Hall still doing well, having started 11th. He gained a good number of places there on that opening lap. Here come the rookies, 2nd place battle in the rookies this is now, and as Will McIntyre tries to go around the outside of Oliver Cottam, so he ends up opening the door for Joe Warhurst, who pulls alongside him as they go down into Graham Hill Bend. Warhurst will be on the outside line, but he's so much more committed. You can tell the extra experience that Warhurst has in these cars, and he simply drives around the outside of the rookie driver. So that gives him an extra position within the class, and or within the overall race order, although there are technically 2 classes here, the main class and then the rookie class, they all just score points together, so your overall racing position is what will make the difference when it comes specifically to the rookie class points that are being scored. So Sonny Smith looking to extend his margin, but he was only 3 points ahead of Will McIntyre coming into this race. There's the 94 making its way through. Jacob Hodgkiss, after his off at Clearways a few laps ago, not really recovered massively. Warhurst's up the inside of Oliver Cottam now, and he should be able to make that move stick. Now, the crucial thing here is whether or not Will McIntyre can follow him through, because that would be for position within the rookies, but he's not quite close enough to do it. They've been caught now, haven't they, by Hodgkiss, who is another non-rookie driver. So you've got the 2 rookies being sandwiched by the 2 more experienced drivers now, so really Hodgkiss wants to clear these 2 and get after Warhurst. Warhurst, I think, should have the pace to get away from this group now pretty quickly. He's been one of the faster drivers here this weekend. Hodgkiss, by comparison, qualified only 13th for this race. Back to the 3rd place battle now. Tom Edgar not getting away here from Harry Reynolds. So Reynolds needs the points here, doesn't he, really? He was 2nd in the first race, which means he comes into this race 7 points behind Rowledge. But Rowledge is leading again. There is Rowledge, and he's looking more and more certain to win it, isn't he? Because we're into the second half of the race, and his gap is over a second now. This is bigger than his gap ever was, I think, in race 1. So Rowledge to McNeely, 1.1 seconds precisely, then a further 1.7 seconds back to that fight for 3rd place between Edgar, Reynolds and Dodds. Well, really only Edgar and Reynolds now. Dodds dropping back looking 5th. 6th place Maurice Henry is matching his lap time, so that gap's not really coming down either. So Rowledge then through Clearways, inch perfect through there. It is a joy to watch these cars. They are essentially like big go-karts, really, which is what makes them so popular with these young drivers fresh out of karting. It's a car based on the G40 platform, and it has been a proven tool of development for young drivers for many years these days. 1.8 litre sealed Z-Tech engine under the hood, restricted to 100 brake horsepower, as I've said, top speed of about 120 miles per hour. Weigh very, very little, and that's why they can brake so late, and that's exactly what Harry Reynolds did there to relieve Tom Edgar of 3rd place. So Reynolds back into 3rd now. That one scoring 26 points, but that's still going to lose him more than 10 points at the moment to the race leader. In fact, it might not. It might, because actually I was assuming there that the leader had the fastest lap. He didn't. Harry Reynolds has the fastest lap. So the 23 car that just made that position is at the moment scoring the bonus point for the fastest lap as well. So that will minimise the damage being done here. The question is whether Liam McNeely for 2nd place is going to move ahead of Reynolds for 2nd in the points. Either way, that doesn't really matter. I suppose it does. You get a better prize for finishing 2nd than you do 3rd, but they really want to win the Winter Series if they can. That's what the big prize is there for. Side-by-side action in the background there. That's Will McIntyre getting involved with somebody. Who is that he's alongside? I say it was McIntyre. No, I think it was one of his elite teammates. That was Zaki Alibi and number 78, wasn't it, going side-by-side? 78 being Jack Sherwood. Not sure who came out on top there. Lead us down into Graham Hill. Then there is Sherwood. So Sherwood is ahead then of Smith and then Alibi. So Alibi losing 2 places there. Sherwood going through, and the 72 car of Sonny Smith. So Sonny Smith then still leading that rookie category, and you can see making really good progress now amongst the other much more experienced drivers. Here's the middle car of these trio, number 72, and he looks likely now, doesn't he, to make a move on the 78 car before too much longer. There's no way through at Clearways though, because Jack Sherwood, rightly so, defends the inside line. They all just sort of trip over each other a little bit. That actually gives Aki Alibi the better exit, and he tries to get up the inside through Clark Curve. There's almost contact. Seen that accident play out a lot of times here in the past at Brands Hatch, where a car is up the inside of another and they don't realise it going through Clark Curve, because the natural line there is to type up against the white line of the grass down the right hand side of the road. Oh, contact for 3rd. That's Harry Reynolds out wide. Edgar into the back of him, and Max Dodds says thank you very much, I will take that 3rd position. and he didn't really have to work that hard for it either. There's damage to the back of Reynolds' car. That will not go down well. We didn't quite see the start of that, but there was definitely contact between Tom Edgar and Harry Reynolds as they debated third place, and it's Max Dodds for Assetto Motorsport that really benefits from that. Edgar stays fourth and Reynolds drops 2 positions down to fifth. He needs to drop that rear bumper as well, because if it stays hanging loose like that, he may get called in by the stewards to get it sorted. Look at that, it's the entire rear end of the car. It's all one big piece of fiberglass, and it does provide a little bit of aerodynamics. I wouldn't call it a diffuser, but you can see there is a bit of aerodynamic work at play there. But right now he doesn't want it hanging on like that, because if it were to fly off into the path of another car, it could be deemed a danger and he might get brought in to get it removed. Ironically, that's exactly what he wants to happen. He wants it to fall off, and then he won't have to get that seen to by the mechanics. So Harry Reynolds then more determined than ever, I think, to win one of these parts credits with Ginetta for finishing either second or third in the, or second place I should say, in the overall points, but that's less likely because he just lost those positions as a result of the contact. Well, there are the leaders then, 2.5 minutes to go, so a couple of laps still remaining in this race, 3 laps probably they've got time for. Bit of traffic up the road, I think that is Leona Theobald about to go a lap down, but Leona is at least still running in this race, which is progress from race number 1. The action really is all about this fight for third then. Max Dodds, Tom Edgar, Harry Reynolds, and keeping a watching brief is Maurice Henry, who's been fairly quiet in this race but has caught up to this group right when it all started to kick off. Then the 77 car behind is Ian Aguilera, but he's a little bit adrift of those, nearly 2 seconds behind them. Now, Edgar got into the back of Reynolds up here a few laps ago. Reynolds might now choose to repay the favour. Well, no, fair, all credit to him there, he kept it clean, but they really delayed each other, and so Henry goes right on the outside of him and almost manages to get to the inside into Graham Hill Bend. I'll tell you what, whatever they've used to attach that left rear corner of the bodywork on the 23 car is really doing its job, isn't it? Because it is hanging on by probably 1 cable tie or something, but it is hanging on nonetheless, and providing quite the distraction, you imagine, for Maurice Henry behind. Through the right-hander at Clearways, it is slightly comical to look at, but you really don't want that flying off and hitting the front of Henry's car. Oh, off has gone Oliver Cotton, I'm afraid. Cotton was running well within the rookie element of the race, but he's gone off. I think that's Druids. I think that's up at the top of the hill at turn 2. It is at Druids, so the Breakall Racing driver beached in the gravel. I don't think there's any damage. I know the front wheel looked like it was at a funny angle, but I suspect that's just because he had full lock on to try and keep the car out of the gravel. That means there will be yellow flags up here. Now, that's not ideal because they've caught a back marker. That was Leona Theobald, but you're not allowed to overtake even if it's a lapped car that's getting out of the way. They might be able to argue that Leona was going so slowly there to try and get out of their way that they had no choice, but that might be discussed post-race. So we're about to go on to the final lap of the race. The top 2 pretty settled, but third place, anything but. It's any one of these 4 drivers that could stand on the podium at the end of this one. Tom Edgar is so close to the back of Max Dodds' car, but Max is never going to give him the inside line at Clearways, and Edgar dared go to the outside because that would open the door for Reynolds behind him. So it's a bit of a stalemate now, this 4-way battle. There, meanwhile, is the continued recovery of the blue number 95 of Joe Warhurst. He's got himself ahead of the rookie leader now, Sonny Smith, and now pulls himself alongside the 78 car of Jack Sherwood. So this is for 9th place overall. There's more damage now to the front of Warhurst's car, so he's had more contact with someone, and they're going to go 3 wide. Of course they are. Sonny Smith up the inside, to the outside goes Warhurst, and stuck in the middle was the 78 car of Sherwood. Not quite sure who came out on top of that one, because we quite rightly come back to now. You don't know where to look, do you? Got a 4-way fight for third, and then they're going 3 wide into Druids, where in fairness I don't see a yellow flag, so they are entitled to be doing this, but Warhurst I think is in danger of getting hung out to dry there. So, out onto the Cooper Straight goes our third place battle. Josh Rowledge looks like he's going to take a double race victory. Liam McNeely's going to get himself on the podium for the first time today, but behind them it is anybody's guess what order they're going to finish in. The checkered flag is waiting for the race leaders. There is Josh Rowledge, a double winner so far in the Ginetta Junior Championship Winter Series here at Brands Hatch. Second for Liam McNeely, and third is, deep breath, wait for it, Max Dodds, who does get the better of Tom Edgar, with Harry Reynolds in 5th and Ian Aguilera in 6th position. There they go through. Oh, so Maurice Henry dropped down to 7th at the end, not entirely sure why. 8th place then goes to Hall, 9th for Sherwood, so he did fend off Warhurst in the end, with Sonny Smith claiming another rookie race victory in 11th place. Did you get all that? That was pretty exciting, wasn't it? The Winter Series races here, they do tend to do this. They start off a little bit cagey as everyone's just trying to bank points, but then as you get deeper into the weekend, some drivers realise that their chances of winning the championship hinge on getting some more good results, and so they really start to take a few more risks. And then likewise, some drivers realise that they're not in contention anymore for the championship, and so they may as well just go out and get stuck in. And I think we saw a little bit of that coming to the fore in the final third of that race. Full credit to the mechanics at Assetto Motorsport there. That Harry Reynolds rear bumper stayed attached, didn't it, despite the fact that it was hanging loose for a good 5 minutes. So here is confirmation, provisionally at least, of the result from race number 2 of the Michelin Ginetta Junior Winter Series here at Brands Hatch. Josh Rowledge gets his second victory from 2 and will extend his points lead. Liam McNeely second for Fox Motorsport. Third place then goes the way of Max Dodds. Fourth place for Tom Edgar after that contact that he had with Harry Reynolds, who finished in 5th. Ian Aguilera was 6th ahead of Maurice Henry 7th. 8th place goes the way of Max Hall. 9th for Jack Sherwood, and good recovery in the end, that from Joe Warhurst after his his spin on the way down into Graham Hill Bend, recovering into 10th place. 11th place overall then was our rookie winner, Sonny Smith, who again doubles up with rookie victories in the 2 races today, ahead of Akil Alibi and Jacob Hodgkiss. Then it is second highest finishing rookie, Will McIntyre, ahead of the third rookie in the race, Mackenzie Douglas. Then just behind them we had James Wyers ahead of Luca Hopkinson, followed by Leona Theobald and Oliver Cottam, the only non-finisher in that race, having gone off up at Druids. Right then, the good news is we get to do that all over again tomorrow with 2 more Ginetta Junior Championship races, and if they're half as entertaining as that one, then we're in for quite the treat. But I'm sure our podium finishers have plenty of stories to tell after that one. Congratulations for a double victory for Josh Rowledge, Liam McNeely and Max Dodd joining him on the podium, and all 3 of them are now down in Parc Ferme, joining Ian.
Well, there we go. What can we say so far? It's proving to be a perfect day, isn't it, for you, Josh, so far? That one, you had a slightly larger gap going over the line?
Yeah, it was a great race, really. A massive thank you to our racing again. Gave me a brilliant car setup, and the car was just on it all the time through the race. So massive thank you to them. Big thank you to my sponsor, World Tankers. Supported me all the way through the year, so massive thank you to them, and thanks to everyone involved.
For the pole 2 wins so far, it's turning out to be a pretty good weekend.
Yeah.
What is it like to drive one of these round Brands Hatch, especially when there's a touch of moisture in the air, isn't there?
Well, the cars are great, really. Ginetta produced a great like learning ground, and massive they're really hard cars to drive, but once you get used to them, when you start sliding and you're in one with the car, you're in sync. Yeah, it's just it's the best feeling in the world, really.
Fantastic, Josh. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations. There you go. We've got Max Dodds over here, so let's grab a quick word with Max, because he did very well. Right, Max, that was quite exciting, wasn't it? And you had a good battle with Tom Edgar in the end, but you managed to get past.
Yeah, I mean, they had him and Harry had a bit of a coming together at Druids, and I managed to just take control of the situation, got into the front of that group, and then I spent the last couple of laps just trying to not let anybody pass me. But yeah, it was a good race overall. And once I managed to get in front of them, all I was thinking is just try and not let anybody pass.
They're so close, these, you know. The racing is so intense, especially around Brands Hatch. How do you stay concentrated?
I mean, it's difficult. I think the only motivation that you've got out there is wanting to do well, and everyone else around you that's pushing you forward and trying to get past you. So you have to try and move forward with them.
Max, can I ask you a question as well, because I'm feeling very old here. How old are you?
I'm 15.
15 years old. There you go. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank
well
you.
done. Fantastic stuff. He's 15 years old. We've got Liam over here. I believe if we've got time, we might be able to grab a word with him as well. Grab a quick word with you. That was a thrilling race, wasn't it? How was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a tough race. I felt we struggled for a bit of pace in the first race, so we sorted it out for the second race. So yeah, I'm happy to keep second, and yeah, it's good points.
Obviously, there's a bit more still to come this weekend for you guys. Who can stop Josh? Is it going to be you?
I hope so. I mean, he's really fast. Like in his own age, he's really fast. I can't really keep up. So yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. But yeah, I hope so.
Fantastic. Well done anyway. Congratulations. That's Liam McNeely there. He came home in second place. Now, if you've got a chance, you might be able to see over at the far side, we have a plethora of Citroen C1s. Have you ever seen so many outside of a Citroen? dealership. Now, if you want to stay with us, we might be able to walk around and have a little walk around to see if we can catch up with some of the drivers. We're going to make our way through the throng of people and the crowds. Look, we'll just nip through and let's go have a look and a chat with some of the C1 teams and drivers, shall we? 3-hour race coming up. Don't forget, sorry mate, you're right there, about to get run over by a scooter. But they look an awful lot of fun, don't they? This really, really is some incredible racing. Look at them, don't they look good? Stick with us a little bit longer and let's go find some of the drivers, shall we, to have a little chat to. We've got some drivers here. Guys, how are we feeling ahead of this?
I'm feeling good, thank you, but I'm not driving. This
You're not driving?
These two
you two are driving? Great.
I'm doing the change of tyre.
Oh yeah. You've got the really important job actually then.
They've got more stressful job than me.
3 hours in a C1, what's it going to be like?
Chaotic. Good fun. I mean, Jeff's starting the race at the moment.
Yeah.
So he'll probably do an hour and a half, then we'll swap over and it'll be interesting. The first few laps will be very interesting.
Just stay out of trouble, isn't it?
Out of trouble. It's a 3-hour race, it's not a sprint. And hopefully it'll be okay.
Fantastic, guys. Better luck. Enjoy it, won't you? We will, of course, be watching. I just want to go chat to. We've got some friends of ours coming up here as well. It is going to be the Club Racing UK boys. Let's see who is doing the very first stint here. We've got Amigo Motorsport. Here they are. Now, you've got some troublemakers with you today, haven't you? And it's Nick Holmes who's going to be doing the first stint.
Yep.
What are the boys like to work with?
Yeah, obviously I've known Nick and Stefan, obviously the Club Racing guys for a while. No, to be honest, they've done a fantastic job. You know, we've got it inside the top 20, which is I think their aim.
Yeah, 15th they start, and or is it 14th? Is it 14th?
14th.
Now, we normally talk to the drivers and make them the stars of the show, but really it's actually you guys. How much setup and how much work goes into getting one of these ready?
There's varying degrees. Obviously, a lot of this is kind of you can build these at home and kind of go out and race.
I used to have a C1 actually.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Obviously, we've put a lot of time and effort over the years. Obviously, getting these cars, at the pointy end of the grid, and obviously the kind of guys are reaping the rewards of it today.
We go. We're going to have to go. The whistle has blown. It's almost time to go. Let's just say hello to Nick Holmes very quickly.
Hello,
Nick, good luck for this. Now later we'll get the boys lined up. They're a slightly older boys-owned lookalike band. Good luck, guys. There you go. That's Nick Holmes, Club Racing UK. Keep an eye on everything. This is going to be fantastic. Car number 506, Patrick Watts. He's on pole position. Who is going to win? I'm going to hand over to your commentator Andy, who's going to take you through the action. The cars are heading out on track right now.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I'm looking forward to this. I have never yet commentated on a round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, and yet everyone I know who has been involved in it in any way, be that as a driver, a team member, or a member of a broadcast and media team, all have the same thing to say about it. They say it is incredibly good fun. The racing is good, the cars are good fun to drive. I mean, the most powerful cars in the world, they are not, but that actually is kind of what makes them good fun, because you have to carry good corner speed in these C1s, because once you scrub off speed, it can take you half an hour to get the speed back again. So you have to keep that momentum going. That means the cars slide through the turns. They don't have a huge amount of mechanical grip either. It really is a fantastically fun series to be a part of. And as we've seen, it attracts some pretty big names. I mean, Ian mentioned there the pole-sitting car, the 506 car, being started by Patrick Watts. That is Patrick Watts, former British touring car racer. Patrick Watts, factory Peugeot driver back in the 90s, and these days a very successful historic racer, but has in recent times become a regular appearance here in the Citroën C1 series, and that car will start on pole position. Now, it's a big old grid. I will run through the grid now for you, just with team names. I'm hoping we'll get some information on start drivers from the timing screen, but that is not guaranteed, so we might just have to pick up the odd bit of information as we go through the day. But on pole position is the 506 car. As we've said, we believe that's being started by Patrick Watts. It's certainly his car, the 506, the Ladybird Daddy car. I'm not going to ask where they got that name from. Alongside them is the 402, the JW Bird Motorsport car. So 506 and 402. There you can see them on the front row of the grid. Row 2 then for Emax Motorsport and Quattro Formaggio. Every time I see that team name, I'm going to start craving a pizza, I think, over the day. Fourth on the grid for the blue number 392 car. Then it's the second of the JW Bird Motorsport cars, the 443, alongside the third of the JW Bird Motorsport cars, 347. So two teammates there sharing the third row of the grid. Then it's #blessed. that is an actual team name for the 7th place number 326 car, and the JTR car number 350 that is 8th on the grid. PAB Mortgages, the 554, is 9th on the grid alongside Oakley Motorsport, or Oakley Motorsport, as they've called themselves. I don't know if that's a typo, if that's actually the team name. Given what I know about this championship, I'm willing to believe that is actually the team name for the 455. Then it's the 507 Ladybird team and the 399 More Win Motorsport, which is a brilliant name for a team, lining up 12th on the grid. 477 is next then, that's Team Godden alongside Amigo Motorsports, 450 car. Then it's the 491 Squadra Budino Nero and Team TAC Racing's 446 alongside them. Row number 9 is 463 Venus Motorsport alongside the 451 MLP Developments car, and then 458, one of the Silverlake cars, Silverlake 2. 458 is 19th on the grid alongside the 390 Vertex Sports cars, which rounds out the top 20 of a 43 car field. The 11th row is where we find Trimite Racing's 414 and 377, that's the Badger Racing. Row 12 is 449 JW Bird Motorsport, another one of their cars, and 304 Auto Park Racing. And then on the 13th row, 309 Fighting Torque. Torque as in T-O-R-Q-U-E. Fighting Torque is not something you'll be doing in a Citroen C1, but the other kind of Fighting Torque perhaps. Then Tech Zen Motorsport are alongside them, 26th on the grid for 448. Then it's the Silverlake 1 car, 457, that's 14th, ahead of XJR Racing's 540. Row 15 is 431, that's the Meltune Motorsports car, and another of these many JW Bird Motorsport cars, 356, rounds out the top 30 on the grid. Still going through this grid, we're getting there. 31st is Team Tivoli, 317 and 320 AASP Motorsport. Row 17 for number 33, that's PD56, the 556 car, and 3 Spark Racing's 459. Row 18 then for Team Petters Racing, the 586 alongside 385 Crispy Moth, whatever that means. Row 19 is 315 TSR Racing, and then the 520 RSL Racing Acuria Escargo team. And that, I presume, is the same Acuria Escargo that used to be regulars in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Great to see that they're still racing in Citroen C1s. Then towards the back of the grid, as the green flag lap does now get underway, is the 541 DTO Motorsport car alongside 533 Misty Racing. Then at the back of the grid, 537 BPC Tuning, 462 the second AASP Motorsport car, and 555 Exit 13 at the back of the grid. Oh, I need to lie down after reading just through the grid. That is an absolutely enormous grid of cars, but not an enormous circuit for them to race on. 1.2 miles in length, the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and so it is going to be busy out there. The field will spread out across the entirety of the circuit pretty quickly, and that's going to make for some entertaining racing, I think, actually, because the lapped traffic, of course, in endurance racing is always a huge part of this, and that's exactly what we will see over the course of the 3 hours of racing. You can imagine that with the speed differential, especially out there, I mean, the fastest time set by the 506 car was a 104.7 in qualifying, which was 4.5 seconds slower than Exit 13, who qualified at the back of the grid. Now, it's not to say that they can't go quicker than that in the race, but there is definitely a chance here that we're going to see lappery from pretty early on into the race, and it will then continue throughout unless we start getting safety cars and things, which I'd say is pretty likely. Safety cars can wreak havoc on an endurance race as well. If you've pitted, for example, you're likely to lose a lap or so on such a short circuit as this, and if the safety car then comes out, that can ruin your day. But we'll get into all of the strategy as we get deeper into the race then that is about to start, the final race of the season for the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. It's the 506 Ladybird Daddy car on pole position from the 402 for JW Bird Motorsport alongside. Who gets into Paddock Hill Bend first, and who will lead at the end of 3 hours around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit? 2x2 formation towards the start-finish line. The rolling start then about to get underway. The green flag flies now. The cars are speeding up, I promise you, and they make their way towards the first corner. Then already they're trying to go 3 wide in the middle of the pack, but it's side by side for the race lead. It's going to be Patrick Watts that holds on to the advantage, though, as they make their way into that first corner then from the 402 car alongside, and I think slotting in behind. Now, will they all get cleanly through paddock? That's the next question. 43 cars to get through here. So far, so good. They're still continuing to arrive 3 wide up at Druids Corner, but everyone is still there, I think. No one's ended up off in the gravel trap. Good, clean, sensible start to the race. So what's getting away then? Who's that in second, though? I'm not convinced that's the 402 car anymore in second place. I think we've had a bit of a shuffle of the order here. as they head down the Cooper Straight. What a magnificent sight they make, though. 43 of these identical Citroen C1s, all racing within the same class, of course. They've all got the same 998cc engine. They're all built to a very tightly controlled set of regulations, and so you can expect this sort of racing to continue all through the race. One or two running a bit wide up there at Clearways Corner, but they are all going to get through, hopefully, to the end of the first lap, which is led by a comfortable margin by the 506 car. The battle is on for second, though, and in fact the second place car, they're almost stepping out of the way a little bit, opening the door there for the blue machine on the inside line. It's the 345 car of Emax Motorsport that's moved into second position. The blue car is the 402. That is the car that started on the outside of row 1 that had dropped to fourth by the end of the opening lap, but did just move back to third ahead of the 392 Quattro Formaggio car as they continue to battle up through Druids Corner. The 392 car then being shared by Alistair May and Chris Parks. I've not had any notification, I'm afraid, of who the start drivers are, so we'll stick to team names for now and perhaps get a bit of information on that as we go deeper into the race. Up through Surtees, though, comes this fight for second place, so the Quattro Formaggio car back into the JW Motorsport car back into third position then, with Emax Motorsport second, just ahead of them. So the blue machine trying to get back through into second place here. The qualifying time for the 402 car was only 100th of a second or so off the pole position time, so we do expect that car to be able to go with the Ladybird Daddy squad out in front, but right now they are stuck in traffic. Across the line they come, side by side, but a contact there in the midfield. That is the 354 car on the inside line, muscling its way through. But despite a bit of panel bashing, no major damage done. Second place battle continues up the hill. There is one car that didn't make it around the first lap. It may have actually been a non-start, and that was the 316. 316 being the Mellow Yellow Motorsport car. Now, they were actually a reserve entry, I'm seeing now, so they were on the entry only if someone else dropped out. No one else did drop out, and so the 44th car that was entered for the weekend, unfortunately not getting to race. Whether they're able to enter the race later on, I don't know, but if someone else were to drop out, for example, they might be able to join in late, but their chances of a really good result sadly have gone. Just going on further back here, 385, that's the Crispy Moth car, the black and white checkered machine making its way through. This is towards the back of the field, and if you look at the top of the screen, very shortly you would have seen the leaders going through Paddock Hill Bend, because they've just crossed the start finish line now. Patrick Watts continuing to get away at 105.738, about a second slower than that car did in qualifying, but still 4.5 seconds ahead of the 345 Emax Motorsport car, which continues to hang on to second place through Paddock Hill Bend. 2 and 3 wide action, but still this fight for second continuing. It's a pretty good defence being put up here by the 345 car. 345, another one of the 3 driver entries, being shared by Stuart Ratcliffe and then James and Jake Little. And the Emax car is defending that second place very, very nicely. James and Jake Little have been racing in endurance racing recently in the Fun Cup Championship as well. Quite a lot of natural crossover, I'd imagine, between the two series. That looked like 3 wide into Surtees then. I'm not convinced that was the best course of action. And there's almost contact there at Clearways as well. They're sliding their way through though. Already 1 or 2 of them look with bits of damage. Wing mirrors hanging loose. So you wouldn't think this was a 3-hour race, the way some of them are approaching this opening stint. But you know, some of these, one into the pit lane already. Now that's drama. Who is that coming in? That was the 446 car. 446 is in. 446 is the Jamie Hodgetts and Paul Dolan Team TAC machine, which unfortunately is in strife a little bit early on, but they were running in 14th place. So I'm not sure what the reason for that pit stop is. I'm guessing it's in the schedule this early into the race. Rest of the field go through. Caught a glimpse there of the race leading car, which is now 5.7 seconds clear of Emax Motorsport in second and Quattro Formaggio in third. Side-by-side action here, 399. That's more Win Motorsport. Trying to go around the outside and bouncing over the grass. That's the second of the Ladybird cars, and it might lose a place now to one of the JW Bird Motorsport cars, 347, which in fact it had just overtaken. But yeah, 347 is going to go back through again on the inside at Surtees. So these two have just traded places for the second time in half a lap. Having made the position then, the Ladybird car makes the mistake of Graham Hill Bend and opens the door again. Cars continuing to lean on each other a bit further down the order. So new fastest lap is set by the race leaders. Now side by side for second. We are finally going to get the Quattro Formaggio car ahead, I think, here, aren't we? Because it is the we are now starting, I think, to get start drivers through as well on time. We've got the Emax Motorsport car there, falling away there, running very wide through paddock. They were second at the line, but they're down to 5th position now. So 3-4-5, we're being told, is started by Stuart Ratcliffe, and he's now hemorrhaging places. Has that car got a problem? He's forcing others to scatter and avoid it. They're 3 wide out of Druids. I don't like the look of this at all. The 326 car at the head of that field, that's the #blessed car, Etheridge at the wheel. Oh dear, it's all getting a bit clumsy there. 347 getting elbowed out wide again in their ongoing battle with the Ladybird machine. But finally, Quattro Formaggio have broken through into second place. That 392 car, we're being told, is started by Alistair May. So Alistair May into P2. And now we'll watch his lap times with interest. Now that he's broken free, can he catch the race leaders? That will take some doing though, because the leader has already gone across the line as the rest of the pack is only now coming up through Clark Curve. Officially then the starting point 7.5 seconds, but on the first lap that Alistair is free from the battle for second, he does set a personal best lap time. It's still 3/10 slower than the leader, but now he's in clean air. Might be able to go a bit faster than that. The 506, having been told it was being started by Patrick Watts, the timing screen now seems to be suggesting that it is actually one of the Lindsays in it. That would be Orlando Lindsay. But we saw a car heading into the pit lane a few moments ago, and I believe, in fact, it's just being backed out of the garage now, but Ian may have some news for us.
Yeah. Right, there we go, guys. That was 446. Let's just go down and see if we can have a quick chat. Guys, what's up with the car? Is everything all right? It looks a bit loose.
It's side-swiped him, so we'll have to have a look later on and see what.
Yeah, sounded like a loose exhaust or something. But
if we hit from the side, he's been took out from the side, so I think it's pushed him out to the curbs. I think.
Yeah.
Under the sun guard, so we'll have to have a look at the footage after the race and see what.
Hopefully nothing too major though. It's back out there. Wrong way to go. Wrong way to go.
Best pit crew.
Best pit crew. Yeah, that's it. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. All right, let's hand back over to the action. There you go.
Heard it here first. All of the other pit crews can go home now because we found our best pit crew of the race. Some really good racing out on track at the moment. The timing screen continuing to update with these start drivers now. The drivers essentially have to scan themselves in when they get into the car, and one or two of them perhaps not doing that quite as quickly, so they are now starting to update. We pretty much have start drivers for everyone. So the 506 car that's leading the way, as I started to say, that's being driven by Orlando Lindsay in the car that he shares with Patrick and his son Amy Watts. Second place then the Quattro Formaggio car number 392, that car being started by Alistair May, and in third position number 402 is Kieran Griffin in the JW Bird, the first of the two JW Bird Motorsport cars running together actually, because the 443 car is next, and that one is started by Matthew Wilson, who I'm guessing is the VW Cup Matthew Wilson. I vaguely remember it was JW Bird Motorsport that ran him in the VW Cup for a number of years. Side by side battle here at Druids. 402 up the inside line there. 402 running some way down the order. Already Race Control are sending us a message. What's this? A couple of transponders not working perfectly. That's not terribly helpful. The 402 battle, 402 car battling away there, gained that place, I think. That was the third place car. Sorry, defending a place successfully, the third place car from their teammate. So down through Surtees we go again. Again, wherever you look, there are cars side by side. 507, yes, that's the Ladybird car. 507 started by Wilbur Tilley, I believe. He was defending there from the #blessed number 326 car. There is Orlando Lindsay, though, the race leader. Now, 7.7 seconds ahead. The starting point, I said, for Alistair May was 7.5 seconds. It's got up to 7.7, so he's now matching the leader pretty much to within half a tenth or so, but not able to get any closer. Wayward line there for Orlando through Druids Corner. 455 there in the middle of this battle. 455 is running in 10th place. That's the Oakley Motorsport car, and it's being driven by Graham Oakley at the moment. car that he shares with Harry Newman Oakley. Side by side out of Druids, that's the other 463 that is, which is the Venus Motorsport car at the head of this particular pack. 304 there on the outside line as well. And that is the Tony Elborn and Trevor Hurrell Auto Park racing car, which is getting its elbows out. I would say it will take maybe the first 20 minutes or so for this race to settle down. I'm not convinced it ever will, because with the sheer numbers of cars out there, it's going to take most of the race, I think, for any of them to really truly separate. Now, this is interesting. Fastest lap of the race has been set by the 5th placed car, so not this leading car, the Ladybird car, the other Ladybird car of Tyre. So the 507 car with a 105.3, it's about a 10th quicker than anything that the leader has done. So that's the 3rd place car going through there. But yeah, you can see the Ladybird car is catching these two, isn't it? So you've got the 2 JW Bird Motorsport cars, Wilson and Griffin, ahead of Tyre, 3rd, 4th and 5th, all continuing together a bit now. So there goes the leader. Then a lapped car. The next blue car is the Quattro Formaggio car of Alistair May in 2nd. And then that 3-way fight for 3rd, which is really starting to develop. In fact, the JW Bird cars just traded positions as well. 443 ahead of 402. Wilson ahead of Griffin, with Tyre continuing to catch them both. And now the hashtag blessed car of Etheridge has set the fastest first sector of anybody as well. That's the 326 machine, which is somewhere just at the front of this queue of cars, I think. 377 that's the Badger Racing. Dave Messenger is that in the car? It's certainly someone Messenger. 377, yeah, David Messenger, former Alfa Romeo front runner, out in the C1s. As now a new fastest lap is set by the hashtag blessed car, so 326 now the fastest car on the track. Car that is being started by Chris Etheridge, but he shares it with Mark Bennett and Colin Bysouth. Colin Bysouth, a rapid driver in Mazda MX-5 Racing. That is contact, that is big contact through Druid's corner. 491 into 451, and that was all a little bit messy, and there's definitely damage to the 491 Squadra Bradino Nero car. That car was started in this race by Paul Ingram, and the 451 that was rather rudely accosted there is the MLP Developments car with Martin Walsh at the wheel. Again, there was Martin Walsh that used to race in VW Golfs. I suspect it may well be the same person. But both of those cars, you'd imagine, will have a fair bit of damage. There's 451. Is it heading for the pit lane, that dark blue car? It is. And there's another slow car up the road. Now, that's not the Ladybird car, is it, that was fastest on the track? It is. That's Tyre that's going slowly. The white car on the outside line that was running in 5th position. It was catching the 3rd place battle, and it's had a moment at Clearways as well. So it's all kicking off now, isn't it? Coming up to 14 minutes into the race. So behind this group is the car I was talking about, the slow one, the 507, that had a moment at Clearways and dropped 16 positions as a result. It's the car with the yellow trim on the front of it. It's just behind this pack. There it is. So the second of those Ladybird cars, unfortunately. Oh, there's another car sideways. That's 457. That was a good save. That's the Silverlake car. Just as you start picking up on one story, something else kicks off. Now, someone's going to have to back out of this. They're going to go 3 wide down to Surtees, and they were thinking about making it 4 wide. No, they are still 3 wide. Into the left-hander they go. Do they all come back out the other side? We wait with bated breath. 350, I think that is going slowly as well, was it? So 350 would be the JTR car of Jason Tarling and Conor Grady. Another 2 quick drivers. So lots of our sort of early favourites here starting to find trouble. Right, finally we now find the car that was going slowly out of Clearways last time around. That is the Ladybird car, which picked up 2 positions already on that lap. It steams around the outside. Its next target will be that bronzy coloured 317, the Team Tivoli car. And then the 463 just ahead of them as well, of Venus Motorsport. But there is that car on the outside line, which lost so much ground as a result of the moment that it had at Clearways Court. It's going to try and go up the inside of 2 cars at one now, is it? Oh no, settles for 1. You can see the damage there to the right-hand side of the car, the wing mirror hanging loose, and it almost gets a bit more damage now because it goes up the inside of the Team Tivoli car. And Tivoli, I think, are going to lose that place. Yep, that's another place regained then for the Ladybird squad. But that mistake they made has cost them basically half a lap now. They're half a lap behind the leader after whatever happened to them at Clearways a couple of laps ago. They make their way out of Clearways corner. Another car there a little bit off the pace, is it, on the inside line? Heading through Clearways, 356 sweeping round the outside. Everyone continues on the track, no one diving for the pit lane then. So Squadra Bodino Nero pitted, that was the 491. The car that they had contact with, 451 though, that's got back out on track pretty quickly. So Martin Walsh got the MLP Development car back out, but as I suspected, the aggressor there, the 491, with a bit more damage to the left front corner. So that car is still in the pit lane. The lead gap is 8.4 seconds. But the gap between second and third is pretty close actually. The 392 Quattro Formaggio, the blue and white car, only half a second, less than half a second actually, ahead of the JW Bird Motorsport 443 car. The other JW Motorsport car of Kieran Griffin, dropping down the order now, 6th place for them. 507 trying to continue this regroup now at the inside of Canning's in the Venus Motorsport car. Screeching of tyres as they work up through Surtees corner. So as the action on track gets a little bit too intense for some, we've had more cars visiting the pit lane and visiting Ian Waterhouse.
Well, welcome down to the pit. Somebody just saw a little bump, didn't we, up at Druids. I've just had a quick chat with the driver. Let's just grab him again. Said he was happy to talk to us, so there we go. It's just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, one of those things. Tricky day. Second race now that we've been out. Same corner. Same corner in the car.
What is it about Druids?
Yeah, what is it about the front left? Yeah, a bit of a shame. Hope, I think there was a few other cars involved, so I hope they're all right. And
I think one came in, it's gone back out again.
Yeah,
if we bring the camera around, you might be able to see, but yeah. But you said yourself, racing incident, these things do happen, don't they?
These things do happen. I feel sort of one of the cars I sort of piled into the side of. I basically got nudged onto the grass, hit the brakes, and obviously you just go a long way on the grass when you hit the brakes. So,
especially it's quite moist in the air today as well, isn't it?
So yeah, look, I think basically there was no intent. It was good hard racing and a bit unfortunate at the end of the day.
Fingers crossed though, you get it fixed. Still time, isn't there?
Still time. The wishbone's cracked, so I think it's probably on the trailer and home this time. But next time.
Good attitude, there you go. Thanks for talking to us. Yeah, unfortunately it looks like car number 491 is going to be out of the race. I'm going to hand back to Andy, who's going to carry on talking you through the action.
Oh dear, okay, so that didn't take long then for our first retirement. The 491 car, then the Squadra Bodino Nero that started 15th, so they were in contention for a top 10 finish had that not happened. But yeah, that moment at Druids unfortunately taking them out of the race. Right, dare I say it, nothing's kicked off for the last couple of minutes. Let's have a go at running down the top 10, shall we? The race leader is the 506 Ladybird Daddy car of Orlando Lindsay, which leads the way then. There it comes towards us now. The red car, I think, on the outside line is the leader. There it goes with the yellow trim. Second place then, the blue car with the white stripe. That is Quattro Formaggio, but look how close it's getting for second now, because Alistair May has got Matthew Wilson right behind him now in third position. For JW Bird Motorsports, the 443 car. Fourth place then is the hashtag Blessed car, which still holds the fastest lap of the race. That's Etheridge at the wheel for this opening stint. And then in fifth position, the 399, that is the More Win Motorsport car, Nicholas Goff at the moment in the car. He's just got himself ahead of Kieran Griffin, who had got himself back into second place apparently, according to the timing screen, but has now dropped down into 6th again. Then it's Amigo Motorsport, the number 7 car. They've gained 7 positions from where they started. 8th position for Joe Tarling in the 350 JTR car. 9th is the 477 Team Godden car, and rounding out the top 10 is the Oakley Motorsport of Oakley himself in the car in 10th place. Fastest lap of the race now goes to the 507 car again. So the 507 have been trading that fastest lap. They're up into 16th place now after their moment at Clearways. So up towards us comes the second place car, the blue car with the white stripe. The closer battle is actually the one for 4th, really, the 326 car with the 399, although even that gap has just gone out again slightly. So 392 works its way down through Paddock Hill Bend. Alistair May then 9.8 seconds now off the race lead, so he just can't quite live with the pace of Orlando Lindsay out at the front of the field. Another new fastest lap now set by the 507. They've just improved upon their previous best, so 104.9 now. I think they're the first team to get into the 104s in race pace, and they're only a couple of tenths now away from the fastest lap from qualifying. Leader diving up the inside of the 533 car. And that is the Misty Racing machine going a lap down. There, the second place car with the third place car not that far behind. Two blue machines here then, the JW Bird Motorsport car of Matthew Wilson. Closing in, is he on this lap? I'd say that's less than 1.2 seconds, although it's deceptive sometimes because the gap on track isn't physically as big as you might expect for 1.2 seconds to be, but it has come down to 9/10 of a second. But because of the relatively low speeds, they cover the ground quite a bit slower, so a 2 or 3 car length advantage could be getting on for a second sometimes. So that gap coming down. Hashtag Blessed have now got the hashtag fastest lap again. So they're trading this with the Ladybird car, 507, which incidentally is now up to 14th place. Getting another position on that lap. So the leader turns into Surtees. You can see there visibly the gap that he's got over this fight for second, but that gap is definitely coming down between Wilson and May, isn't it? So I think Matthew Wilson's going to very shortly be challenging to get back into that second place. Remember, 443 started 5th. It was one of their teammate cars that started on the front row. That car, ironically, has fallen down to 6th, so they've pretty much swapped positions, actually, over this opening, well, now, 22 minutes of racing. Flown by that, hasn't it? So up through the left-hander at Surtees, trying to pick out some of the other battles here back in the field. Another fastest lap there for, no, so that was the last lap for hashtag Blessed, but they are almost with that second place pair now, so I think that's where we need to turn our attention next, is that second place battle, because second to third are getting themselves closer together, but they're also being caught by the fastest car on the track, so probably, in fact, there they are. That is not side by side for position, that's a back marker, but it's the 3 blue cars that are fighting for position here. So they've got the 448 car going a lap down, but this is about to ignite, I think, this fight for second place. Matthew Wilson has caught Alistair May, but just as he's caught the second place car, he's been caught by the 4th placed machine, which was being driven by Chris Etheridge in this first stint. So Chris Etheridge then, the faster of these 3, but he's got the worst of the track positions, so he's going to have to get some overtaking done now. Into clearways then, you can see there how close together these 3 are. Out through clearways, into Clark Curve, flat out through here, all the way down the main straight towards Paddock Hill Bend. You get a bit of a slipstream in these cars, but as we said, not the highest top speeds in the world, so I suppose any extra aerodynamic help you can get is worth it, and definitely looked like Wilson was closing in there as they went up towards Paddock. So the 3 of them now covered by less than a second. Who makes the first move though? Will it be Wilson on May, or will it be Etheridge on Wilson? I suspect it's going to be Wilson that makes the first move. In fact, he tries to make it at Druids, takes a much tighter line there than Alistair May, but May then carries more speed through the turn as a result, and that just delays Wilson, so Chris Etheridge closes in on him, and there's now less than a C1's length between these two. Etheridge to the inside at Graham Hill Pen. That's an ambitious place to try and overtake. Can't imagine you do a huge amount of braking in these cars for that corner. Now, more traffic ahead. That's the Misty Racing car, isn't it, that's about to go a lap down to these 2. This could prove important, because if they catch them in a disadvantageous position, it might just delay them a little bit. Looks like it will delay Alistair May slightly. He has to go through clearways on a tighter line. I don't know where Etheridge was going. He was very wide at the back of that trio. So is this now the opportunity for Matthew Wilson? He's maybe a car length closer than he was a lap ago, but they're both going to be stuck on that inside line because they're going up the inside of the 533 Misty Racing car. So actually that negates the opportunity, or does it? He might go for it there. Matthew Wilson was very late on the brakes, and in fairness to Alistair May, he opened the door for him. I don't think he knew whether Wilson was going to stop the car there, so they're side by side as they go up the hill. And this time I think Wilson might be able to commit to the inside line. He's late on the brakes, but not quite as late as May, and neither of them are as late on the brakes as Etheridge, who goes around the outside for 3rd place now. That might just buy him a ticket to the inside at Graham Hill Bend. It does, and Chris Etheridge, I think, is about to take the hashtag Blessed car into a podium place. He hooks the curb. Look at the way it turned the car there as he almost ditch hooked the car through Graham Hill Bend, but then he's very slow down the Cooper Straight, and so Matthew Wilson comes right back at him up the inside for 3rd place again, and we're going to get our second change of position here for 3rd place in as many corners, because Etheridge got ahead of Graham Hill Bend, but then for whatever reason, I don't know if he had a dodgy gear change down the Cooper Straight, but Wilson's car certainly accelerated more quickly and was able to get back ahead of him as they went in towards Surtees. So, as you were then, the 399 car, by the way, the orange car, that's for position as well, so that's joining in the fun now. That is the Morwin Motorsport car. and that is being driven by Nicholas Goff in the first stint. So it's now 4 of them tied together here, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They are about 4.5 seconds though ahead of Kieran Griffin in the 4:02. And it looks actually like Goff might be the one that makes the move. He goes to the inside as Etheridge goes to the outside at Druids. Doesn't look to me like Matthew Wilson is all that confident on the brakes, is he? Now, he holds on to 3rd place, but Etheridge, with that wider line, I thought might have just allowed Goff to get alongside him. They are now starting to delay each other, these 4, so the leader continues to get further away from them. Incidentally, fastest lap now back in the hands of the 5:07 car, which is almost back into the top 10 now. The 5:07, after that moment at Clearway, is being driven by Wilbur Tiley, is 11th place now, having moved ahead of the Oakley Motorsport car on the previous lap. Out through Clark Curve then, along the start-finish straight. Things just calming down slightly for the time being in this battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th places though, as close as you like, as they make their way towards the first corner. Now I wonder how long before we start getting pit stops in this one. There goes the leader, Orlando Lindsay, who's missing out on all the fun really, isn't he? He's got this really nice margin over this squabbling lot, making their way through Druids Corner. Still no change of position, but they've all got back together again. Now, Alistair May looked like he was pulling away, but no longer the case. So Wilson, Etheridge and Goff all closing in on him. What's this going on up at Druids? That's the Oakley Motorsport car that sits in 13th place, so not far ahead of that group is the car that I said was setting the pace, the fastest lap of the race for the 5:07. They're into 10th now, actually, ahead of Emax Motorsport, who were running 2nd earlier on, weren't they? Oh, that's a real dive up the inside for Etheridge. That might just work as well. It does. He gets him 3rd place. So Chris Etheridge into P3, and now Nicholas Goff will try and follow him through. In fact, Goff might have ideas of going past both of them, but that door is well and truly shut in his face by Etheridge, and that might just have impeded Nick's run down the pit straight and allowed the 443 of Matthew Wilson to come back at him. They're side by side through Paddock Hill Bend, but no, it is going to be Goff that goes through. So Nicholas Goff then into 4th for Morwin Motorsport. Matthew Wilson down to 5th. So Etheridge making the move there, and bringing with him Goff, and Goff will hope now to do the same thing as and when Etheridge makes a move on Alistair May, who does like that wide line, doesn't he, Alistair, through Druids Corner. Leader goes through, 2 lapped cars behind, and then we wait for the 3rd place battle, or the 2nd place battle, which has a little bit of clean air now, no more traffic in the immediate vicinity. Well, that's probably good news for Etheridge. Now, can he do the same thing again? He's close going through Surtees. We saw a lap ago how good he is on the brakes into this corner. There's a gap on the inside line. He commits to it. The gap looked like it might close, but thankfully Alistair May saw him coming at the very last second. Carries some good momentum around that outside line though, but it's not quite enough to close the door. So Etheridge is up the inside, side by side then for 2nd place as they go through Clark Curve and up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and it looks as though the #blessed car is going to get itself into 2nd position. Where did they start this race? They were fairly deep down the order. Oh no, they were 7th on the grid, I suppose. But they're into P2 now. That's a pretty good opening half an hour of the race. 29 minutes to be precise have been completed now in this final round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. So Chris Etheridge then into 2nd place, Alistair May 3rd, Nicholas Goff in 4th, and Matthew Wilson in 5th position. So the leader goes through. I expect Etheridge should now be able to get away from May, Goff, Wilson, and well, May, Goff and Wilson behind him. Prepared to be wrong, but I don't think that May is the quickest in that group. 451 there going up the inside at Druids Corner meanwhile. 451 is the MLP Developments car. They're running outside of the top 20 though. So through Clearways, back to the 458 car here. They turn towards the left-hander at Surtees Corner. Now, I wouldn't mind picking up on the Ladybird car, number 507, because it's been making storming progress back up the order. They're into the top 10 now. That's the sort of red and white car with the yellow trim at the front and back. And that car is just about to come across the line. In fact, it just went across the start-finish line, and it's gained another place now. It's into 9th spot. So, really, really good drive this from, who's in that car? It was Tyre, wasn't it, in the 507? Wilbur Tiley. Just going up to Druids, I think, just to the right of our shot. So their next target will be the 350, which was about a second No, in fact, it was right in front of them, 2 tenths in front. So they're about to gain another position, I suspect, before the end of this lap. They're 23.5 seconds off the lead, but they're faster than the leaders. This is the frustrating thing here for Ladybird, because they are, there it goes, the white car with the yellow front, or yellow trim on the front of the car. So they are they're the fastest car on the track. They're just mired in the pack after whatever the mystery moment was up at Clearways. Through Clearways and Clark Curve, then battles up and down the order as per usual. There is the car that's fastest on the track, making its way through the front of this little trio. And did it gain another place on that lap? Yes, it did. It's into 8th position now. So the Ladybird car now has a 2.5 second gap to Amigo Motorsport and JW Bird Motorsport's Kieran Griffin. So they're the next 2 cars that it is chasing. And the pace they're going, though, they should be able to get there in the next lap or so. So there they are, look, the Motul liveried car. So the next car ahead of them is 446. That is a lapped car. But then not that far up the road are more positions for them to regain. But a really, really good drive, this. I'd love to know what happened to them when they slowed at Clearways. Blimey. Bit of a closing speed difference there, I think, as they went into Surtees corner. That was a little bit close. Still got a good number of cars on the lead lap then. Still got 32 of the 43 starters on the lead lap. Only 1 car in the pits. That's the car that we believe to be an early retirement, the 491. That was involved in that contact at Druids a little bit earlier on. So through Paddock Hill Bend then, the midfield battles continuing to rage. The lead gap 11.5 seconds. Having confidently predicted that the Etheridge #blessed car was going to pull away from Quattro Formaggio, that's not actually happened. Those 4 cars are still together, fighting for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Had a change for 6th there. Amigo Motorsport have got themselves ahead of JW Bird Motorsport's 402 car of Kieran Griffin. And they're now only a second ahead of that 507 Ladybird car. So the Motul livery car is within the next lap or so, I think, going to start challenging for a top 5 position. See if we can pick them out maybe when they go through. There's the leader, 506. Then here comes the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th car. And then in the background, the fight that's going on for 6th, 7th and 8th. That's all about to kick off very, very shortly as well. Right, I believe we can head back down to the pit lane because Ian Waterhouse has found someone else to talk to in a very, very busy Brands Hatch pit lane.
No, I haven't got anyone. Right, everybody, welcome back down to the pits. Here I am with the boss of the C1s. It's Robin. Robin,
hello, how are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, first of all?
Yeah, very good. Really, really good. I'm actually really good today because, you know, we got the race started. There's been no safety car yet. There was rumours of first lap safety cars and everything, but, you know, we gave the drivers a bit of a briefing before, you know, and everyone's listening. Look, it's great.
It's wonderful to see that the C1 series, it just goes from strength to strength to strength. But a lot of work goes on behind the scenes, doesn't it?
Crazy amount of work. You know, this is the first year I've been running the series. I've previously been competing in it since the original race 2017. And yeah, I had no idea what went into. I didn't really know what I was taking on. But I'm glad I did, and hopefully people, hopefully doing them proud. You know, I'm doing everything I can to keep up in the level of it. You know?
And of course, talking of racing, you are actually racing today, aren't you?
I am actually, yeah. So one of the teams, JW Bird, phoned me 7 o'clock yesterday morning. Said, yeah, you got your kit in the truck, and I was like, well, yeah, always. You know, you don't come to a circuit without it. And yeah, so one of the drivers come down with COVID, so can you fill in? So yeah, it actually turns out today I'm helping out the team we're driving, which I don't normally do, but you know what? It's actually quite nice.
Yeah.
Put it on pole for a little while.
Well, you've got a great team of people with you as well, haven't you, to run the series?
Yeah. I mean, the C1 team, God, this couldn't happen without them. You know, we've got a lot of staff, average 15 to 16 people every meeting that help me as well. You know, so it's not just me. We can't do it without them all. So yeah, and it's my family as well. You know, my parents help out, and it's a great environment.
Well, look, best of luck today. Best of luck for the drive, and enjoy it when you're on. Thanks for talking to us. We really appreciate it. Right, I'll hand back to Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Well, this second place battle refuses to die, doesn't it? They're still absolutely together, these 4. Chris Etheridge, Alice May, Nicholas Goff and Matthew Wilson. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Their gap to the leader, I will tell you in a second when they cross the start-finish line. They do so now, 11.5 seconds. So it's stabilised a bit now because, of course, Orlando Lindsay, the leader, is also in traffic. So he's not really able to go quite as quickly as he was a little bit earlier on. These four absolutely tied together as it stands. They make their way up into Druid's corner. Nicholas Goff late on the brakes in the orange car on the outside line, trying to get this 4th place away from Alistair May, but not quite close enough to do it. 520 making its way down into Surtees. There goes the race leader. There is Orlando Lindsay. You can see the traffic that he's in that I was just talking about. Impossible to set really quick lap times when you're surrounded by all of these other cars. And then here the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle continues to rage on. 507 car, by the way, that we've been tracking, they've now caught the 6th place battle. So 6th, 7th and 8th are all together. That's 450, 402 and 507. So you've got this 4-way battle for 2nd, a 3-way battle for 6th position, and then actually 9th place is pretty close as well, the JTR and the Team Godden car. So within the top 10, the only car really that isn't fighting anybody is the race leader. Through goes the 2nd place battle. Now somewhere back here we've got our 6th, 7th and 8th place cars. Leader going through. There we go. There is the 507. So they've gained a place. They've gained 2. They've got past both of them already. So 507 already into 7th position. No, so they only gained 1. There was a dodgy transponder on the Amigo car. So the 450 is the car directly ahead of it for 6th position and goes to the outside of the 450. 450 being driven in this opening stint of the race by Nick Holmes. And it looks now as though Tyre is going to get past him. He's on the outside line at Graham Hill Bend, tries the cutback, judges it perfectly. Look at that for a move. He's actually didn't carry the speed off the turn that I expected him to, and now he'll end up losing a place to the JW Bird Motorsport car of Kieran Griffin. Griffin round the outside, so that's how quickly your fortunes could change. Quite a bit of damage, isn't there? Look to the back of the side of that 507 car. You can see the rear trim is a bit loose. Oh, and they almost get a bit more contact on the inside. Well, this was going according to plan. I was convinced that this 507 car was going to go rocketing through this pack, and actually it's now losing positions because that was the 350, I think, the JTR car up the inside. So JTR up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend then. Yellow flag, and is that a safety car board? It is. Safety car is out. Now this changes things. Oh, and it's the 446 that's gone off. 446 at Paddock Hill Bend this is. That is the Team TAC pairing of Jamie Hodgetts and Paul Dolan. Now this is going to lead to an influx of pit stops, I suspect, because the way that the pit strategy works in the C1 Racing Series is that there are no set pit windows, but each team has to make 3 mandatory pit stops throughout the race. Now, of course, you lose significantly less track position by pitting behind the safety car than you would by pitting under green flags. So, if you're sensible, you'd get in now and get one of your pit stops done, I would say. But then I am but a simple commentator, not a team manager. But no, we are getting cars in. So Quattro Formaggio are in from 3rd, and Matthew Wilson has brought the 443 car in from 5th as well. So there you can see pit lane becoming a busy place. The blue cars at the top of the shot, they're the ones I was talking about that were in that podium battle. So this is really going to jumble up the order now. So there is the 2nd place car, the car that was 2nd. The leaders, crucially, did not pit though. The leaders have stayed out. So have Hashtag Blessed and Nicholas Goff in the 399 car, the Morwin Motorsport car, the orange machine. Oh dear, very, very busy in the pit lane. Right, in amongst it all, for better or for worse, is Ian Waterhouse. Ian, I hope Ian's found a safe place to go and stand because it's about to get very, very busy down there, Ian.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pits. You can see we're with the Club Racing UK boys. Nick Holmes took the opening stint. He's staying actually in the car as well. We've got Stefan Marsh here as well, who's doing the next bit. Stefan, sorry to jump on you like that. You're obviously partnering Nick Holmes today, aren't you?
Yes, you are.
Bit of a funny stop there. You're not going to take over now, but he has to get out of the car to get back in, and that class is a stop. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So as far as I'm aware, we've got to do 3 minimum stops throughout the race.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense for me to get in it right now. We're better off letting him have a full stint. Hopefully to roughly an hour and a half. So he just does a quick dummy stint.
Yeah.
Straight back in. We had a transponder issue as well, so we managed to swap that.
We can't get it going. There he goes. There he goes. And he's done well, hasn't he? Started what, 15th, and he was 6th coming into the pit. So you've got some driving to do, haven't you? When it's your turn.
Yeah. He's set the bar quite high. So we'll have to get on it and see how we get on. But yeah, mega for not driven his car before and starting 15th, and he's made as well the second point. Yeah, fantastic job from him. So hopefully I can only improve on that.
Absolutely. And that's one pit stop down. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. I'm going to hand back to Andy, but there's a lot of action happening on around here.
Yeah, you're right. There is a lot of action. There has been since the start of the race. Right, our third place car has pitted now, but a lap later than the others that they were battling with. That's the More Win Motorsport car of Nicholas Goff, which means that there aren't that many now who haven't stopped. But crucially, the top 2 cars in the race still haven't pitted. So the 506 and the 326 haven't yet pitted. There goes the Motul car that leads the race. That's the Ladybird Daddy car. And coming towards us there, the blue and white... the blue and yellow car with the pink wheels is the #Blessed car. So those two haven't pitted, and I'm intrigued as to why they haven't pitted, because now they pit. The leader is in. The leader is in the pit lane now. So will #Blessed follow them in? No. So #Blessed are going to take over the race lead, and the Ladybird Daddy car 506 is in the pit lane. But I think they're going to lose out here by pitting a little bit later. There is no minimum pit stop time here, so the quicker you can get the pit stop done, the better. But that means that you're really going to lose out, I think, by leaving this pit stop lane. I think the order at the end of this safety car period is going to bear very little resemblance to the order before it. It shouldn't be a particularly long safety car, though, because it was only one car in the gravel. The Brands Hatch recovery crew and marshals are very, very well versed in getting cars out of the paddock gravel trap. So hopefully this won't take too much longer before we're back to racing conditions. So the leader is in then, a mix of pit strategies at the moment, and more drivers arriving down there in the pit lane with Ian.
Well, there you go. That is your race leading car. You can see getting it back out. Very quick stop indeed as well. Let's chat to got some drivers down here as well. Let's just grab a quick word with some of them if we can. How's it doing? Just one.
He had 3 practices. Yeah, we're having Mitch in for me.
Right, looks like you're about to go out and do a stint. How's your teammate doing so far?
We're 9th. Started qualified 13th. He's never done it before. He's a motorbike racer.
Okay, all right. So quite different then.
Got involved with Patrick because he lives. We all live in the same village. And so far fun.
Fantastic. Well, enjoy it.
I'm just going out there now.
Enjoy your stint as well. I think we've got another car coming in down here. What we're going to do, we're going to grab a quick chat here if we can. How's it going? You all right?
Yes.
Sorry to jump on you like that, but you've obviously just done a stint and it went pretty well.
Yeah, really well. First time I've ever led a race from pole. I was kind of nervous about what was going to happen, and it just it went really well. It was when you start catching up with the back markers that you start thinking that maybe because you obviously have to do straight laps, you get pushed off line things, and maybe they're going to start being caught. But no, it was really good. I couldn't have asked for a better stint. I mean, really.
Clean air played a big part, didn't it? I mean,
my God,
3 laps,
I was very
like second lead.
I was very lucky to pull away at the beginning. I mean, everyone seems to be. I mean, even the people at the back, they're not driving slowly. Everyone's at a very good pace.
Yeah.
But what a stint! I'm really pleased with that. Good fun, and I hope my teammates have as much fun as I did.
Fantastic. Are you done then? Is that you've
That's
finished?
My stint. So it was going to be between 45 minutes and an hour and a half stint, depending on safety car. And safety car came right at the beginning, so the plan was to catch it up, and then if the lights didn't go off, come in. Yeah, it's all really good stuff.
You're here to win, aren't you? You're here to win.
Well, we can hope. I mean, it'd be great, but we'll see. Anyway, good stuff.
Well done. Great driving there. Right, I'm going to hand back to Andy to carry on taking you through the action.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. So just sitting here trying to work out the way that this has all worked itself out then, basically, because we've got, as far as I can tell, just 3 cars who have not pitted. First of all, good news, the 446 car is back underway, so they're back into the race, and that is good news. No damage that I can see, so they'll probably bring the car in, clear it of gravel, and you can see it's already doing a good job of clearing itself of gravel as it makes its way up Hailwood Hill, but that car will get back into the race. So yeah, as I said, there are 3 cars that haven't pitted. One of them is the number 326 car. That takes over the race lead. That's still Chris Etheridge then at the wheel in the #Blessed machine. They're 30... they're going to be quite a long way ahead, I think, of second place, number 320. 320 is the AASP Motorsport car. I'm just trying to look. They started 32nd, so you can see why they've stayed out. They're going to hope that they can catch another safety car now, and they will end up benefiting a huge amount with track position from that. So they will be second, and 541 DTO Motorsport will be in third. Those are the only 3 cars that haven't pitted. Then we will have one of the cars that has. Now, I suspect it will end up being the Quattro Formaggio car, the blue car with the white stripes, number 392, but they will be 1 lap adrift of the leaders. So those that are pitted are going to be 1 lap adrift. There you can see the car that was leading the race, the red car with the zebra pattern and the yellow front bumper. That car now being driven by, they have done a driver change there. It is now Amy Watts, the daughter of Patrick Watts, who's in the car, that was leading the race earlier on. But where they're going to sort of blend into all of this awaits to be seen. They may have somehow held on to the lead lap. We will try and figure it out. It takes a lap or so for the timing screen and transponders to update themselves and give this give us a proper idea of what the running order is. DTO Motorsport car, by the way, which I think has just moved up into third place, or certainly into a top 5 position, being driven by Ryan Burke, who was a long-time racer in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship as well. Good to see Ryan out there. Hadn't done much racing, actually, when he came and joined Fun Cup, but was immediately very, very quick, and now he's going to have a chance to race inside the top 5 in this one. So I'll try to pick out where the leader... Oh, here comes the leader. So the leader is it's about 6th or 7th in line here, the blue car with the yellow stripes and the pink wheels. They're clearly not going to pit now. If you were going to pit during this safety car period, you would have done so by now. So there is the leader. The car right behind is the Quattro Formaggio car, which is in 5th. So those 2 cars that were battling for position earlier on, they're still together on the track, but they are a lap apart now. The team that appear to have played an absolute blinder here are the 506 car, because despite pitting a couple of laps later than everybody else, they are still on the lead lap. So 506 that were leading earlier on are second place, but they've done one of their 3 pit stops now, whereas the other cars around them haven't. So that is a bit of a masterstroke for the Ladybird Daddy team. And that car is going to be obviously some way behind the hashtag Blessed car, but actually there's only about 5 or 6 back markers between them. But the 326 car owes us an extra pit stop. Car's speeding up now, so I think we are getting ready to go racing again. There is your race leader then, Chris Etheridge, the 326, makes his way out of clearways, and yes, the safety car is in. So the race gets underway. It was confusingly not the leader that was picked up by the safety car because of the pit stops happening at that time. So this is the race leader. The car behind it has made an extra pit stop, that's the Quattro Formaggio car. That's now being driven with the 392 by... Just consult the entry list. Chris Parks now has taken over from Alistair May. So these 2 cars were fighting for second place earlier on. But they're now a lap apart as a result of different pit strategies. It's up through Druid's Corner. So the hashtag Blessed car at the line was 22.3 seconds clear of Amy Watts in the Ladybird Daddy car. Interesting to see what Amy's pace is compared to the first stint of the race when the car was in the hands of Orlando Lindsay. Whether or not she's going to be able to close in here on the leader. We'll start getting some representative lap times in very shortly, but the leader carving his way past back markers and looking to try and build on this gap. They need to build on this gap really because of this extra pit stop that they now find themselves needing to serve. And what they're trying to do, of course, here is catch another safety car because then they've gained some track position and then they could get maybe another free pit stop. But in all likelihood, everybody else would also pit anyway during that same safety car period. Sideways there, the 554 car. Now, further back down the order, is any of this for position, I wonder. You've got the 450 car there, which was running inside the top 10 earlier on, I seem to recall. They're 16th now, Amigo Motorsport, as the leader is having quite a hard time here, putting a lap on the 554, isn't it? 554 is the Ryan Bensley and Andrew Sang car, the PAB Mortgages car. It's Andrew in the car at the moment after their first pit stop, so Civic Cup regular Bensley out of the car already. And his teammate Andrew Sang, they're getting a bit feisty with the race lead, but of course it can be fairly complicated for the drivers out there, especially after the first round of pit stops, to know who you're fighting, because you could have the same pace, if not be quicker than cars ahead of you on the road, but they could be laps ahead of you. It's really difficult to know. These cars don't have any ship-to-shore radio, so there's no way for the teams to relate to the drivers out there who it is that they're actually racing. Blue flags, therefore, also could be quite difficult for the marshals to put out at the right time. So you kind of just have to race everybody that you're around as if it's for position. Now, in this group is the car that is second place. That's the 506 car on the inside line. Amy Watt's previous lap was 109.2, so about 3 seconds slower than the leader. But you can see why, because she is mired in traffic, cuts to the middle there of some lapped cars. Amy is at least 36.5 seconds clear of the AASP Motorsport car. The battle for third is quite close though. Ryan Burke has caught the 320 machine. 320 is now being driven by Mark Barrand. So that third place battle, only 4 tenths between them at the start of this lap. I've no idea where they are on the track, but they are nose to tail for P3. That's 320 and 541. Bit of contact there through Druids. That was the 450 car getting tanked a bit sideways, the Amigo Motorsport car, which is running in 15th place now. So Amy Watts moving through. Her last lap was a little bit quicker, 107.8, 2.4 seconds slower than the race leader though, because she just hasn't got the clear road to use. So third place battle is somewhere near the leader, I believe. So this is the leader, turning through Druids. I'm trying to find this 320 and 541 pairing. Ryan Burke trying to move into a podium place here, and they are somewhere nearby to the race leader, I believe, but with so many cars on track, it can be... Oh, there's the 5th place car. That's the JW Bird Motorsport Matthew Wilson car, so Wilson stayed in the 443. 392 is behind. That is for position actually as well, so that's 5th and 6th places, having just changed hands. Wilson ahead of Parks on that lap. Through the field moves. And everyone's sort of just trying to catch their bearings now after the inevitable confusion of the pit cycle playing out there. Personal best lap that time for Ryan Burke in his pursuit of Mark Barrand in third position, just 3 tenths between the two of them now. Into Paddock Hill Bend, climbing the hill towards the right-hander at Druids. Still lots of really close battles going on. Right then, who have we got here? This is the 507 is in this group with the 399 just ahead and 521. So 507, you might remember, they've had a real up and down race, haven't they? They were running inside the top 5, then they dropped down to 16th, then they got back into the top 10. They are still in 10th place now, that 507 car, as there, the 443 JW Bird Motorsport car of Matthew Wilson. I don't think that was for position, but that was certainly a close moment there for the 5th place car. Across the line comes the race leader. So Etheridge just ahead of this pair now. So of course these two trying to unlap themselves essentially from the leaders into paddock. Race leader though, Chris Etheridge, continuing to push on. Ah, there we go, well done. So the everything coloured car, the green, yellow, pink, whatever, that one, is the 320 of Barrand, and I fear we've got the... Now, where is the... now, hang on, where is Ryan Burke? No, Ryan Burke's in the pit lane. So we spent the last 10 minutes trying to find this battle, and then one of them's pitted, so apologies for that. Ryan Burke has pitted, though. Now, I think that is an unscheduled stop, though. So Ryan Burke in the pit lane. They've only just pitted behind the safety car. I don't imagine they'd have pitted Ryan for no reason, but it was the rainbow coloured car with whom he was fighting, just going a lap down now to the leaders. Another lap down to the leaders. Well, not quite, actually. Out of clearways they go. Very fetching livery, actually, on that the AASP Motorsport car of Mark Barrand. He's still under some threat, though, because the pale blue and orange car of of a JW Bird Motorsport, that is actually for position with the AASP. So and Matthew Wilson is quicker than him. So I do suspect we will still have a fight for third place before much longer, just not necessarily between the drivers we were expecting. So there, the leader actually being unlapped by that car I was just talking about. So that is the 4th place car going past the 1st place car, and the 3rd placed car is the rainbow car right in front of them. So the fight for 3rd now taking place directly in front of the race leader, and that's not really good news for Chris Etheridge, who'd quite like to get back through. He gives a bit of a love tap there to Matthew Wilson as they come out of Graham Hill Bend. So there goes 3rd, 4th place right behind, and I think Wilson's about to try and make a move here on Barron, maybe into Clearway's corner. He looks to the inside line, but Barron sails off into the turn in the rainbow car, and he does manage to hold on, and Chris Etheridge is thinking, well, I don't really want to be a part of this battle. I'm a lap ahead of you, and in fact 2 laps he is ahead of this group. But they are a little bit quicker than him at the moment. Now, Barron has left the door open here. I don't think he realises that he's racing with Matthew Wilson for position. They're both going to go up the inside of the 462 car here to put a lap on it. Oh, and there's a car coming out of the pit lane as well. That was a scary moment, and that almost ended in tears. That is the 445 car that brought out the safety car, so they've got the gravel cleared from it. They've got it back into the race now, and that really didn't work out well for Matthew Wilson because he had to bail out of that move that he was attempting to make on Mark Barron as a result of the car coming out of the pits. So still this fight for 3rd rages on. They are less than 2 seconds ahead of that blue car with the white stripe as well. That's Quattro Formaggio, and that is Chris Parks in the 392, 446 on its outlap, already making friends. And now it looks like Wilson is up the inside of Barron. Yes, he's gone through, so Wilson through into 3rd position. Nice move there at Surtees, and now the leader Chris Etheridge will try to get back ahead of the Barron car, but can't do it into Clearways. So the pale blue and orange car moves into 3rd place, the rainbow coloured number 320 down to 4th, and here comes Quattro Formaggio, the blue car with the white stripe that is in 5th position, and it's quicker than this whole group of cars. So Parks in that 392 car absolutely flying and seeing a chance here to get involved in this podium fight. He's at the inside of the 554 to put a lap on it. His next target for position is the rainbow car, so he needs to clear the race leading Etheridge #blessed machine first, which I think he's going to try and do into Druids. Goes to the inside, but no way through. But the 320 car is certainly almost within striking distance here. 451 getting involved in this battle as well. But the fights for the podium place is still very, very close. Again, Etheridge carries good speed through Graham Hill Bend, runs into the back of the 4th placed AASP car though, and that slows him down. It allows Parks to get up the inside of him. And Parks, I think he's going to go through now, isn't he? So Chris Parks, I think, just unlapped himself. Oh, there's contact with the leader. That was a bit dicey. Parks does unlap himself and then immediately throws it up the inside of Barron for 4th place. So that was pretty robust stuff, that, from Chris Parks. He gets 1 lap back on the leader and claims 4th position. And now we need to see whether or not he can catch Matthew Wilson in the 443 car, who's only 1.5 seconds ahead of him. There is Wilson at the front of the queue. Then you've got the darker blue car, which is a lap down, and the blue car with the white stripe chasing him down for position. So Chris Etheridge rather getting mugged here, isn't he, by cars that are 2 laps down on him. But of course he owes us this pit stop. There are now just 2 cars that haven't pitted, and they're going side by side through Druid's corner. Barron on the outside. Oh, contact with the leader. More contact with the leader. That was a touch unnecessary, wasn't it? I'm not convinced that Chris Etheridge needed to drive into the side of the 320 car there, but anyway, they build them pretty strong, these Citroen C1s, and Etheridge does now get ahead of the only other car apart from himself that hasn't made a pit stop. So as they head through Surtees, what progress is Chris Parks making against Matthew Wilson? Well, in the first sector he's only a 10th faster, and you can see why. He's still stuck behind, I think that's the 451 car, isn't it, that he's got to put a lap on. In fact, he's trying to get up the inside of him now as they go through Clark Curve. Will he clear him? Will he clear him? Yeah, 451 staying out of the way, so that's good driving there. 451, remember, is at least 1 lap adrift of the 392 of Chris Parks, which runs in 4th place at the moment for Quattro Formaggio, and now the next car ahead of him is the 3rd place car of Matthew Wilson, but he's got a bit of real estate to try and bridge. He's a 2.5 seconds behind him. So there is Wilson, 3rd, and there is Parks in 4th place. The leader, Etheridge, still getting roughed up here by lapped cars. He's got the 554 car at the inside now. So Etheridge is not the fastest car on the track, is he? He gets shown the edge of the road rather there as they come out of Druids. Now this is the car that is chasing him. So Amy Watts is 29.1 seconds behind and is at the moment lapping quicker than Etheridge, despite being in traffic. And we know, remember, that car has done one pit stop already, whereas the Etheridge car hasn't. So 5:06 then, Amy Watts, who's got that's the Badger Racing car ahead, that's running in 23rd place. 29 seconds the gap between the top two cars then, and then probably a similar sort of margin back to the 3rd and 4th place cars. So Amy Watts doing well here, managing to close that margin to the leader. This is who is this? That's 385 up the inside line. Not one of the cars running inside the top 20. Couple of cars in the pit lane at the moment, by the way. Also one car being given a penalty, not entirely sure what for, but there is the leader, Etheridge, still racing away with this 5:54, not for position, but getting delayed here. Etheridge's lap times are regularly now in the mid to high 1:06s, whereas Amy Watts has been into the 1:05s recently, so you can see how he's losing ground. There go 3rd and 4th places, not quite together yet. In fact, the gap went out by a 10th on the last lap, so Wilson reacting to the threat here from Chris Parks behind him. Leader Etheridge just wanting a bit of clean air, really, wanting to settle into a rhythm. It's been a difficult stint, this, so far for Etheridge, jumping in during the safety car. Got a change for 11th place on that lap, by the way. The 463 car for Venus Motorsport moving through. That is your 5th place car coming into the pit lane. That's AASP Motorsport of Mark Barrand. So he is making his first pit stop of the race then. And that now just leaves the leader as the only car that hasn't yet pitted. There is the leader. So this is only the first pit stop, of course, but there are multiple ways of doing this. You can obviously, you have to make 3 pit stops throughout the course of the race, so the obvious thing to do is to pit every 45 minutes, but because of the timings of safety cars and things, that's not always possible. We are, by the way, into the 2nd hour of this race now then, so I'll give it another lap, and in fact I'll run through the top 10 now then. There goes Etheridge, he leads the way, yet to pit in the 326 #blessed car. 2nd place is the 5:06, the Ladybird Daddy car of Amy Watts. She is 28.8 seconds back in 2nd place though. 3rd position is the 443, that's JW Bird Motorsports' Matthew Wilson, 1.5 seconds clear of Chris Parks for the Quattro Formaggio car in car 392. 5th position is the JTR car, that is Connor Grady, I'm going to presume. Yep, Connor Grady, Ginetta GT5 Challenge racer, and then on to Mini Challenge, then he went on to racing, so a very quick driver in front and rear wheel drive. Running in 5th position, Nicholas Goff is 6th then for Morwin Motorsport in his 2nd stint of the day, car 399. 7th place for Oakley Motorsport Clee, which is 455 being driven by Graham Oakley in this stint. 8th position then for the car that has the fastest lap of the race, that's the sister car to this one that we're seeing now, actually the 507 Ladybird car. They've had a driver change at their first stop, 507 now being driven by Leo Rosso. 9th place then for XJR Racing. I don't think we've seen much of XJR Racing in this race, but the 540 car is being driven by Alex Solly at the moment. They're running in 9th position, and Venus Motorsport, as I said, they've just moved up into the top 10 in 10th. So the top 10 as that, but we know that will continue to shuffle. We're getting some teams making 2nd pit stops actually as well. So Venus Motorsport have done 2 of their pit stops already. So have JW Bird Motorsport with their 347 car. Amiga Motorsport's 450 has been in twice, and so has Emax Motorsport. Emax Motorsport I want to keep an eye on, 345. They're running down in 20th, they're 3 laps down, but they have made 2 of their pit stops already. Remember, they were running in 2nd early on, so they have gone massively off sequence with everybody else, but they are certainly going to be contenders, I think, before the race is done. There is the 320 car back out into the fray now after its first pit stop. 320 has rejoined in, where have they got to? 26th place. They've done a driver change, so it is now Sam Barrand in that rainbow coloured car, and they're back out there battling with exactly the same car they were fighting with before, except it's not for position at the moment, but that means they lost pretty much exactly 2 laps then, I think, from the pit stop. You can see the way that Matthew Wilson is continuing to be caught by the 392 car actually, because Chris Parks is now less than a second behind. They've got the rainbow coloured 320 car between them at the moment, but that gap is definitely creeping down. Leader goes through. 556 here, battling with 457. This is not for position. 457 is 20th place. And 556 is running a little bit further down in 38th, actually, after some early troubles. That was a wayward line there through Druid's corner. The race leader just at the head of that group. But if we don't get another safety car, then I expect to see a lot more pit stops as we get towards the half race distance. This is the fight to focus on there, really. I think for third place, Matthew Wilson, he's got a car between himself and Chris Parks at the moment, but Parks over the last few laps has been closing in. So the two blue cars here are definitely getting themselves closer and closer together here. Quattro Formaggio's Chris Parks catching JW Bird Motorsports' Matthew Wilson. Wilson's been in since the start of the race. Parks, of course, took over from Alistair May, so he's in his first stint of the day. And they are getting themselves closer and closer together now as the laps go by. Nicholas Goff, by the way, has just got himself ahead of Conor Grady, the 399 car, ahead of the 350 now for 5th position. They're just going up towards Druids now, those two. Might catch them in a second. Yes, they're just behind the leader, I think. The orange-fronted car is the 350, I believe, and that has just gained... No, it wasn't. I'm telling a lie. That's the... Yes, 399. I was right. So Morwin Motorsport, they've just picked up that position from 350, which is, I guess, the car right behind them. So 399 moving forward. There goes 350. So those two have just changed places on the previous lap then. Nicholas Goff ahead of Conor Grady. Through Surtees corner, 399 now. What sort of pace has Goff got? Goff is 5 seconds adrift of the Wilson Parks battle, but on the previous lap was over a second slower than them, so he's not likely to catch them for the time being. 554 car, which has been making friends in this stint, it's decided now to follow the leader rather than race the leader, which is possibly for the best. 554 is running in 15th place, Andrew Sang at the wheel, having made one pit stop. This is the car that was running inside the top 10 early on. Just lost a little bit of ground through the first of those mandatory pit stops. Oop, bit of a wide line there for the 320, and it tried to close the door on the leader again. This is another nervous moment now for Etheridge, who is 26 seconds now ahead of Amy Watts. So Watts is continuing to catch this car, not massively, but as we've said, problem there for the 320, a missed gear or something coming out of Graham Hill Bend. That was a slightly interesting moment. It means the group behind almost ran into the back of it. 350 now tries to get up the inside as well through Surtees corner. The gap is left, but only just. 350 does indeed move ahead. So an hour and 52 minutes and change still to go. Now I wonder what strategy the #Blessed team are going to use here, because they've obviously decided not to pit during the safety car. They haven't pitted at all in the first hour and 8 minutes, so they're obviously going long in this stint. Now that tells me that Chris Etheridge might just be the faster of the drivers in that car. They're trying to give him as much driving time as possible now and maybe sync up their first pit stop with everybody else's second set of pit stops. He runs a bit wide though out of paddock, and this time the 554 car is going to get cleanly up the inside. Does it go for the move? Oh, so nearly contact as they turn through Druid's corner. Tell you what, he may be 26 seconds up the road, but Chris Etheridge is still fighting every lap here like the race win is on the line, which it may well be. 399 then gets a lap on the 554. Had a change for 7th place, by the way, now. The 507 is up ahead of the 455, so Rosso getting himself ahead of Oakley there. And his pace is pretty strong, actually, at 106.9 on the last lap, even with an overtake to take into account as well. So, now, here we go. It's as if they were listening to me. The leaders have pitted. So the first pit stop for Chris Etheridge then. And this now will probably be a driver change, because Chris has been in the car for an hour and 9 minutes now. So the leaders are in. And this will now give the lead back to the Ladybird Daddy car of Amy Watts, with Matthew Wilson and Chris Parks' battle now becoming the battle for second place. So hope Ian can have a word with Chris Etheridge once he's out of the car. It'd be great to have a chat with the man that has led that portion of the race and talk to him not just about leading the race, but the fighting he was having there with cars that were on very different laps from himself. So the 506 car has gone through to take the lead, and the blue car that just went through shot will shortly move into second place. So where will #blessed come out then? That's going to be the question. 350 and 304, that's not for position. That was a quick pit stop, that wasn't it, for the #blessed squad. We'll wait for the transponder to update and tell me whether or not they have changed drivers. It is a car being shared by 3 drivers, so you'd imagine they would have done. Colin Bysouth and Mark Bennett. Oh, and now so this is how it works. They execute the pit stop and then they have to pull in at the end of the pit lane to register the driver change, essentially. So it now tells me the car has been taken over by Mark Bennett. So Mark Bennett is into the 326 car. Chris Etheridge got out of the car though at that pit stop, and I think very shortly we'll be able to head down and have a word with him in the pit lane, because Ian, I think, is there with the driver of the car that was leading the race until that pit stop. Ian.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pits. Now, we've just seen it with the leader pitting in. This is a driver, just been doing the other duties as well. Let him get his helmet off first before we grab a quick word. I'm sorry, you must be sick of all this media attention, but then again, if you do come into the pits and you're in the lead, what do you expect?
Exactly. Yeah.
What was it like out there?
Really good fun, actually. Yeah, I was really enjoying that. I said we thought we could do better than qualifying. We was in 7th, but we just got stuck in traffic in qualifying, so wanted to get out in the race and just show our true pace, and we did. Yeah, it's really good. It's interesting to see where everyone is faster and slower than each other, and it's, you gain on one part and you lose another part, but it's good fun.
You talk about true pace. It must be difficult to find around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. 1.2 miles, you're always on someone.
Exactly, yeah. Either you're in traffic, lapping people, or you're just battling with other people, and you lose so much time battling. It's madness. So.
Still a long way to go, but where can you finish?
I mean, if we can get a podium, amazing, but we always lose out a bit on strategy just because this is our first season. We're still learning when to refuel, when to pit stop, but we'll give it a go and see how we go.
Well, you're exactly where you want to be after an hour. Congratulations, there you go, well done. Another car in the pits, actually, number 317, the Tivoli car. There it is, into the pits right now. I'm going to hand back to Andy to carry on talking you through the action as it happens.
Plenty of action we've got. So that now completes our first round of pit stops then, in essence. Some people have made more pit stops, but everyone has now made at least one pit stop. This is the leader. It is the Ladybird Daddy car of Amy Watts. Her gap over Matthew Wilson, I will give you in a moment when Matthew gets to the start-finish line, because he's not actually got there yet. So it's about half a lap, I think, between these two cars. Yeah, 32.3 seconds is the advantage for the 506 car from the 443 in second. Third place is 392. Now, Chris Park's pace has really dropped off over the last few laps. Remember, he was less than a second behind Matthew Wilson at one point. He's now 5 seconds behind him. So 392 losing a bit of ground and actually in danger now, falling back into the clutches of Nicholas Goff in the Morwin Motorsport car that is 4th, with the JTR car of Conor Grady in 5th. 6th position then for #Blessed. So #Blessed's Mark Bennett came back out of the pits in 6th. They are about 47 seconds, I think, off the race lead, which ain't bad at all, actually. So that car has definitely brought itself back into contention through that round of pit stops. And that car, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of as we move through the rest of the race. Right, there's someone, I believe, who's just been recovered back to the pit lane. To tell us a little bit more about that is Ian Waterhouse. He's down there in the pits.
Right, everybody, welcome back to the pits. As you can see, actually, a short time, we just had car number 390. It's just been towed back in, actually. Let's see if we can see what is wrong with the car. Do you know what's wrong with the car?
So it seems, basically, the driver's explained that there's fluid come out the front of the car.
Okay.
It put out. It seems we're having trouble starting.
Yeah. Okay.
So we shall see.
We shall see.
Yeah.
Bit of fluid apparently leaking. Can't get it started again. Let's just stay with us a little bit. Just see if they can get this going. We're going to try it. Can it kick on? Can it push on?
Is it high revs or what?
They're asking if it was high revs when it ran. It's just cut out. They just can't get it started again. Apparently fluid has been causing a bit of an issue. They just can't get it started again. And have just been asked if it was high revs when it keeps cutting out. It's just literally been towed back in. This is car number 390. They're checking everything, checking the batteries, making sure everything is okay. I'm going to hand back to Andy then, whilst we try and get this problem solved. We'll give you an update as soon as we can.
Sorry, Ian. Yes, so that's Vertex Sports then in trouble, I'm afraid. in the pit lane. So as the race continues though, we are an hour and 45.5 minutes away from the end of this final round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. The race leader is Amy Watts, turning her way through Clearways Corner. She just set that car's best lap of the race as well, 1 minute 5.208. So it is not the fastest lap, but it is the fastest that car has been all race, and that's pretty impressive as well. So Amy comes across the line. This lap is a 105.9 as she was in a little bit of traffic. Second place is the 443 car of Matthew Wilson, about half a lap behind the leading car, so heading up towards the final sector now, and he has got 5.7 second cushion over Chris Parks in third position, and that is a battle that looked like it was going to ignite a few laps ago, but it really hasn't in quite the way that we thought it would. Then it's 399 in fourth. Fifth is the JTR car of Conor Grady, and sixth for the 507 Ladybird car. Now that car is only 0.8 of a second ahead of Oakley Motorsports 455. And then you've got also quite a close battle between, in fact those, that's the battle we need to find, I think. 507, 455 and 326, the car that was leading the race before it made that pit stop a few minutes ago. The hashtag blessed car is right on the tail now of the 6th and 7th place cars. So there they go, I think just at the top of the shot through Paddock Bend. So that is the next battle I think that's likely to kick off. Got 3 of them covered by less than 2 seconds there. The Ladybird car, the Oakley Motorsport car and the hashtag blessed machine. So we'll see if we can, I think they're coming down into Graham Hill Bend now, hopefully, those 3. At the back of the group is the car that had been leading after the round, after the safety car. So the second place car here comes across the start finish line. That's the 443 car, and heads into Paddock Hill Bend. 6 seconds is the gap that they've got over Chris Parks in third position, with Nicholas Goff 2.5 seconds behind them. And actually the Nicholas Goff car is a bit quicker than Parks at the moment, 2.5 seconds the gap between them, but he was about half a second faster on the previous lap. Now this isn't ideal. 2 cars side by side ahead, 556 and 458 that was. They are not fighting for position, those two. The 458 car running in 21st place, actually, not that far away from the top 20. The Surtees goes the third place car. There is fourth, Nicholas Goff. So we get a good idea there of some of the gaps between these cars inside the top 5. So you've got Wilson in the pale blue and orange car. And as they come across the line, we might just see where the rest of them are. So across the line he goes, and then the blue car with the white stripe, that's Chris Parks, the 392 Quattro Formaggio. You can see him in the background. And then the orange fronted car with the headlights on, that car is in fourth, Nicholas Goff. So they are not absolutely together, but they're all sort of very close to getting together, aren't they, and getting into a proper scrap. This car isn't, though. Led the early stages comfortably, pitted a little bit out of sync with everybody else. I'm still a bit surprised that they managed to come out of that safety car period in such an advantageous position, but they stayed on the lead lap, and now that everyone's made that first pit stop, they find themselves with a half a lap lead, more than half a lap lead actually. So there is the 326 car. Now this is the car that was leading earlier on, of course, the hashtag blessed car of Mark Bennett. Now when he came out of the pit lane, he was right behind the Oakley Motorsport car, but his pace is not quite as good now, so he's 5.6 seconds back and about to go another lap down, I think, here to the race leader who comes out of Druids Corner. So what they would like is a safety car, really, to bunch everybody back together. 3, 4, 5 there, that's the Emax Motorsport car. Now this is the car, remember, the orange and white car there, that has made 2 pit stops. They were running inside the podium places earlier on, and that car is now being driven by 3, 4, 5 Jake Little, I think. Well, no, it's Jay Little. Is that Jake or James? It could be either of the Littles, but one of the Littles anyway in the Emax Motorsport car, which I think, well, it is the 5th highest placed car, 4th highest placed car that's made 2 pit stops, although we now have another car into the pit lane, and that's the 455 that was running inside the top half dozen as well. So Oakley Motorsport are in for their second stop of the day as we approach half race distance now. You can see it's starting to get a bit gloomy out there. It's still only 2:30 though. It shouldn't be getting this dark, but it's an overcast November afternoon at Brands Hatch, and it is certainly going to get even darker as we go deeper and deeper into this race. 315 making its way through. In the pit lane there you can see one car with a bit of work being done, but I think the car that was reversing out was that Oakley car, which has just been in to make another pit stop. There goes the Quattro Formaggio car. Now is Chris Park still getting caught by Nicholas Goff? He sort of is. They matched each other on the previous lap, but Goff has been taking a tenth or so out of the third place car. There is the third place car, 392, into Druid's corner, and the orange car behind it is the one that is catching. They've got the Misty Racing car between them, but then the 399 from Warwheel Motorsport, Nicholas Goff, 1.8 seconds back as they drop through Graham Hill Bend. There you can see that one back marker between themselves and the next car that's chasing them. Then the white car with the yellow front, that's JTR's Connor Grady, running in 5th position. Haven't seen much of Connor, but he is a real rising star of the British motorsport scene, and good to see him out. Was that a car in the gravel at Clearways? There was I caught a glimpse of something to the right of shot. May have been dreaming that, but it looked like there was a car in the gravel at Clearways corner. If it is, that could mean a safety car. There we go. Oh, it's 315. We were just talking about that. 315 have binned it, I'm afraid, at the final turn at Clearways. The 315 car is the TSR Racing machine. That, I'm sure, will be a safety car period to get that car out of the way. I'm trying to figure out who was in the car in this stint. 315. The trouble with a 43 car entry, it's hard to... Oh, there we go. That was being driven by Jonathan Burden. And it does predictably lead to a safety car right there. You know how we just wrapped our head around the order that everyone was in? Well, it's all going to change again now, because people are going to start pitting, and we will see once again this difference of pit strategies. At the moment, it is the 506 car that leads. They have not yet pitted. Let's see which of the leaders blinks first and makes their way in. None of them yet. They haven't quite got to the pit lane entry yet, these lead lap cars. Yes, second place is in. Matthew Wilson is in the 443 car, the pale blue car at the top of the shot. Interestingly, the 443 stays out, but 399 is in, 350 is in. So the second, fourth and fifth place cars all pitting, leaving Quattro Formaggio to jump up into second position. I wonder whether 507 will pit as well. Of course, this is always where those that have already made a second pit stop might choose to stay out. So more drama in the race then, as we start to get differing pit strategies again in this second pit stop window, and down in the midst of all of the action there in the pit lane is here Waterhouse. He's stood right next to the 431 car, but we've got some of our race leaders who have made their way in as well. So
right, everybody, welcome back down to the pits. Let's keep going. Let's grab some of the drivers as well. Quite a lot of action going on. Safety cars out, of course. So we've got a driver over here. Let's just grab a quick word with them over here. How's it been out there?
Oh, it's fun. Really good. There's a few spots of rain starting to appear now.
Yeah.
It looks like someone's just gone straight on that west corner into the gravel.
That's going to make quite an impact, isn't it? The tiny tyres, aren't they? They're just sort of normal road going tyres, aren't they?
Well, it was a test day yesterday, and that was absolutely horrible. There was no fun at all. But today's been great fun. So yeah, as long as it doesn't get worse than this, we'll be happy.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you guys keep going. Stay with us for a little bit longer. Look at the number of C1s coming down. Lights ablaze now, of course. It's starting to get really dark, isn't it? Don't forget, after this, of course, we've got more action to bring you as well. Let's go a bit further up. Stay with us if you like, and let's go see if we can find a few more drivers to have a little chat with too, shall we? Let's go on up. We've got car number 520 up here. Let's just get out of the way before we get run over. There we go. 385 right in front of us. In fact, let's grab a word with the driver once they've got their pit stop done. He's probably just going to jump in and help. Have you got time for a quick word? So I know you literally just got out of the car. How are you feeling?
Very good.
What's it like out there? It's starting to get quite greasy, it looks like.
Not too bad yet, but you can feel it was starting to get a bit slippery out there, yeah.
What's it like with traffic? There's so many cars
out there.
So many cars.
Exciting. Makes it more fun.
You don't have time to breathe, do you? It's just go, go, go. Yeah. No, I'll let you get some water. You look absolutely exhausted. There you go. 3:85 in the pits, 5:20 in the pits as well. Dafford Richards. We've got Matt Patrick and Darren Dunn, car number 5:20. That was a quick stop, by the way, from 3:05. They're out already. It looks like we're going to have a wheel change here as well. Just watch and enjoy this. Let the whole team get involved. Now, if you do this by the side of the road, how long does it take? 10, 15 minutes? Let's see how quick it takes these guys to do a wheel change here, right in the heart of the action. Look at it. Off they go. One nut off. The second nut is off. Up their jacket. How long is it going to take? Who's got a stopwatch on this? Look, the wheel's off already. In fact, let's have a look at that wheel. Look at this. I don't know if we can have a little look at this. Look at that. It's quite hot, but look at that. You see that? Look at the wear on that, and I can tell you the tyre is really quite warm as well. There you go. Wonderful stuff. Here we go, they're still doing it. On it goes. Go on, guys. I haven't been counting. They're just lining it up. Wonderful stuff indeed. This is how you do it right in the middle of it, isn't it? The drivers, lots of pits, trying to take advantage of the safety car, and why wouldn't you do that as well? There we go, great stuff. The car is now down, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Andy. He's going to keep talking to the action.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. So, right, what does all this mean is the question. Well, the top two cars have not pitted for a second time. So the 507 car has taken the lead. So one Ladybird car loses the lead, another one gains it. So that's the 507 car that leads the way. In fact, I think this is the one coming through now with the zebra pattern on the nose. So 507 is the race leader. And that is being driven by Leo Rosso still, having jumped in at the first pit stops. And then the 326 car, which was the hashtag blessed car that led earlier on with the pink wheels, the blue car with the pink wheels, that car is in second position. They're pretty close to each other on the track as well, actually. Then in third place is Quattro Formaggio now, but they are on an outlap, so we'll wait for that to cycle through. Actually, that might not be 100% correct. But certainly 507 leads from there. 326, the blue car with the yellow and pink highlights, running in second place. But those two owe us a pit stop now. We also have our first team that have made 3 pit stops. In fact, a few of them have made 3 pit stops. So the 443 car has just made its third and final stop. So they could potentially now go another hour and a half to the end of the race. Venus Motorsport, the other JW Bird Motorsport car, 347, they've made 3 stops. So has Emax Motorsport. Again, they continue to play this interesting strategy game. And in fact, one of the Silverlake cars has made 4 pit stops, so we are getting some people now potentially going right to the end of the race. But the safety car is in. We are back underway again here at Brands Hatch for the final round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. We're almost halfway now, an hour and 32 minutes still to go. And the car that leads the way is that no, they pitted. That's interesting. So 507 pitted as the safety car came in. I'm not sure that was a good call. So 326 then, the hashtag blessed car of Mark Bennett leads the way. There it is, coming through Graham Hill Bend, the blue car. And that car leads the way, as it did after the first safety car sequence. They have got a 6-second lead over the blue car with the white stripe with its headlights on of Quattro Formaggio, and that is Alistair May back into the car again. So the 326 car leads, but they have done 1 fewer pit stop than the car that is 6 seconds behind them. So the car that will essentially come out of all of this with the lead when all is said and done is the 392, but we don't expect 326 to pit for too much longer. So they've obviously decided they're not going to take the option to pit behind the safety car. Of course, it does all get a bit busy in the pit lane during the safety car, so perhaps it's quicker in a way to pit under green, because then you don't have to queue at the end of the pit lane to register your transponder and your name change, which is they have to check in as they drive out of the pit lane. Obviously, if you've got 20 odd cars into the pit lane at the same time, that can get a bit busy. 326 again, much as we saw in the last stint, even though it's leading the race, is being roughed up a bit by the back markers. But on that lap, they were about 1.7 seconds slower than Quattro Formaggio, so we could have a battle for the lead here before much longer. There is Quattro Formaggio in second. So the 392 is closing in quite rapidly here on the leader of the race, and you can see why, because Bennett is really getting delayed here by the lapped traffic around him. He's not able to find a way through cleanly, and so Alistair May senses an opportunity now, doesn't he, to move into the lead of the race. Through clearways he goes. Quattro Formaggio have been a ever-present threat here at the front of the field all race long. As we move now towards the halfway mark, the leader is forced to go 3 wide here with some lapped cars, one of which is the very rapid 320 AASP Motorsport car on the outside line that runs in 9th place. But this will continue to delay Bennett, who on that lap was even slower. He was about 2.5 seconds slower that time. So I think by the end of this lap, the leader, in fact they are already together, look, the 2 blue cars at the back of this group are almost nose to tail now. So Mark Bennett is about to lose the lead, I fear, to Alistair May in the Quattro Formaggio car. Out of Druids they go, with the #blessed car not being particularly blessed in traffic at the moment. He's going to have to go all defensive now to hold on to the lead through Graham Hill Bend. Takes the tight line in, but watch for May to carry the speed off the corner. He gets an overlap, he gets his nose up the inside, and it looks like he might be prepared to force the issue now into Surtees. The back markers, they will have a part to play in all of this as well. Who do they delay more? Well, it turns out that it is Bennett they delay more, and so Alistair May moves into the lead of the race. They're pretty much bang on half race distance there. We've got the Quattro Formaggio car into the lead of the race then, and Alistair May will now try and set sail and get away from the #blessed car in second position. We also had a change for third on that lap as well, by the way. The More Win Motorsport car of Nicholas Goff, the orange number 399 car, who stayed in the car after that second pit stop, by the way, has got himself ahead of Conor Grady, who likewise is still in the 350 car. So where are they on the track? That's the next thing we need to try and figure out. And they're being caught, I'd say, by the Oakley Motorsport car as well. So the third place car, it's an orange fronted car, and it is somewhere, I think, in the final portion of the lap. No, it's not. There it is, right in front of us. 399 turns into Surtees corner, and they've got a car between themselves and Conor Grady now, actually, having gained that place on the previous lap. So they're almost another full lap. They're almost a full lap adrift of the race leader, who is going through Clearways corner now. So there's the second place car. There went the leader, flashing through shot, and they're just behind, weirdly, on the track of the third and fourth place cars and fifth place cars as well. The Oakley car, 455, yes it is, that red car running in fifth position. So Goff up the hill, so the orange car there in third place. The 414 is a lap down, but then the white and yellow car is in fourth. And that, I believe, is... Oh, my word, that is a huge roll, and that is... My word, a big, big accident at Paddock Hill Bend. Now, I'm not... I think I know who that is, but I want to wait until I see the number to be absolutely sure, but that will definitely be another safety car now, that is for sure. Big, big shot, crash at Paddock Hill Bend, and yes, the safety car is scrambled immediately, unsurprisingly, and it comes out just behind the leader, frustratingly. Now, this is going to have a big, big say on what happens in the race, because it catches the second place car, not the first placed car, but because they wanted to scramble it so quickly, they have understandably sent it out as soon as they can. Now, there is the main news. The driver is out of the car and is okay. But that was a big... It just caught it in the back of shot as it went sideways into the gravel. It digs in and over it goes at high speed. It actually ends up against the barrier on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. So whether there was contact that led to that, I don't know. But the driver is chatting away to the team, to the marshals, I should say, and... explaining exactly what happened. Interestingly, the second place car is just pitted, so they were going to be delayed anyway, weren't they, by this safety car, so #blessed have decided to come in. But the main news is the driver is walking through the gravel to the ambulance under his own steam. A bit of assistance from the marshal, but generally he seems to be okay. These aren't the fastest cars in the world, but when they leave the circuit, they do have this habit of digging into gravel traps, and the gravel did its job, in fairness. It stopped the car before it properly made contact with the barriers, but it does mean that they dig in and tend to start rolling. So, yeah, as I feared, that was the 320 car. That's the AASP Motorsport car. It was being driven in this stint by Samuel Barrand, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, Samuel Barrand. So Samuel is okay, but the car very second-hand, and that is not going to be returning to the race, that's for sure. So that car then going no further. And we have our third safety car intervention of the day then. So into the pit lane has come the second place car, and interestingly the fifth placed car, 455 Oakley Motorsport, whose name I will get right at one point in this race. That will be their third pit stop for the Oakley team. So they, in theory, don't have to pit again. So those two cars in. We're going to get, I presume, a driver change for both of them, certainly for the 326. Maybe not the 455, because they've only just had a driver change, actually. But this will reset the pack a little bit. I'm a little concerned by the fact that Quattro Formaggio didn't get picked up by the safety car. I think they're going to benefit quite well out of all of this. They'll pick up the best part of a lap, I think, on those that did get trapped behind the safety car. 320 car doesn't look too bad from that angle. You'd consider buying it, wouldn't you, if you just see the left-hand side. Right-hand side, though, and the roof, unfortunately, significantly more second-hand. So pit lane not quite as busy a place this time around, because a lot of them had just pitted under that last safety car, 10 minutes or so ago. But this bunches the whole pack back up. Shouldn't take them too long to get that car out of the way, I don't think, at paddock. Although dragging it through the gravel can sometimes do a bit more damage to the car than the initial accident did, but hopefully the marshals will be able to do that a little bit, with a little bit of caution, but still quickly. In fact, they're sending a flatbed truck out now as well, aren't they? So might take a little while to get the track ready to go racing once again. So 392 Quattro Formaggio car of Alistair May leads the race then, as the recovery process is ongoing. So they're going to drag it out of the gravel with the JCB and then stick it on the back of the flatbed truck, I believe. So this will take another lap or so probably to get the car on the back of the flatbed truck. Now, we saw one team running into tyre troubles a moment or two ago. I believe there's another team now that is also having to change a punctured tyre, and Ian's got more on that for us.
Right, here we are, Dan. We're just actually with the garage here, number 10 with 450. This is the man from Amigo Motorsport as well. He just said he had a puncture.
Yes, obviously steps out in the car.
And this is it.
That's the culprit.
That is good. Let's have a look. Look at that. There's still loads of air in that. What are you on about?
It's not in this bit, just there.
Yeah.
A little bit of air in there.
No, the boys doing quite well.
Yeah, obviously the guys are doing well. Obviously their first time out in one of these cars today. Obviously never seen the car before today.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously using the experience of other series to get them near the front. Obviously that puncture hasn't helped us with the standings, but you know we'll see how they can race on.
There's still a long way to go, isn't there? And as we've seen, there's been plenty of drama. I am pleased to say the driver from that role is okay, which is good, of course. What can they do? What can Stefan do in the second half of the race?
It's just about keeping a high speed up. And keeping consistent. If you can consistently keep the speed up, then you'll pass the other cars. Obviously, we've got a pit stop. All our pit stops are done. Obviously, that was an unplanned one.
Yeah.
But obviously, we're fueled up. We're ready to go to the end of the race.
So that's it. Fingers crossed. No more stops.
No more stops. No more work.
There you go. Keep your eye on 450. Thank you. I'm going to hand back to your commentator Andy. Who's going to carry on talking through the action.
Yes, where we've had more developments in pit lane now. The third and fourth place cars have both pitted. Morwin Motorsport and JTR both pitting for what should be the final time for them as well. So now we've got a really interesting situation where the leader is going to be, I think, a couple of laps ahead of everybody else, but they owe us a pit stop. So the 392 Quattro Formaggio car, I'm a bit surprised maybe they haven't taken this opportunity to come in and get that final pit stop done, because they gained so much time by not being picked up by the safety car. So they could have got a free pit stop here and then they wouldn't have had to pit again. So anyway, they haven't. They owe us that final pit stop, whereas the next few cars behind them will, I believe, have made that third stop. It'll take another lap or so for the timing screen to adjust accordingly. But the 392 car is going to have a very, very healthy lead. Is it healthy enough, though, to make up for this extra stop? Well, not extra stop, but this last stop that they are yet to make. So, yes, they are a full lap ahead of 455. So 455 is second. That is, I believe, the red Oakley Motorsport car, which is then a good distance ahead of Crispy Moth. Now, we haven't seen anything of them, but they have, they've only made 2 stops, but the 385 car, which is being driven by James Wilmoth, yes, James Wilmoth, in this stint, is running in 3rd place now. It's by far the highest that car's been all race. Then it's XJR Racing. Now, they've also only made 2 pit stops, so the next car that's made 3 stops is the Ladybird Daddy car of Patrick Watts. So Patrick Watts has taken over the 506 car that led much of the early part of the race. They have made 3 stops. So the 2 highest placed cars that have made 3 stops are 455 and 506, but they are a lap apart, those 2, in the favour of the 455, if that made sense. Hashtag Blessed have just pitted, have they, for the 2nd time? Still showing us being on the out lap at the moment, which is a bit confusing. But they've come out in 6th position, I think, just ahead of JTR. So the field winds its way up through Druid's corner. And there's JTR car at the back of the queue. The car, though, the 320 car is on the back of the flatbed truck now. That's good news. So it shouldn't be much longer. Maybe one more lap now before the race gets back underway. So the 392 car then, where is it? There it is. So you can see the advantage it's got there, because it's pretty much at the back of the safety car queue, but it is a lap clear basically, because it was the last car that escaped being trapped behind the safety car when it came out. There is the mess from the 320 car. It has been known for these cars to have these kind of accidents and then get back into the race, but I'm not convinced that that one is going to be seen again. There's an awful lot of damage done to the ASP car, but good news is they've got all winter to get it fixed. Bad news is that it's going to be fairly costly, I think. There isn't really a straight panel left on that car. I think maybe the passenger side door is good, but apart from that, it is very, very second-hand indeed. So, the order then, run you through that top 10. 392 lead the way. They owe us one more pit stop. In 2nd place, the car that is in the best shape, pit stop-wise at least, is Oakley Motorsport Cleat, the number 455 car, and that car is being driven now by Harry Newman Oakley. And he, in theory, could take that car to the end now. They have made their 3 mandatory pit stops and they run in 2nd place, but the best part of 2 laps adrift of the race leader. 3rd position, also still owing us a pit stop, is the Crispy Moth car of James Wilmoth. And then in 4th place, also having only done 2 pit stops, that's XJR Racing's number 540. Then in 5th position, importantly, is the Ladybird Daddy car, 506 of Patrick Watts, who has completed their 3rd and final pit stop, but they are 2 and a bit laps off the leader. So that's all going to come together as and when Quattro Formaggio decide to make that final pit stop. 6th position then for Hashtag Blessed. They're just coming up the hill now towards the back of the safety car queue. Hashtag Blessed, still with Mark Bennett at the wheel. And then Conor Grady, I believe, is still in that 350 car as well. So the 350 car is running in 7th position. And Conor putting in quite a long stint here in that car, but technically, again, could go to the end. Then it's Morwin Motorsport, that's the 399 car in 8th position. 9th place is JW Bird Motorsport car, that's the 347 car. And Wieners Motorsport rounding out the top 10. Those last 3 or 4 cars have all made 3 pit stops. So the safety car, I believe, is coming in this time, and indeed it does. And the race gets back underway. So the... No, they are. So this is not the race restart. They're waving through the cars that were trapped behind the safety car. So they're going to try and pick up the leader here, which is good news for us because it makes life about 90% less complicated trying to figure out who's who. Waving past a couple of drivers who are a bit less keen. They're going to have to wave basically the whole pack through because the leader still hasn't even come into shot. Waiting. Where are they? They are a long way back. They still haven't come out of Clearway's corner. There they are at the background, the blue car with the pink wheels. So that is the car that the safety car is waiting for. No, it's not even that one, is it? Sorry, it's the blue car with the white stripe, beg your pardon. It's almost always been a blue car that's leading this race, I have noticed that. So Quattro Formaggio, and importantly, the car right ahead is the 506 car. And that car is therefore going to get one of its laps back here. but only just. If it had come out of the pit lane one car further back in the queue, it wouldn't have done, and that keeps them in contention, really. So the 506 car of Patrick Watts getting a bit of a lucky break here. Remember, that car doesn't have to pit again, but it was a lap or so behind the other car in the top 5 that doesn't have to pit again, the 455. But it's going to get one of those laps back now. So the process of waving these cars through is going to take another lap or so, possibly, before everyone catches back up. This will just slightly delay the restart of the race. Unfortunately, there, JTR and JW Bird and of course #Bless, they're not going to get waved through because they're all behind the leader. There's the 320 car. We'll get a closer look now at this damage that's been done. And the panel damage is one thing, but it's what's been done internally to the car that's the worry. Has it bent the chassis? Has it damaged the suspension? In theory, if they can get the car race ready, they can send it back out again. Even though it's been recovered by the marshals, it's not one of those championships where you're immediately taken out of the race if you require outside recovery, because we want the drivers and the teams to get as much racing as possible and as much track time as possible. So push the car if it's rolling well enough, isn't it? So I don't think there's, no pun intended, rolling on its wheels well enough, I should say. So I don't think there is any suspension damage. Who knows? We might just see that car back out again before the end of the race. So the race leader then should now be the first car behind the safety car, we hope, if the safety car has done its job right of waving everyone through. The rest of the pack are catching up now at the back of the shot. So now we'll get a slightly better idea of what the gaps are. So yes, there is a full lap between the top 2 cars. Second to third is only 13 seconds, but they're kind of not really in the same battle as each other, because the second place car has made 3 stops, and third place Crispy Moth car has only made 2. So looking for where the first of the battles is going to come from, it may well be the #Blessed and the JTR car, which is going to be the fight for 6th. They're going to be quite close together, aren't they? Only a couple of back markers between them. Black car going through there. That, by the way, is the Oakley car 455 of Harry Newman Oakley that is second place. Just got a glimpse of them, just ahead of the 326 car actually on track. The driver's weaving around, just try and keep some heat in the tyres. Probably is a little bit chilly out there now, as we have just gone past 3 o'clock local time in the afternoon. Just under an hour and a quarter still to go in this final round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series that has certainly kept us on the edge of our seat all race long. It's been a very, very exciting race, and we are set, I think, for an intriguing final hour here as the strategy game starts to unfold. Right, lights out on the safety car? Yep, lights are out on the safety car, so we're going racing this time then, and Alistair May will take control of the race, and for the first time in about an hour and 45 minutes, the leader doesn't have any traffic around them, so we could see some quick lap times here from Alistair May now that he's out in front. So he makes his way across the start-finish line. Now, where is the 455? That's it there, I think, isn't it? Just ahead of the #Bless car. Now, that car is basically nearly 2 laps behind the race leader. Oh, sorry, just over 1 lap behind the race leader, but doesn't have to make another pit stop. So I reckon that's going to be very close. These laps for Alistair May are really important now. He needs to try and pull a gap on that 455 car so that they might be able to pit without falling behind it once that final stop has been made. The 326 car there, the blue one with the pink wheels, is about to have some defending to do because Conor Grady is catching in the white, black and yellow car. And in fact, Grady's going to get a bit of a run on him now coming out of Graham Hill Bend. So this is the fight for 6th position. And there is Grady, looking up the inside in the JTR car. Can he make the move into Surtees' corner? He's going to carry good speed on the inside. And yes, he's gone through. Nicely done. So Conor Grady up into 6th place then. But the trouble is they're now a full lap pretty much behind the next car in line, which is the XJR racing car of Greenhill in 4th position. That's the 399 car, which had been running well, but I think they've lost out, haven't they, in this pit cycle. They're down in 17th place now, but they were in the top 5 before that last safety car, battling with the likes of the #Blessed car. But of course, #Blessed, they still need one more pit stop, don't they? Side by side across the line, there's the 347 car into Paddock Hill Bend. 385 car there we're seeing is in third position. So the white and black machine of James Wilmoth in P3. He's got a 9.2 second cushion over Greenhill in the XJR racing car. That is the car that runs third place at the moment, but again, they need to make one extra pit stop as well. But still, where did they start this one, the 385? They started 36th in 385, and by playing the strategy game here, it might not win them the race, but it might get them inside the top 10 or half dozen or so. So it's well worth doing if you take the gamble, especially at a track like this. If we were somewhere like Silverstone, I wouldn't necessarily be willing to gamble on this, but because there is such a likelihood of safety cars here at Brands Hatch, we've had 3 already inside the first hour and 3/4. It is maybe worth staying out at one safety car and hope that you then get another one pretty quickly after. That's the strategy they've gone for. It's also the strategy that Quattro Formaggio have gone for as well. There goes one of the JW Bird Motorsport cars. That's 443, I beg your pardon, which has also had a driver change now. 443 not battling anyone for position right now. The leader, there is the gap that he's got. So the lap times then for Alistair May, he did a 1 minute 5.7. In fairness, he's being matched by Harry Newman Oakley, so the 455 is matching him here. So it's not really working out quite to plan at the moment for Alistair May. Caught a glimpse there of Conor Grady going up the inside of a back marker through Surtees. That all got a little bit close, but yeah, Alistair May could do with building a bit more of a gap here, I think, over Newman Oakley. There he goes, then there's a back marker, and then the second placed car. But as we made the point, there is a lap between the top 2 cars, but we expect that lap to disappear once the leader makes its final pit stop. So through paddock he goes, and then the third place Crispy Moth car is a long way further back again. But he's hanging on to that third place, 10 seconds now, the advantage for Wilmoth over Greenhill. And Kang Tyres screeching as they head through Druid's Corner there. Again, you've really got to punish these cars to get them through the corners as quickly as you can, especially the tight corners. Use lots of the curbs, right out wide on the exit, keep that minimum speed up through the corners. Because if you lose speed, if you scrub off too much speed, it's very, very difficult indeed to get it back. Personal best lap last time, by the way, for Harry Newman Oakley. In second place, he was a tenth faster than the leader and was the fastest man on the track last time around. So that 455 car is absolutely flying right now, doing everything it needs to maybe put itself into a race-winning position here. Using a nice little tow from the car ahead, which is running at a similar pace to it. It's 554, I think that one, wasn't it? Yeah, that's the PAB Mortgages car, so that car is pretty rapid and is just towing along the Oakley Motorsport car behind. Through Paddock Hill Bend. Things just settling down now actually as we get in towards this final hour now. This is when it starts to become a really strategic race, and it starts to become a bit more clear who has made the right strategic call over the course of the 3 hours. See the hashtag blessed car here getting out of the way of the 556. That's that car doesn't seem to be going as quickly now as it was, although that is one of the very rapid JW Bird Motorsport cars. JW Bird Motorsport seem to have lost out through safety cars. All of their cars were quick and qualified pretty much, but they're just every time they seem to get near the front, there seems to be a safety car then that they're on the wrong side of in some way. Again, when we get towards the final half hour or so, it'll all start to shake out. We'll figure out exactly who has who's got it right. Surtees goes the pack then. Oops, sideways in the background. Now, the car that was bouncing over the grass in the background was the car that still has that fastest lap of the race that was set a long time ago. The Ladybird 507 car, the white car. And that car 507 now being driven by Josh Stratton. And he is right on the tail of a few other cars actually, so there's a battle developing there. It's some way down the order, but that car has... no, it still owes us a pit stop as well. That's interesting. 507 have been up there at times, but we know they have to pit one more time. Leader through clearways. Second place car of Harry Newman Oakley continuing to set personal best lap times as well, so a really impressive stint this. This all looks a bit messy, doesn't it? Down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, 345 there on the inside. That's the Emax Motorsport car, one of the Littles, white and orange car. and they are 2.8 seconds behind Venus Motorsport and not lapping quite as quickly as them on the last lap. Possibly because they are stuck in this knot of traffic. Here comes Patrick Watts there, the red car with the zebra front bumper, turns up the inside. Patrick Watts still running in 5th position, but he's every bit as quick as the leaders right now. And again, this car doesn't need to pit again, so they'll probably leave Patrick in now for the rest of the race. Patrick, a real stalwart of motor racing, particularly in touring car racing, of course, but good to see that he's still just as enthusiastic as ever about racing in the UK. Hashtag Blessed have just lost a position as well, down to 8th place now, so the 347 car has gone through. 347 is... that's interesting. Is that an extra driver? Yes, it is. They've added a 3rd driver into 347, surname of Welsh, but don't have the name on the entry list. But anyway, they've got into 7th position now on that previous lap. Through clearways. Now, this is the Moorwind Motorsport car, which is the orange machine. 347 is the car just ahead of it, which runs in 7th place, of course, and that is that car that's got the extra driver, actually, that I was just talking about. Don't know who's in that car at the moment. Through paddock they will go, though. Late on the brakes there. Big bump in the road just as you turn into that corner. Very easy to get it wrong. On the way into one of the most challenging corners in British motor racing. Up into Druids Corner, another little gaggle here. 315. 315 is TSR Racing. Started this race all the way down in 37th place. They're ahead of this group, but they are again on a different lap to these two. Stop-go penalty for car 556, by the way. A 3-minute stop-go penalty, which is pretty significant. 556 is the PD56 car, which is being driven by 556, let me find it on the entry list. Yeah, Nick Padmore. I thought it was Nick Padmore. Historic racing ace, but he's going to have to come in and serve a 3-minute penalty. The timing screen doesn't tell me why. Possibly, I'd imagine for a 3-minute penalty, that's a pit stop infringement of some sort. Speeding in the pit lane or some sort of pit stop procedural issue. So that car's going to be in for a fairly lengthy time, I think, in the pretty near future. 458 there turns through the first corner. There is your race leader there, Alistair May. His lap times are good, don't get me wrong, but I just think they're going to lose out here with this extra pit stop they've got to make. Emax here, Emax Motorsport. Now this is for position, I think, actually. That's the 463. Yes, it is. So that is for position. The white and orange car then on the attack. And Little trying to find a way past the 463 of Adams. That would be Marcus Adams. So the red car right in front of it is running in 10th place. This is a fight to get into the top 10. And it is the group just ahead of this group. There they go. So the white and orange car with its headlights ablaze. Just dropping back a little bit now, actually, as they head out onto the pit straight. Car into the pit lane there. Was that hashtag blessed? Yes, it was. Hashtag blessed are in. So that's the 9th place or 8th place car, as they were. That promotes these two cars we're following that are side by side, and we're going to get the change actually there, because Little goes up the inside and he does now move into 9th place actually as a result of that. Little has made, in fact both of those cars have made their final pit stop, so that's significant. That is a genuine fight for position, and then he dives up the inside of the 385. There's contact. My word, that was a little bit late on the brakes, that wasn't it, from Little, and very lucky not to end up in more significant contact. The 385 car was right ahead and thankfully saw him coming, opened up the steering at the very last second and avoided more significant contact. But Little, buoyed by the overtaking made at Paddock Hill Bend, I think, they've got a bit carried away into the next turn, and a little bit of side-to-side contact there. Personal best lap that time for Oakley Motorsport. Harry Newman Oakley in second place, continuing to really push on. 7/10 quicker than the leader that time. Starting to get a few trickling in now, aren't we, for their final pit stops. Mentioned that the 326 was in. 541 is in as well. That's the DTO Motorsport car. As there, Patrick Watts is up the inside. Don't think this... that is for position. That's 540, so that is 4th place now for Patrick Watts. He already had a pit stop in hand over that car that he's just passed, the car being the XJR racing car. But that was a good move there. Patrick Watts into 4th place, and he's going quickly enough that he should catch 3rd place before too much longer. So the 540 then, XJR car of Ben Greenhill, losing out to Patrick on that occasion. So Patrick Watts charging on. Wouldn't count this car out. All they need is a fortuitously timed safety car, and they're right back into this now. They're on the same pit sequence as the Oakley Motorsport car, but there's a lap between them at the moment. Watts now sets off after the 3rd place machine of Wilmoth. Watts then up the inside, clearing this pack of traffic really quickly. Heads through Clark Curve, and now he's in clean air. We'll start to see what sort of lap times he is capable of doing. So towards Paddock Hill Bend he goes, then Patrick Watts. 6.7 seconds he is behind the 3rd placed 385 car. So that car just heading up towards Druids now. Keep an eye on that gap, because on the previous lap he was about 7/10 faster, and he had to overtake a lot of traffic on that lap. So it's a pretty impressive pace that he's running. So Watts goes through. Sideways into the corner for the 451. 541 has just come out of the pit lane, I noticed. It's a 541 DTO Motorsport. Oh my word, 451 with a very spectacular run through Graham Hill Bend there. Still push these cars hard, even as we get towards the final, now into the final hour of the race. Oh, car stopped on the back straight there. Now is that 537? Couldn't quite see from here. It's got going again though, which is good news. I think it's 537. That would be the BPC tuning car. The leader is about to go up the inside. Yes, it is 537. That was a spin then, I guess, rather than a mechanical stoppage. See hashtag blessed going through there. They're 19th now, having made their final pit stop. Leader out of clearways through Clark Curve. From Adgio then. 1 minute 5, high 1 minute 5, so they're running pretty much every lap. But they are being matched, if not bettered, pretty much every lap by the 2nd placed car. When will they make their final pit stop? That's the question. Alistair May to hand over the car for the final time to Chris Parks. They've both been pretty evenly matched, I think. Maybe May has been the faster of the two, but Chris Parks is still a quick driver. Had a solid first stint earlier on. Will this car come out of that pit stop ahead or behind though, and will it be able to bounce back from being behind if that is the case? 506 going through, sorry, 507 going through there. They are down in 13th place now, having still not made their final pit stop, so that Ladybird car is not going to be a contender for the race victory, you'd have to say. Airy through the final corner there for Alistair May, who's enjoying the relatively clean air around him. They make their way through. 507 pitting actually for that final time, just as I was talking about them. So the 2nd Ladybird car makes its way into the pit lane. Oh, hashtag blessed are back in. They've just pitted, and they're back in again now for a 2nd time. So the 326 car, yeah, that's their 2nd pit stop in about 3 or 4 laps. The blue car, you can just see it's up on the jacks. They've got a tyre problem, I think, haven't they? So we're getting a few cars running into issues here that seem to be tyre related. We'll see if we can get our camera down there to see. It could be tyre, could be suspension failure or something, but there we go. So yeah, front left corner. And are they changing the tyre, or have they just taken it off to have a look at the suspension? You can see it takes a bit of time to get that tyre back on. They lower it off the jacks. And it looks like they're going to send it back on. Oh no, they're having a look at the other side now. So I think this might be steering or suspension damage rather than a tyre issue itself, because they're looking at both sides now. So that's a real shame there. One of the cars that was in contention for a strong position through much of the first half of the race, led a lot of the race so far. In fact, they have led well, almost more laps than anybody else, really. 326 have led about 25 laps, which is almost as much as anybody else. The team that have led the most laps, unsurprisingly, is the number 392 car that leads the way, the Quattro Formaggio car, which has just completed its 100th lap of the race. And with just under an hour still to go, they could still get another 50 odd in if we don't get another safety car. Through clearways. Personal best sector's coming in more and more as well here. James Wilmoth setting personal best set. Doesn't he needs to, because Patrick Watts is catching him. So Patrick Watts actually was a tenth slower than him on that time, but Wilmoth in third position is starting to react now to the threat coming from the ex-British touring car racer behind. So we'll see if we can pick them out maybe. Here comes the leader towards us. Still not yet pitting. Oh, hashtag Blessed going back out onto the track again. Good news, right in front of the race leader. So this third place battle then, I think that's the next one that's likely to spring to life then. The 385 and the 506. Not entirely sure where they are on the track. Somewhere in the second half of the lap, I think. Oh, 455, that's the Oakley car in second. Getting very, very sideways going into Druids Corner. Surtees then. Yes, sector times on this lap. Oh, Patrick Watts really is catching now. He took 3/4 of a second out of Wilmoth in the first sector alone. So they are going to be coming across the line now. And yeah, the gap's down to 1.1 seconds now. So third to fourth getting very close. There is the third place car then. So the 385 car of James Wilmoth. And I reckon the next car behind him is going to be Patrick Watts in the 506. No, not quite the next car. There's got a lapped car between them, but that's going to be dispatched with pretty quickly now as they head into Druids Corner. And Watts does now start to reel in the Wilmoth car ahead. Remember, the Wilmoth car still has this one extra pit stop to serve, but in the meantime, it's going to get involved in a battle here for track position. Through Graham Hill, over the curbs. Don't run too wide on the exit though, because we've got these sensors, the track limit sensors on the axis of the corner, which if you run over them, that's when you get pinged for exceeding those track limits. Haven't really heard much about track limits in this race though, which is good. The drivers generally then behaving themselves when it comes to those track limits. One car that hasn't behaved itself though is the 345. That's been given a stop-go penalty, and that is the that's the Emax Motorsport car, I'm afraid, of Jake and James Little, with Ratcliffe as well. So that car being given a stop-go penalty. Here though comes the battle for third position, and Patrick Watts is almost within striking range now. In fact, he is. He goes to the inside at Paddock Hill Bend, and Patrick Watts goes third. Another good move there from Patrick, who's lost absolutely none of his racecraft and his tenacity out on circuit. And Patrick Watts then moves into P3, but now immediately has to go on the attack to get past the traffic. That looked like it might have been contact. Did he get through without contact there? Hard to tell. That's the car I think that went to the gravel earlier on, the 446 car. So the Motul liveried car then makes its way through Graham Hill Bend. Now though, he's not going to gain any more places now without other people pitting, because he's, I think, the best part, if not over a lap, behind the Oakley car in second. And it's going to be difficult to know whether or not he'll get ahead of Quattro Formaggio when they pit as well. But still, good stint from Patrick to get back into the top three. He makes his way through then to complete his 102nd lap of the race. So with that battle then resolved for the time being, he is 40 seconds. So he's on the same lap, and that's it. He's on the same lap as the Oakley car, but he's 40 seconds back. His pace though is not as quick as the Oakley car, so he would need a safety car, I fear, to get properly back into this. Dave Messenger and Philip Giles, by the way, in That's the Badger Racing, they're the latest team to be given a stop-go penalty. Again, we're assuming that this is for pit stop infringements. So as we get later into the race, it is easy, I guess, to lose concentration when it comes to things like pit stops and pit stop regulations, track limits regulations as well. You do see mistakes made at the end of these long races. 3 hours is a long time, especially when you consider a lot of these drivers will be relatively new to racing. That's one of the joys of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. It is a series that caters for experienced and inexperienced racers equally, really. A lot of these cars carrying novice crosses on the back of them to denote that at least one of the drivers on the lineup are new to racing within their first season or so of racing. You've got people like Patrick Watts who are not in their first season of racing, but instead are veterans of the sport. Blue flag's being waved. I mean, that marshal may as well just keep that blue flag out permanently, because there is always someone being lapped by somebody else at any given moment out on track. Case in point, that's the second placed car lapping getting a push from the 554. Not a push that it appreciated, probably, because it got Harry Newman Oakley a little bit squirrely there across the line, but they're both going up the inside of that hashtag blessed car, which, by the way, has rejoined after its extra pit stop all the way down in 31st place. Colin Bysouth now in the 326 car. Second place car puts another lap on him, heading out of Druids. 448 then the next target for Harry Newman Oakley. Now that last lap was a 106.1 for him. Oh, one car wide. That makes it a little bit easier for Oakley to get past. He almost had contact with that back marker. In fact, he doesn't get past. 448 bounces back on in front of him. Newman Oakley is just starting to lose a bit of time here to Watts. Just a little bit. 39.5 seconds is the gap. It's nothing to panic about yet, but it came down by a second on that lap. You can sort of see why, because he is getting a bit impatient here in traffic, is Harry. He now does force his way up the inside of the 448, and will try and complete the manoeuvre heading into that first corner. Remember, that 554 car behind is also a very quick car. That is the Ryan Bensley car. Ryan Bensley Civic Cup front runner, who is running down in 16th place. They've looked out a little bit in some of the pit cycles, but that car is every bit as quick as the 455 car ahead. They've sort of been latched together for much of the second half of the race, those two, albeit on different laps. So those two working through the traffic pretty well. Leader heads back through Graham Hill. Now, May's lap times are now quicker than Newman Oakley in second as well. So he is starting to pull the gap slightly. There he goes. There you can see Newman Oakley just isn't that far back, is he? It's a lap and a bit between those top two. But Harry Newman Oakley, now that he's back into clean air, putting in personal best sectors again, so I suspect he was losing time only because of the map markers, rather than some mysterious loss of pace. Stop-go penalty for 540 now. That's the fourth place car. The fourth place car being given a drive-through penalty. XJR Racing. Now, they've not been in the pit lane for a while, so that can't be because of a pit stop infringement, surely. That must be something to do with the track limits or something of that description. So 540... not entirely sure what that is. The timing screen tells me they've got a penalty, but doesn't tell me what for, unfortunately. But XJR Racing, who again still needed to make one more pit stop anyway, well, they'll have to come in twice now, because you can't serve a penalty whilst you're serving a mandatory pit stop. So that's going to well and truly take them out of contention. Quattro Formaggio lead with 48 minutes still to go. When do they pit though? That's the other question. They have to pit once more. Are they going to choose to do it early or leave it right to the last minute? I guess you'd wait now, wouldn't you? Their chances of winning this race hinge on there being another safety car. If they can catch a safety car here and pit behind it, they might just be able to come out still with the race lead. But I think if they pit under green flag, they are likely to lose it. Quick pit stop we've seen losing teams about a lap or so. So it would be very close if they were to pit now, but if they could pit behind the safety car, it would really, really benefit them. So I guess leave the car out as long as you can, and then sort of hope for the best, really. Second place car comes through. 455 still ahead of Ryan Bensley's car there, the 554 PAB Mortgages machine. Bit of jockeying for position there, actually, with Bensley and Newman Oakley in the background, going up the inside of a back marker together. These two continuing to run together. Bensley enjoying playing the pusher here, isn't he? He's getting right up on the rear bumper of Newman Oakley. Let's see if he does it down the pit straight again. He did it a few laps ago, didn't he? Got Newman Oakley a bit sideways. But Bensley, with that slipstream, he closes in, but he realises sensibly that it's not worth going side by side with Newman Oakley, because that will just start slowing them down. So settles in behind, pushes him down the straight, and something that you can only really do in a car like a C1. You wouldn't want to do that in a high-performance GT car or something, although I have seen them try. 463 there, Wieners Motorsport running in 8th position still at the moment. And that is the Marcus Adams machine now. They will not have to pit again, so they could be set to pick up another position or so as others come in for their final stops. Interestingly, the 449 car is showing us having not served any pit stops in this race, but that isn't right. We know that isn't right, so they haven't reset the transponder quite correctly there, have they? Leader about to lap the 12th place car now, more with Motorsport, 399. And that is Vince Fitter in the car that he shares with Nicholas Goff, goes up the inside of him. It's another car that's sort of fallen out of contention now through slightly badly timed pit stops. That's particularly frustrating for a team that does well, executes well, brings a quick car, drives it well, and then just the timing of the pit stops work against you because you've no way of knowing when these safety cars are going to come out. We could well end up with another safety car here before the end of the race that turns the entire thing back on its head. So XJR Racing, by the way, they're in to serve that penalty now from 4th place, so that promotes Conor Grady in the JTR car into 4th. And promotes the 347 JW Bird Motorsport car into 5th. Those two cars heading up through Druids now, I think. So Clark Kerr goes the race leader, not the race leader, the car that was leading the race earlier on. 385 into the pit lane now. That car is multiple laps down in 20th place. That's the Crispy Moth car. Oh, no, yeah, that's unscheduled actually. They've made 4 pit stops now, and that's their 5th. That car, remember, was running inside the podium places earlier on. There goes the JTR car, which sort of caught a glimpse of it in the background. Sort of white car with the fluorescent yellow flashes. There it is, it's behind the red machine in the background. That's now into 4th position then as a result of XJR coming in to serve the penalty. So just behind these this big pack of cars, within the big pack of cars, we've got side-by-side racing with Emax there. Emax Motorsports going up the inside, sailing through on the inside of the 356 at Paddock Hill Bend. That car, of course, is multiple laps ahead of this group, so that's why it's making these overtakes look especially easy. JW Bird Motorsport there in 5th, so that's the 5th place car. It's catching this car for 4th, actually. By 1.3 seconds on the previous lap, so Conor Grady may have inherited 4th place in the 350 car, but he's been caught by the 347. 347 is now being driven by, the Welsh, the unknown driver. So the black car there coming through is the one that's doing the chasing. Not there yet, but 4.5 seconds isn't a big gap, and they're both on the same pit cycle. They've both done 3 pit stops. Clark Kirby goes. Let's see what the lap times are this time then. Grady about to come across the start finish line. His 110th lap of the race is now completed. It's a 105.944, whereas Welsh here in the JW Bird Motorsport car does a 105.2. So yeah, 7/10 faster that time. 3.8 seconds is the gap. This is continuing to come down. Give it another 3 or 4 laps and they're going to be pretty close together, those two. 42 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. There is the JTR car. Conor Grady, very, very quick driver. And that car is in 4th. Will it stay 4th? That's the question. There's the car that's in 2nd place. They want to know if they'll stay in 2nd, don't they? Because they've got a chance here of claiming the victory. They're maintaining the gap actually over the Patrick Watts car in 3rd as well. 38 seconds, it's come down fractionally, but it's ebbing and flowing in traffic. 455, they're doing a good job here. And, as they come across the start-finish line, one more car pitting there in the background, not one of our leaders. Another race control message, black and white warning flag for the 540, which is just pitted actually. That's the XJR car. They've already been given a penalty, and now they're in the pit lane once again, but being warned, I guess, for track limits. Leader heads down the hill. Saying we're still waiting for them to pit, but when are they going to choose to do that? Will it be with half an hour to go, maybe? There will be minimum driver times to factor into all of this as well. Drivers won't be able to exceed a certain amount of time in the car, both at any one time and indeed over the course of the race. It's usually something like 60% of the race for a 2-driver lineup, which this one is. Certainly not pitting this time. Another group of back markers here to negotiate. Headlights ablaze now for all of the cars. You can see the way the lights there on the pit entry are really starting to stand out as it gets darker and darker and darker later and later in the day. Second place coming through then, the black machine. And Ryan Bensley's gone past now, hasn't he? So Bensley's unlapped himself from the second place car. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. If Bensley is a little bit quicker, then he could tow along the Harry Oakley machine. Harry on that lap was only a couple of tenths slower than the leader, so he's pretty much matching this car of Alistair May. So nothing to choose pace-wise. Bodes well for a good fight between those two cars potentially, although there will be a driver change for Quattro Formaggio when they pit. But if they come out close to each other on the track, we could be in for a real grandstand finish then. So a bit of a strange race this then, calming down now, but we're fully anticipating that it will spring into life once that lead car makes its pit stop. I'm always willing them to pit so that we know exactly what the situation is. But the waiting game is still ongoing. Druids goes the car that's third, just ahead of that little group. 555 trying its best to stay out of the way. Down the order to see if there are any other good battles worth picking up. Well, Emax Motorsports have just moved ahead of the 449 car. That was for 9th position. 12th place is pretty tight as well at the moment. Through the last corner, there are still some interesting battles going on. Although the gap that I was monitoring between JTR and the 347 car, that's going the other way now to what I expected. It's 2.5 seconds between them now, so it was coming down under 2 seconds a few laps ago, and it went back out again on that lap. So Conor Grady responding nicely, or perhaps more to the point, Welsh getting held up in back markers and hasn't been able to quite maintain the pace that he had earlier on. 385 then heads through. So where did they drop there? They've had a couple of extra pit stops now, 385, which is a real shame. Chris Miroth down in 25th place now. He made 4 pit stops in this race. So another one falling by the wayside, rather, having been potentially a threat for podium place earlier on. So you can see now the lights on the cars starting to become more and more distinct. Some of them running these LED lights. I think they are literally there just to make the car stand out in the dark. These cars, they race frequently in 24-hour races, not just here in the UK, but over in Europe as well. And some of the cars running them, some of them not. And I think it's just a way for the teams sometimes as well to define which of their cars is which. Because again, these cars don't have these ship-to-shore radios. The only way the teams can get a message to their driver is in a good old-fashioned method with a pit board hung over the pit wall, as the leader is now pitting. Thank goodness for that. The leader is in. Right then. So we need to see where they come out here in relation to that 455 car. The 455 car will go through now to unlap itself. And then where will 392 come out? It's almost went into the wrong pit booth there, I think. But yeah, the point I was making about those lights, the team need to know with the receding light now which car they're holding out their pit board to. So if they know their car is blue and it's got a blue LED on the top of the windscreen, that will certainly help them. So that car comes in then. Driver change will happen, I think. That's Alistair May getting out of the 392 machine, and about to get back in will be Chris Parks, but he's on hand whilst they refuel the car first with the fire extinguisher, which hopefully won't be needed. Now, where's the 455 car? Is it going to... I think it's going to quite comfortably get ahead of these two because they haven't even refueled the car yet. So that, of course, is that's the other element of all of this. You don't necessarily have to refuel every time you come in. So it may be that this team gained time earlier on by not refueling, but now they're having to pay the price for that by having a longer pit stop. So we shall see exactly how this plays out. It does look as though they're going to lose the race lead, but arriving on the scene is Ian Waterhouse, and he might just be able to check in with the team. In fact, the driver change just being done now. Let's head down to Ian.
Right guys, welcome back to the pitch. You joined us at a great time. 392 was the leader when they came in. Driver change, as you can see. Driver helping driver, as you can see. And look at it, isn't it good? We'll grab a word with the driver who's just jumped out in a second, but let them get sorted first and watch a live pit action here. Through they go. Look, car's going to fire up, reverse out, and it will be go, go, go. The race is really on a knife edge at the minute, isn't it? It really, really is an entertaining time. Let's just grab a quick word if we can. Sorry, 1 second. I can't leave you go. How's it been so far?
It's good, yeah. I'm having loads of fun. I wasn't sure if I was in the lead or not.
I think you were when you came in, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
That's crazy, isn't it? You're not sure where you are.
No.
There's cars everywhere,
No,
isn't
I
there?
know. And then you don't get pit board, so you don't know where you are, so you just keep trying to go as fast as you can, basically.
So how did you know when to come in? Was it...
Fuel was running out.
Okay,
yeah,
well, fair enough.
Flashing,
Fair
so
enough.
we had to come in.
Fantastic, and that's it now. That must be your last stop.
That's my last stop, yeah. So Chris is going to finish the race.
Fantastic, congratulations.
Thank you
Let's
very
see
much.
how it goes
Cheers, thank you.
for the remainder of the race. Plenty of action still going on. I think actually, if you just stay with me for one more second, 463 behind us. They've been in the pits for quite a while. I think they might be pushing it into the garage. Let's see if we can find out what's going on here. I'm just going to jump in and just see if I can have a quick word and find out what's going on. Is it just a tyre change? Everything else all right? Tyre change? Is it just a tyre change?
No, we've got a problem with the steering. We've had a bit of a knock. So it's crabbing along. We're just looking at it now.
But think it might be okay, maybe. No,
It's not looking
I
good.
appreciate the honesty. Thank you very much. Car number 463, they've got an issue with the steering. We think that might be ending their race, which could be a real shame. We're going to hand back to Andy. He's going to carry on talking through the action.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. That's bad news for them. Excellent news, though, for Oakley Motorsport Club, because they are in the lead of the race now, because the Quattro Formaggio car came out of the pit lane quite some way back. There then is the car that leads with 34 minutes to go in the race, and Harry Newman Oakley has over a 30-second cushion still over Patrick Watts in second position. I'll give you that gap when Patrick gets to the line, but it is over half a lap between the two of them. And this has worked out like a dream for the 455 car that started the race down in 10th on the grid. Their qualifying time was about half a second off the pole position time, but you do not need to worry about that in a 3-hour race with all of these pit stops and safety cars and pit strategies. You can get yourself into contention by playing the strategy game right. That's exactly what they've done. The gap officially then is almost exactly 36 seconds between Harry Newman Oakley and Patrick Watts in the 506 Ladybird Daddy car. So Patrick Watts, almost exactly half a lap adrift of the leading car. It would need a safety car now, really, to bring them back into play. They're so evenly matched on pace, these two cars, as well. Watts is perhaps fractionally the quicker, but he ain't going to gain 36 seconds over the course of the race. Now, third position is where the Quattro Formaggio car has come out, so they are 25 seconds behind Patrick Watts, having pitted. So they still came out in a podium place. They still came out best part of a lap, I believe. No, so actually they're only 13.3 seconds ahead of the Welsh-driven 347 JW Bird Motorsport car, which has recently got ahead of the JTR machine of Conor Grady. So Conor Grady, whilst actually the Quattro Formaggio car was in the pit lane, Grady was overtaken by Welsh for 4th position. So JTR dropped down to 5th. 6th position then for the second of the JW Bird Motorsport cars. That is the 443 car, driven by Philip House. And then in 7th place is Jake Little in the 345 Emax Motorsport car. 8th position for the third of the JW Bird Motorsport cars, that's 449, which is one of the Roaches. It is Joe Roach in the car. 9th position then for the 399, that's the Morwin Motorsport machine of Vince Fitter. And rounding out the top 10 is 457, that's one of the Silverlake cars, which is being driven in this portion of the race, 457, by Sam Stride. So that's your top 10. The leaders are in. The leader is in the pit lane. The race leader is in the pit lane for a 4th time. This must be either a problem or they needed extra fuel. Perhaps they needed an extra splash of fuel. Let's see if we can see what's going on down there then. But the black 455 Oakley Motorsport Club car, well, just as we thought they'd got this in the bag, they've had to make an extra pit stop. They had a 36.5 second lead over the 506 car, but no, Watts has gone through. Watts has got the lead. So Patrick Watts then takes the Ladybird Daddy car into the lead of the race in a dramatic final half an hour or so twist in this race. What is that all about? Is it a problem? No, they're just refueling. They needed fuel, so this was a mandatory stop they were going to have to make them, but it is the 4th time that they've been in the pit lane. So now, is this... The team look as though they... Ryan Burke walks right in front of our camera, thanks for that, Ryan. The driver doesn't look particularly pleased with this, but if it is just refueling, then, well, who knows? Perhaps Ian can shed some light on this.
Right guys, here we go, 4.55, it was took over as the leader coming in now. They're about to head out though, focus on the car, there you go. Just done a driver change, they've just done a refueling as well. And I don't think the driver was overly impressed with the time it was taking. So here they go, look, lights ablaze as you can see. And 4.55, there they go, out, there you go. Let's just have a quick word with somebody from the team as well. So that will be that, let's just see. How was that? All right, good stop, solid stop. Who wants to have a word? You want to have a quick chat with us? Let you get your helmet off. Everything okay with the fuel going in there?
Yeah, it's just unexpected. We were hoping to do the whole race with no fuel, but
really, just not quite.
Not quite.
Still half hour to go, isn't there? Still
yeah,
a bit of time to go.
It's life, isn't it?
Fuel tank just not quite big enough, I guess.
No, it's the driver. It's too lid-footed.
It's the driver. It's too. Those are talking to us anyway, clearing that one up. There you go. It's quite simple, really. You can't do a full race on a tank of fuel here. They've had to make a splash and dash with half an hour of the race to go. I'm going to hand back to Andy, your commentator, to carry on talking you through the action.
Right then, interesting. So they needed fuel. I mean, that's not even a small miscalculation, though. As we said, they're half an hour out. So that does rather pose the question, doesn't it? Can anybody else make it to the end, or are we going to see more people pitting them? So Quattro Formaggio now find themselves back in second place, incidentally. We know they could go to the end of the race, there's no question mark about that. But when did the 506 last pit? They pitted during the last safety car, I think, didn't they? So yeah, they should be okay if they put fuel in, but they may not have put fuel in at the last stop. This is what we don't know. So Ladybird Daddy then, Patrick Watts has a 26.5 second lead. There he is, Patrick Watts out of the Greyville Bend. He's having a nice Saturday evening drive here. He's got the driver's side window down, he's probably got Radio 2 on, leaning back, relaxed, enjoying himself, leading the race. But does he have the fuel to get to the end of the race? That's the big question. So out of Clearways, 26.5 seconds is his lead. Oh, takes a very tight line there out of Clearways. Try and get on the inside of the 555 car, that is, isn't it? And he's putting a lap on. So just when you thought you'd wrapped your head around this race and what was going on, it finds new ways of surprising you. Still getting some drivers setting personal best lap times as well, by the way. The 345 car, one of the littles in the car at the moment, Freemax Motorsport, up to 6th position and are currently the fastest car on the track, actually, by quite some bit. They did a personal best lap time, the only driver anywhere near the 1:04s. So that was a pretty impressive pace. They are a little way adrift, though, of the podium battles, really. Not that likely to improve upon that 6th place. They've had a real up and down race, haven't they? Emax Motorsport started the race 3rd, ran 2nd early on, then plummeted down the order at the first pit stops, and sort of slowly but surely worked their way back into contention for a good result. In fact, they've just set the fastest lap of the race. Look at that, 3.45 then, with the fastest lap, a 1:04.738. And they are there, just going free shot on the outside, the white and orange car. That is a brilliant lap time. But they are the best part of a lap behind the next group of cars, so I don't think they're going to, unless of course others have to make extra pit stops, they're not that likely to improve upon that. So second car in shot there, the white car with the orange wheels, is the car that is fastest on the track right now. Comes out onto the pit straight. What's this lap time going to be in traffic? I'd imagine it won't be quite as quick, and indeed it is not, a 1:05.9, so lap time no improvement that time. Right, next battle to watch then is going to be that 455 car that was leading, because they've come out in 8th place, but they're less than a second behind. No, never mind, they've already taken 7th place back from the JW Bird Motorsport car. So Harry Newman Oakley already starting the fight back now. 7th for him. He's nearly 12 seconds behind Emax Motorsport, and they are the fastest car on the track. So not going to be that easy for them to gain that amount of time. So there goes the black machine that is running in 3rd place now. Then this is the JW Bird Motorsport machine, 11 seconds adrift of Quattro Formaggio, but actually quicker by about 4/10 on the previous lap. They've got a 5-second gap on JTR. They almost get lent on there by one of the back markers, which hopped over the curbs through Surtees. As they head out of Clearway's corner, that car suddenly starting to come to life. Let's see what this lap time is. The car they're chasing is being driven by Chris Parks, the 392 car. That just did a 1 minute 5.5. What about Welsh? He does a 5.5 as well, so they're matching each other at the moment. The gap stays at 11.1 seconds. Into Druid's corner. And, well, do we still have another sting in the tail here? Can our leader get to the end on this tank of fuel? Will we see anybody else having to make a last-ditch splash and dash? Certainly, Ladybird Daddy, they've been successful in this series all year, really. Oh, that was close. Almost a bit of contact there for our 3rd place car, who has got a big knot of traffic now to try and negotiate. Ryan Bentley's and all of this as well, the red and black car. He's actually, now, yes, that's worth picking up on actually. The 554 car, which is the red and black car just towards the front of this group, is on the verge of breaking into the top 10 now, actually. Ryan Bentley, you can see him there. The car he's trying to chase is the 457 of Sam Stride in the Silverlake car. But Bentley, in fact, he's already got him. He got past 2 cars on that lap, because that car has vanished. No, that's yes, that is the no 356. That's not even the car that I realised had gone missing. 449 has gone missing, but I don't know. I didn't know 356 had vanished. So 449 was running in 9th place and has vanished. That's one of the positions that Ryan Bentley gained. The other one was an overtake on the Silverlake car. But where is that 449 car, and is it in a dangerous position? That's the crucial thing. Do we need a safety car? Where has it stopped? So we know that car has stopped on the inside at Druids. But 449, according to my timing screen, is stationary out on track, not in the pit lane. So it's pulled off or gone off somewhere. So 449 is the JW Bird car of Joe Roach. And so where is this 449 car then? I haven't seen, I've been looking for it, I can't see another car stopped anywhere. But according to the timing screen, it's got an exclamation mark next to its name, which means stopped on track. You get a little cog symbol if you're stopped in the pit lane. That's not what it's got. So plunging down the order, obviously. I mean, from this wide shot where you can see everything, I cannot see that car. There are places you can pull off without ending up in the pit lane. You can pull off on the Cooper Straight and at Surtees, and there are places that you can stop and you can get yourself well out of the way. The main thing is that it doesn't look as though there is going to be a need for a safety car, which is good news, unless they decide to throw one for that car. That's what was it, the 356 that was stopped at Druids Corner. So 2 of the JW Bird Motorsport cars stopping at the same time. That's remarkable. They're having a good race with 2 of their other cars, both running inside the top 5, but 2 of them unfortunately hitting trouble at pretty much the same point. So 347 makes its way through in 3rd position, still not really making any progress on the 2nd place car. This is the 2nd place car, right on cue, which on that lap was 4/10 quicker than the leader. Now, what did I say the gap was between Watts and Parks? Was it 26 or 36 seconds? I think it was 26, wasn't it? It's 28.2 now anyway. I will make a note of that before I forget. But no, I do seem to recall it being over 30 seconds at one point, so maybe that Watts has been caught up in traffic here, but Chris Parks sensing an opportunity now, if he even knows where he is. I mean, we heard from the drivers during the race already, haven't we, that they don't always know exactly what position they're in. But if he does realise what the situation is here, he might just be pushing that extra bit harder now to try and put some pressure on what's out in front. 414 Trimite racing car in the pit lane now as well. That's Nigel Smith. There goes the leader. So Watts' last lap was a 105.9, which is competitive. It's within the sort of pace that Quattro Formaggio are doing. Well, they're 4/10 quicker on that lap, so 27.8 now is the gap. But with only 21 minutes to go, they're not going to catch Watts unless Watts runs into some serious difficulties. Watts then through the left-hander at Surtees. He's got himself actually some strangely clear track at the moment. Again, continues on for another lap without feeling the need to pit. So good news so far for Patrick. Shares this car with his daughter Amy Watts and also with Orlando Lindsay. Lindsay did the first stint and then I think he double stinted, didn't he, at the start? No, he didn't. Amy got him for the second stint. And then I'm guessing Patrick has double stinted at the end of the race then. Towards Surtees comes Conor Grady here in that JTR car. 4th position for him. Still being caught by the 443 car though. 443 is Philip House and he is 5.6 seconds behind the JTR car. But on the previous lap was 1.3 seconds faster than him, so 4th position is still up for grabs, I suspect, here for JW Bird Motorsport. That would be an even better result for them. They've already got a car in 3rd and 5th, could become 3rd and 4th before the end of the race. Lead gap 27.2, so it's come down by a second in the last 2 laps, hasn't it? 455 there up the inside of JTR. That's not for position, that's to unlap themselves. It's the 7th place car unlapping itself from the 4th place car. Trying to pick out where this 443 car is, because that's the one that's chasing down Conor Grady, albeit on that lap was only a 10th faster. Towards Surtees again then, getting into the closing stages of this final round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. I have to say, thoroughly enjoyed my first experience covering this fantastic series, and quality of the racing out there has been really fantastic, and I do like this free element of pitting when you want, really, as long as you don't exceed maximum driver time and as long as you perform your 3 mandatory stops before the end of the race, which incidentally everyone has now done. Everybody has, well, everyone's still running anyway, have now made 3 pit stops. I've got some that have done more. The 458 Silverlake car, for example, has been in the pit lane 6 times, and yet they're still running in 17th place, albeit 5 laps off the lead. But surprisingly, having pitted 3 times more than the race leaders have. So there goes Ryan Bensley. Ryan Bensley's got the 3rd place car right behind him, and inside of him now, in fact. So Bensley is in 9th position. He's 4 seconds behind the orange and black number 399, which is in 8th position, that of Vince Fitter, for 8th place. So Bensley could gain another place here before the end. That would probably be the last one he'd gain, though, because Fitter is then 52 seconds behind the 455 car. So, but yeah, the P&B Mortgages car that comes through there, the red and black car, making good progress. On that lap, took another second out of the 8th place machine. There is the 8th place machine, the orange fronted car coming towards us, 3rd in shot. Nicely done. And the 399 car is going to come under pressure in the next few laps, I think, from Bensley. So that is another gap that we'll monitor over the next few laps, I think. Getting the information now that the mystery driver in the 347 car is Robin Welsh. Robin Welsh is the team owner, and he is the man that's in that 3rd place car, and he is now less than 10 seconds behind Chris Parks. The last lap, they matched each other, but the lap before that, Welsh was quite a bit quicker than Parks. Here comes Parks towards us now, the blue car with the white stripes, 2nd place for him. That lap time was 105.7. And now it's less than 10 seconds back to Robin Welsh, who's going to be somewhere in this knot of cars now. 8.5 seconds now. Personal best lap time that time for Robin Welsh in the 347. The black car with the yellow flash comes through Paddock Hill Bend now. Fastest car on the track. And at that rate, he would get there, wouldn't he? 16.5 minutes to go. That's 15 or 16 laps left. I think he's definitely got time to get there. So there is Robin Welsh then, pushing hard in the JW Bird Motorsport car. So both of the JW Bird Motorsport machines that are in the top 5 are in with a good shot here of improving upon their position, because the third place car is catching Quattro Formaggio in second place, and the fifth place car is catching JTR in third. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, for Amigo Motorsport, 4:50. Stefan Marsh, I think, is in the car now. Yes, he is. That car running in 12th position, probably about to take 11th place actually off the 5:07 car in the next lap or so. But there is Robin Welsh then. So this time around it's a 1:05.6 for the car that he's chasing. Robin, having negotiated a back marker at Clearways, does a 1:05.4, so he's only 2.5 tenths quicker that time. The gap down to 8.2. So he's inching up there, but he needs a bit more than that really, doesn't he? He needs to be taking at least half a second a lap really to get there in time. This is the car that he's chasing. But before that ever gets the chance to change, I think 4th place is more likely to change. JTR are now only 1.5 seconds ahead of the 443 car. They are heading up towards Druids now, I think. That's the 350 and the 443. 1.5 seconds between them, and the rate at which the 443 is closing, I think they're going to get there within the next 3 laps or so. So there goes the 506 car, meanwhile, leader of the race, but the red machine, well, what is that gap now? Is it still coming down to Quattro Formaggio? Yeah, sort of. 27.1 seconds now, the lead margin. Right, coming towards the start-finish line now is this fight for 4th place then. Grady and House, they are going to be coming across the line any second now actually, and we'll be able to see what this gap is. It was 1.5 seconds, and there goes, so the white and yellow and black car, I think, at the front of that group is the one that's in 4th place, and it's down to 3 tenths. In fact, they might be side by side at paddock now. They were just going out of shot, but I think they might well have been side by side there. House at the inside of Conor Grady. We'll pick them up at Druids any time now. So where have they gone then? 350 and 443. There's the 350 car, and it's behind now, isn't it? I think it's got a car between them now even. So I reckon the second car in shot there is that 443. No, it's not. That's 50. Oh, 443 is the blue one. Excuse me. Yes, the blue and orange car is through them into 4th place. So confused me because he's already put 2 back markers between himself and Conor Grady, but that does then move the 443 car of Philip House into 4th spot. So JW Bird Motorsport gaining a place, and it's not quite going to be a podium for that car, but they are into 4th spot. So out of Clark Curve they come, and the timing screen should now confirm this as they cross the line, and yep, 443 into 4th spot now, but they are 15.5 seconds behind the teammate car of Robin Welsh in 3rd. Robin Welsh, incidentally, is 7.6 seconds behind Chris Parks in 2nd, so that gap's not coming down by quite the same margin that it was earlier on. Only 13 minutes to go in this race. The last half an hour or so have gone by pretty rapidly. Any more positions likely to change hands? Well, whilst we were following that, Ryan Bensley has got himself ahead of Vince Fitter for 8th place, so Bensley moving ahead. We said that was probably likely to be the last position that he would gain. 450 there, that's the Amigo Motorsport car that's got the fastest lap of the race, the yellow machine. That set that lap time a few laps ago. Stefan Marsh just in behind the 507 actually. Now that's for position as well, that's for 11th place. So the 450 car catching the 507 of Tyre. 507 of Wilbur Tyre, and in fact goes up the inside of him now, so this is for 11th position, and he could even get 10th place because they're only about 3 seconds behind the 10th place Silverlake car. So side by side for 11th then into Paddock Hill Bend with only 12 minutes left on the clock, and Stefan Marsh was ahead at the line but then left himself with still some out braking work to be done into Paddock Hill Bend. They come up the hill and he's gone through, nicely done. So Stefan Marsh goes through, but the next car he's chasing down then is going to be the 457, which is ahead of that little group, I think. Yeah, 457 is 2.8 seconds ahead, so It is potentially this, spotted in a moment or two, I think, but yeah, that place is going to change hands before much longer. So through clearways then, where is this next car, the 457? There it goes. I think it's the white car with the green flashes, I think. Don't quote me on that. It's getting harder and harder to see. So the next car across the line now, I reckon, is the 10th car in the race, and it's the yellow and blue Amigo Motorsport car that is chasing them down. Yeah, 1.8 seconds between them then. So here they come towards us then. So the car at the front of this group, can we just see the number? Is that 457? Yes, it is. So with the green sides there, being chased down by that blue and yellow Amigos car. So they've got a few back markers between them at the moment. Well, one of them isn't really a back marker either. One of them is that really quick 4th place JW Bird car. In fact, that's the next one that Amigo have to pass. But the 457, you can see it there, is going to start coming under some real pressure here for his position inside the top 10. And this late into the race, you really do not want to be giving away a top 10 place. There's some weird, unwritten significance, isn't there, to finishing in the top 10 in a race, especially an endurance race. And to lose it inside the final 10 minutes will be heartbreaking, but they've run out wide. That's not ideal. I know they're trying to stay out of the way of some of these quick cars around them. That's the 7th placed car going through, followed by the 4th placed car. But then the next car is for position. They're going to be side by side into Paddock Hill Bend then. The yellow and blue car on the inside line. Amigo Motorsport trying to move inside the top 10. They might get blocked here by the 443. No, they go through with them, and that in the end was fairly easy for Stefan Marsh, who gains another position. 10th place then for Amigo Motorsport. But they're not likely, are they, to gain another place? Well, 6.5 seconds behind Morwin Motorsport. 9 minutes and 30 seconds left in the race. I don't know. I wouldn't bet against that. The rate at which Stefan Marsh is going, his lap times of late have been getting on for 2 seconds faster than Vince Fitter in the Morwin Motorsport car. So that's going to be close, but we'll again keep an eye to the gap there to see whether or not he's going to get there. I've also been monitoring this gap for second position. Chris Parks is only 5.3 seconds ahead of Robin Welsh now. So second to third is really, really coming down into the final portion of the race. It's going to take a serious effort, this, from Robin Welsh, because of course he's not just got to catch Chris Parks, but he's then got to try and find a way past him, which is not going to be the work at the moment. But if he can get there, that is half the battle. So whilst that battle goes on, here comes the race leader, Patrick Watts. Red car coming towards us with his headlights ablaze. Mind you, they've all got the headlights ablaze, that's not particularly useful. There he goes, the Motul liveried car. 8.5 minutes away from victory in the final round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, but for second place it is getting very, very close now. 5.3 seconds the gap between the two. Or are we going to see a change here within the podium places heading into the final portion? Oh, one car slowing, one car stopping on the grass there. What was that all about then? And who was it, more to the point? Oh, 431 joins the Citroen C1 car park on the inside of Druids. 431 is Meltune Motorsports. They are, or were, running in 32nd place, but if they can't make the end of the race, that would be a real pity. Again, just like you never want to lose positions at the end, it's particularly heartbreaking if you retire inside the final few minutes, regardless of whether you're first or 31st, as they were. They're carrying on, though. So it's obviously an issue that's not necessarily terminal. They might be able to limp home. And there goes the second place car of Chris Parks, working his way through now. How far back is Robin Welsh from Chris Parks? It's the black 347 car we're looking for. And it was there, wasn't it? Not far in the background. There are two black cars behind it. I think the first one is a lap down, but the second of them maybe is the Robin Welsh car. So across the line, we'll get the gap now, officially. So Parks has had some back markers to deal with. Oh, here comes, you can see Robin Welsh at the inside of two other cars. He's not hanging around, is he? So they are your second and third place cars. It's a 1 minute 5.9 for Parks. What's the lap time for Robin Welsh? It's a 5.4. He's another half a second faster. 4 seconds adrift now of the second place car, which in turn is only 25 seconds off the race lead now, but Patrick Watts can afford to coast home now, really. Watts leads the way, Park second. There is Robin Welsh running in third position. So is Parks going to have time to get there? He's got the 6th place car right behind him as well. That's the Emax Motorsport car, which has made such good progress in this stint. So he's got a quick car near it. It's not been held up particularly by that car. The first sector on this lap, though, Welsh is, well, wow, he's 7/10 faster. He's 7/10 faster than Chris Parks in the first sector alone. So if he keeps that going, he'll take over a second out of him this lap. And look, there is a lot of traffic ahead as well, so Parks is going to have a big group of back markers to negotiate inside the final 6 minutes then. Across the line he goes, a 105.8 for the second place car, the third place car a 105.0, 8/10 faster. Fastest final sector of the race for the car behind it as well, so Emax Motorsport going after the fastest lap here. Fastest lap is a 104.7 set by Amigo Motorsport. So into the traffic goes Chris Parks. This is crucial. How much time does he lose here getting past these cars ahead? They're not front-running cars, so in theory they should stay out of his way, but again they won't know that he is on the lead lap necessarily unless they've really been paying attention. So they probably won't actively defend from him, but are they going to jump out of the way? Probably not. 451 is the first that he needs to go past, and it's not getting out of his way. In fact, it is defending the inside line. This is a nightmare for Chris Parks. He just can't get through. And look, he's hemorrhaging time now to Robin Welsh behind. He tries to get up the inside. He's going to get the overlap. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 back markers to deal with in the final 5 minutes. At just the time in the race that he didn't need this. He needed a clear run to the flag, and instead he's going to have to really get his elbows out here. And does he know that Robin Welsh is catching him? That's the other unknown here. The gap is down to 1.3 seconds. 1.3 seconds between them as they cross the start-finish line that time. So here they come. Up the inside goes the Quattro Formaggio car. And the JW Bird Motorsport car is now the next car behind. Look at them, they're nose to tail out of Druid's corner, so the gap has disappeared. This gap was 5 seconds a couple of laps ago. It's now barely 5 car lengths. In fact, it's significantly less than that, and he gets delayed through Graham Hill Bend as well. This is Robin Welsh's first chance then to try and get up the inside line. Down the Cooper Straight they go. Still a sea of Citroen C1s ahead of them, flashing the lights, but it's to no avail. They're not moving out of the way, and Chris Parks is going to have to defend the inside line. Does he? Yes, he does. Not going to let Robin Welsh have this one without a fight. Slides a bit wide of the apex though. Welsh tries to get up the inside line. He might just do it. There's a back marker in the way. That's the Misty Racing car. They're going to go either side of the lap traffic. To the outside goes Chris Parks. To the inside tries to go Robin Welsh. He's got 2 wheels on the grass. They make contact. Oh no! And the car in front gets right in his way. And there's contact down the start finish line. Around goes the 462. That was a ridiculous bit of driving, quite frankly, trying to push the back marker out of the way, and the 462 car ends up in the barriers and out of the race. The red flag is out, and there was absolutely no need for that. I know that you're fighting for a podium place, but you can't just drive through the lapped car in front of you. That was, well, if that's not a penalty, I would be absolutely amazed. The red flag is out. We are robbed of a grandstand finish, unfortunately, because that will now be the end of the race. And that was all because Robin Welsh wouldn't just lift off the throttle and let the back marker sort itself out. The back marker was perfectly entitled to be there, and Robin Welsh just drove straight into the back of it. The 462 car is the AASP Motorsport car. The driver, thankfully, is okay, having been turned into the pit wall in front of a massive group of back markers. Well, dramatic end to the race. It's not really the end to the race that we wanted, but it's brilliant news for Chris Parks because it means that he doesn't have to worry about defending from Robin Welsh now. The results will go back a lap, of course, but it won't make a difference. None of the positions inside the top 10 changed that time. Interestingly, the 13th place car was in the pit lane, actually, at the time of the red flag. Not quite sure why, but that was another one of those JW Motorsport cars, JW Bird Motorsport cars. Who was in that 462? That's what I was going to try and figure out. 462... it was running in 30th, well 29th place actually, got turned out of 29th place when that happened. And it was Ian Gorringe who was in the car, but he is thankfully out of the car and okay. With relatively little damage done as it happens, but imagine if he'd been collected by another car. It doesn't really bear thinking about that, does it? So, anyway, Patrick Watts, along with his daughter Amy Watts and their third driver in the 506 car, Orlando Lindsay, have won the race. They don't get the fanfare they deserve, really, because the race finishes under red flag. But Ladybird Daddy, having started on pole position, have managed to claim the race victory. From second place, Quattro Formaggio, and third place, and I will use the word provisionally here, third place for JW Bird Motorsports, Robin Welsh and the 347 squad. But a dramatic end to the race. Here is confirmation of the result, then we'll rattle down the team names for the top 10 or so before we head down to Parc Ferme. Ladybird Daddy then take the victory, Quattro Formaggio second, and JW Bird Motorsport in third. Fourth place for the next of the JW Bird Motorsport cars, with JTR in fifth position. Emax Motorsports were in sixth, ahead of Oakley Motorsport Clee. If it hadn't been for that last extra pit stop they had to make, they would have won the race, but they needed the fuel, and they eventually finish in seventh place. Great recovery drive that from Ryan Bensley as well, to eighth place for the PAB Mortgages team. Morwin Motorsport were a factor all afternoon. They were in 9th place, and 10th place for Amigo Motorsport. I won't run through the entire 43 car field because we've got plenty of reactions to get from Parc Ferme, and Ian Waterhouse is down there. And Ian, I'm sure all of these teams have an awful lot to talk about after that race. A dramatic race from start to finish, literally right down to the very end of the race. And down there, hopefully with our race winners now, is Ian Waterhouse.
A very dramatic end to the race, wasn't it? I can say the race leader actually went all the way down. We do have a couple of drivers here though. This is second place. Let's just grab them. I think they want to say second place. That was quite an eventful finish though, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I hope everyone's all right.
We'll find that out. But let's talk about you anyway. Second place in the race. What a wonderful team effort.
Yeah, it was a great team effort. Alistair, my co-driver, teammate, Kelvin, everyone on the team did spectacularly well. They've done really well all season. We're chuffed to bits. We'll be back next year, and we'll get that first elusive win.
It's 3 hours, isn't it? So at the start of the race, do you secretly have the expectation to think, you know what, we know we've got the pace, we will be up there near the end if all goes to plan?
Look, it's all luck of the draw. The whole thing, it's all safety cars and everything else.
We've seen it right to death here, haven't we? Yeah.
And we just go with an open mind.
Yeah. Well, congratulations
anyway.
Go celebrate with the team. Third place was Robin Welsh. Actually, his team. He's Robin. Got to talk to you again, haven't we? By our reckonings, that ends your third place. So not too bad, but quite a dramatic finish.
Yeah, I can't say I'm happy about that at all. I feel absolutely terrible. I think I was involved in the start line incident. The car in front of me has backed off or braked. I don't know. There's some footage on this car. I don't really know what happened in the heat at the moment, but I've braked as hard as I can and I've hit him and he's gone into the wall. I don't feel great about that at all.
Okay, well, I appreciate the words anyway. We're going to zoom in, chat to him in a bit, so I'm sure it'll be fine. We do actually have the race winning car over here, 506. So let's see if we can grab a word over here, because I think they're going to bring him round. So if you've got time, do stick with us. That's car number 506. That is the race winning car right there, Patrick Watt's team. 506. We're going to come round and we'll grab a word with them very, very shortly. It does feel a little bit of a subdued finish here. But let's go follow him round and have a quick word with him. Although before we do that, we've got a young man from BARC here, of course, one of the organisers with BARC, and you've just had a cracking race, haven't you?
I have. Superb, great fun. So, got my head round front wheel drive this morning.
Yes.
I was the one who caused the red flag this morning. Because I lifted off going into paddock and the back end went round. And I went for the brake, not the throttle.
You just told me though, that you were setting fastest lap.
My own fastest laps, not the fastest lap of the race. But I managed to go second and a half quicker in the race than I did in the quali. So
it's just time in the car, isn't it?
Yeah, totally.
Just time in the car.
The more I drove it, the better it got. It's just because it's front wheel drive, it's keeping your foot flat on the floor, especially when it's going sideways. I had to rewind my brain between quali and race, but I didn't put it off. I got to the end of the race.
And you got a big smile on your face.
Got a big smile on my face.
That's what motorsport's about, isn't it?
I've got the winter off now. Happy days.
Well done. Congratulations. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Let's keep going. I did want to see if I could find 506. I don't know where he's gone. Is he? Oh, it's right next to me here.
Thanks.
There he is. Patrick, quick word. Yes. Did I just hear you go, did we win? According to the timesheets, yes. What was it like out there?
As always, tremendous great fun. It's great to win, but it's just great to compete in this.
Well, look, you've been there, you've done it before, all over. What does it mean to win a 3-hour race at a speed?
To win, for my daughter to race with me, and to win is absolutely.
Where's the team? Where are they? Where are the team?
She's probably rolling a fag and probably Alanda's having a beer. But presumably the guy's okay on top straight.
We think so, yeah. We'll get everything double confirmed, but no, great work.
We all had fun and it was good. And I've won races before.
Yeah. I can see by the smile on your face, it means something, doesn't it?
But my daughter is just going to be, in her expression, wetting herself. She will just love this.
Fantastic.
Amy will just love this.
Congratulations, well done.
Thanks.
Fantastic stuff. There you go. That does round out the C1 race. 3-hour endurance race. Did end on a slightly downer note there with the red flag. However, as you can see, a lot of happiness and a lot of enjoyment from the drivers. We're not finished yet today, though. It's getting dark. That can only mean one thing. It's now qualifying for Britcar into the night.
And like the number I picked up.
So thank you very much, Ian, for all of the reaction to that race. We'll have a brief pause now in on-track activity here at Brands Hatch, but don't go anywhere because we've still got one more race to go because we are now into the night time element of the meeting, which is always the most exciting part of it, because the Britcar boys and girls will be heading out onto the circuit very, very shortly. They'll have a qualifying session for 40 minutes, followed by a 50-minute race, and we'll be covering both of those two sessions. So the 40-minute qualifying session and the 50-minute race as well. They will be heading out onto the circuit in about 10 minutes time or so. So we're going to take a very, very short pause here. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea, coffee, bite to eat, whatever you need to keep yourself going, because we've still got another couple of hours worth of on-track action to bring you here from Brands Hatch.
sort of looking at India. He might want to just knock it off a degree, but you'll see that. I mean, basically, look at that. He's all just got out of this Gilbert going 4G7 stuff. Good enough for YouTube. Yeah. Use the big rookie. Yeah.
Well, good evening everybody. Welcome back to Brands Hatch. Thank you everyone for sticking around for this final part of our opening day of racing here, this BARC race meeting, the final live BARC meeting of 2021 and one of the final race meetings here in the UK at the end of a busy season of racing. And we're going to round out this Saturday evening in the same way that we'll round out tomorrow evening with a 50-minute Britcar Endurance Championship trophy race. Two 50-minute races this weekend, one tonight and one tomorrow night, both of them then taking place under the cover of darkness. You can see the sun has now set. It's not fully dark out there, but it certainly will be by the end of this 40-minute qualifying session that's getting underway now. And you can see the visibility is less than ideal. There's some spectacular shots they will make though as they make their way around the circuit. Brands Hatch circuit floodlit in places. You can see they brought some extra floodlights in there in the pit area because these Britcar races, they will involve a couple of mandatory pit stops, or one mandatory pit stop in each race I should say. So the teams need to be able to see what they're doing in the pits, driver changes and whatnot that will have to be done. So yeah, important that they can see what they're doing. Out on track though, the drivers left to themselves. So for those that are new to this event, this is a non-championship race then, so it's not part of the regular season. So we see often some different teams and drivers coming along to race in this, some that maybe haven't raced in the full season, some that are perhaps looking at racing in the championship next year, and the Britcar Championship going from strength to strength really. Some really exciting news in the recent past for Britcar in 2022 in particular, and it really does look like it's going to grow from strength to strength to strength really, and that is exactly what we want to see really. They've recently announced their calendar for next season as well, and yeah, some really exciting announcements coming out of the Britcar fold at the moment, and this has always been a sort of traditional end of season fun way to round out the season, and that's precisely what we're going to see here this weekend at Brands Hatch. So the qualifying session then underway now. They've already been out on track though at one point earlier on today for their free practice session. Read into these lap times and this results order what you will, but it was a Porsche 1-2, the two GT4 Porsche 718 Club Sports were fastest. It was they both run by Team Valuga, and it was Carl Cavers and Sean Doyle car that was fastest, ahead of Ian Humphries and Benji Hetherington. Carl Cavers and Ian Humphries have been racing those cars in the Porsche Visit Cayman Islands Sprint Challenge Great Britain this year, and they're now joined by their respective co-drivers Sean Doyle and Benji Hetherington to enjoy the Britcar into the night races. And there you can see one of the Porsches coming across the line now actually. That was the Cavers car, I believe, the Cavers Doyle car, which is fastest at the moment in qualifying, but teams and drivers very much still getting up to full speed. Third fastest, and the best of the non-Porsches, was another German car, that being the BMW M3 E46 of Jasper Sapper and Brian Branson, but they were several seconds further back, running in a different class though to the Porsches. Fourth quickest was the Nicole Drought and Danny Crevet Hyundai, but that car ended the session in the barriers coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Now I'm hoping they've got the car fixed, but I'm not entirely sure they will have done, because it was a big hit by the looks of it. Didn't see the incident, just saw the aftermath of it, with that Hyundai i30N TCR car took a big whack into the Armco barrier, and it looked like it had done quite a bit of damage to the front suspension, possibly to the radiator as well. So we hope that they'll get that car out there, but it hasn't yet made an appearance in the qualifying session. They were fourth fastest. Fifth fastest then was the Ginetta G55 GT4, the Team Hard car, being driven by a solo entry. Eric Bolton at the wheel of that car on his own, and then another couple of solo entries were next actually. Steve Rothery was sixth fastest in his Peugeot 308. James Alford was seventh fastest in the Saxon Motorsport VW Golf. Eighth place was Anton Spires in his Renault Clio that he used to race in Renault UK Clio Cup. Ninth fastest WEC Motorsport, not a solo entry, in fact that's a car being shared by three different drivers, Dave Cox, George Haynes and Michael Cox as well, with Kurt Leimer in a Ginetta G55 for Reflex Motorsport 10th fastest. That is the same Kurt Leimer that's been racing in that Porsche Visit Cayman Islands Sprint Challenge Great Britain this year. He also went out in the final Fun Cup Endurance Championship race at Donington Park a week ago and had a very entertaining time indeed. So Kurt Leimer trying his third different car in the last month in the shape of the Ginetta GT5 here at Brands Hatch. So the lap time's starting to come in then in this qualifying session. At the moment it is the Porsche 1-2, and it's really likely to be the Porsches that are the pace setters this weekend. More a case really of which one is going to be the fastest. It's been the 51 car that's been fastest so far this weekend. That continues to be the case now, with Carl Cavers and Sean Doyle fastest provisionally in the qualifying session by 1.1 seconds over Ian Humphries and Benji Hetherington in second place. The lap time that will ultimately count will likely be set by the second of those drivers, respectively, Hetherington and Doyle. Certainly Benji Hetherington, very quick driver, very experienced driver in Porsches as well these days, who is likely to go out in the second half of the session, you'd think. In fact, both those cars are in the pit lane now, so they might even be going for an early driver swap. So those two are in. That leaves others a bit of clear track to try and improve. We did just see an improvement into third place for the Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson BMW, which was third in practice. It was third in this qualifying session, but it's just been demoted actually by just over a tenth of a second by the Steve Rothery Peugeot. So the Rothery Peugeot into third position. The car we're following is that BMW that's just been dropped down into fourth. So the Peugeot 308 gets ahead of the BMW, and then they're about 6/10 clear of the next BMW, the number 38. That's the Allpass car, Sam Allpass car. Now that's the Jeff Steele run BMW, which has been a bit of a regular car in Britcar over the years, and that's been demoted, improved into the top 5, but was only 12th fastest in their practice, so it goes to show you can't really read too much into those practice sessions early on in the weekend. Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson now back into third place, by the way. That last lap was an improvement and put them back ahead of Rothery. Rothery then improved again on his next lap, but wasn't enough to take the place back. So the Sapra Branson BMW that we're following is back into third, half a second, well, nearly 6/10 actually now quicker than Rothery in fourth. Sam Allpass is fifth fastest. Alford in the Golf is sixth. Anton Spires is seventh. Then it's that Cox and Haynes BMW eighth fastest. Then ninth is the number 35 VW Golf. That's the Stephen Chandler and Ben Claydon car. Rounding up the top 10. In fact, they were ninth. They've just dropped down to 10th because the Jamie Going and Marlo Cordell Ford Fiesta ST180 moves into ninth fastest. So that is the one of the Team Beluga Porsches. It's the 27 car that's second fastest at the moment, and it's got the third place BMW right behind it, but actually in reality 1.3 seconds faster is the Porsche right now, but it's fresh out of the pit lane on cold tyres, possibly with a new driver in as well. And also, in fact, no, the teammate car is not yet back out on track, so that's interesting. They've sent one of the Beluga cars out, but not the other one. So the GT4 Porsche Cayman, very good looking car, very, very potent one as well. And a pretty versatile one too. They obviously are a GT4 spec car that also has its own one make series, not just in the UK, but in several places around Europe. And are also, of course, eligible to race in things such as Britcar. We're seeing a lot more of these GT4 spec cars coming out and racing with Britcar. The Ginetta from Team Hard, of course, the G55, which we haven't actually seen out on track yet, but that's another one of those GT4 cars. There are a number of cars that haven't come out yet, actually. We haven't seen the JW Bird Scirocco of Tony Prendergast yet, or indeed in fact there are two JW Bird VW Sciroccos which haven't headed out onto the circuit. And now this has jogged my memory. A couple of hours ago I was sent a message from Britcar explaining a couple of non-starters. Let me see if I can get to the bottom of that. Right, so car 66 will not be taking part in the session due to the crash in practice. I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the this is the Jamie Going and Marlo Cordell Ford Fiesta. We're not going to miss that one, are we? Out on track. That is it's always handy actually, and I know they don't do it for our benefit, they do it for the team's benefit, looking over the pit wall as they are to be able to tell when their car is coming, but it does help us commentators and TV broadcasters to know exactly who is who. So we've lost the 66 car, we believe, from the entire event, but we apparently should still be getting the Sciroccos that we're running in Class 2. So why they've not headed out on circuit, I know not. In fact, one of them has just appeared. That's the... Oh, in fact, So the 64 car wasn't showing up on the timing screen. That's the Paul Goodlad Scirocco, which has apparently completed 7 laps. So I think they must have had a transponder issue. Is it the same issue for the other JW Bird car? I wonder if Tony Prendergast, there was a Golf going through there. That was the Alford car, I think. But there should be 2 of these Sciroccos. That would take us up to 13 cars, which means we're still missing somebody else. And the somebody else is the GT4 Ginetta of Eric Bolton, the Team Hard car number 68. That car hasn't yet appeared in the session either. So do a bit of chasing up, see if we can find out what's going on with those cars and if they're going to make it out at all in this qualifying session. It is a long session, of course, still 28 minutes and change to go. 28 minutes and 30 seconds to be precise. So they may just be late getting into the session. Yeah, let me see if I can get in touch with Britcar and find out exactly what's going on. So whilst we chase up a bit of news on our absentees from the session, I can tell you we're not seeing a huge amount of improvements now. First runs will have been completed now by most of the teams. They'll probably be heading into the pit lane now, indeed many of them are, to change drivers, maybe change tyres. Certainly the Asma Sapper and Brian Branson car is in. Here comes the Porsche. Now, is this 51? I think it is. I'm going to make a mental note that the 51 car has red LEDs around the front of it, and I think the 27 will have different coloured LEDs. Blue, maybe, if memory serves. So the red fronted, or the red lighted car is the Carl Cavers and Sean Doyle car. It is fastest in the session by 1.1 seconds, but hasn't actually improved since it came back out of the pit lane. So the lap times at the moment are about 8 or 9 tenths off the pace. So I'm guessing a driver change then has been made at some point. Cavers and Doyle fastest, Humphries and Hetherington second. Did get an improvement recently for the 55 James Alford Saxon Golf. Now that was a little bit close. That was the 51 Porsche, almost into the back of, I think that is one of the Sciroccos, isn't it? The only Scirocco that we've had on the track, the 64. Hard to tell a Scirocco from a Golf in the dark, but it may well have been the Golf actually. Scirocco is out on track though. One of them is. So we're missing the GT4 spec Ginetta. We do have the GT5 Ginetta out there though. That's the Kurt Liner car. And he is down in 11th place at the moment. I think this is him. Yep, there it is. The GT5 spec Ginetta. This is the sort of entry-level Ginetta, the G40, which we saw examples of running in the Ginetta Junior Championship earlier on. Those restricted to 100 brake horsepower, but then if you wouldn't restrict it and put 6 tyres on it, you've got a GT5 spec Ginetta, and that's what this blue and yellow car of Kurt Leimer is. I'm going to guess it's not his car, and I'm trying to rack my brains to think where I've seen that car before. It is... it does look vaguely familiar, and I'm slightly embarrassed because I've covered the GT5 Challenge all year, but someone will tell me, I'm sure. And then there is the Peugeot behind. Now this is the car that is 4th fastest, the Rothery car, Steve Rothery, 6th fastest in practice this morning. I've got a new entry as well, I'm being told, in the shape of the Niall Bradley BMW M3. We haven't seen it out on track yet, but the general consensus is that the teams will not bother doing the entire 40 minutes, so some of them just haven't bothered going out on track yet, which seems optimistic to me, because there could be a red flag at any moment and then the session gets cancelled because we're running out of time or something. So, you know, if I were a team, I'd want to get out there as soon as I could, unless there was a reason for not being able to. But we may still see a couple more cars heading out onto the circuit in the near future. Now, that's not ideal for Kurt Leimer, because he's lost a headlight. Makes him easier for us to spot in the gloom, I suppose, but the one-eyed Ginetta is not going to be shining much of a light on the road ahead, is it? So Kurt Leimer, who does always seem to attract drama and slightly bizarre moments, he's currently running in 11th place, and actually ever since that headlight went out he's been going quicker, because he's set a personal best first sector, and he's sort of trying to come back into life, isn't it? I think it's a loose wire or something, or a ball he's changing. Anyway, he improves and moves up into 10th place despite the fact he lost a headlight. So that car makes its way back through Paddock Hill Bend. We also had still the Orford car in the pit lane. Apart from that, everyone that has been out in the session is out there currently on track. So no improvements for either of the Porsches at the head of the field. The Sapra and Branson BMW has just been back into the pit lane for a second time. And right on cue, there it is, the grey 40 BMW, which has got the Anton Spire's Renault Clio ahead. As I said, Anton, former racer in the Renault UK Clio Cup, which sadly is no more, but that car, or those cars, still very popular and still eligible to race in lots of these other series. Worth pointing out as well that the races are split into 4 classes, so you've got obviously everyone trying to fight for the best position possible within the overall result, but then there are classes 1 through to 4 as well. So the Class 4 cars are where we find the Porsches, so they're in a sort of class of their own then. Then you've got Class 1, appears to be the next fastest, which is what the BMW of the Sapra and Branson car is in, and the Peugeot as well, 308 of Rotherham. Then Class T1, Trophy 1 that is where we find the likes of, sorry, I beg your pardon, T2 I was moving on to next. That's the Golf of Alford, the Fiesta of Going and Cordell, and the Scirocco's as well. That should be a pretty competitive class once we get everyone out there. And then the T2 class, T3 class, excuse me, is where you'll find the Clio and the Golf and such like. So they're all separated into their separate classes. At the moment, fastest overall is the E4 pole sitter, which is the Cavers and Doyle Porsche on your screen now. Then the next class leader, 3rd place for the T1 leader, that's the Sapra and Branson BMW. T3 is being led by the Orford Golf in 7th place overall, and that just leaves T2, doesn't it, which is the Going and Marlow Cordell car, Ford Fiesta in 9th. We've got the Ginetta G55 heading out on track now. That's good news. So that is Eric Bolton, fresh out of the pit lane. And also the BMW, the Bradley BMW. That was the late entry to the programme. And I'm also hearing that Tony Prendergast, and I probably should have put this together actually, he was actually racing in our C1 race. So the reason that Prendergast hasn't gone out onto the track yet is because he's just finished a 3-hour race, and he's taking a much needed rest before he jumps back out into the Britcar session, so that's fair enough. So we've got an extra 2 cars out to play. Pick them up once they start setting lap times. Both of them should be quick, to be fair, because the Bradley BMW, in theory, should be on the same pace as the Sapra and Branson car that is 3rd fastest. And of course the Bolton Ginetta was top 5 in practice, so both of those 2 cars should be able to get right up there inside the top half, doesn't it, imagine? Through Druids goes the Porsche. We're getting an improvement in time there actually for the Sapra and Branson BMW. They're still 3rd, but 7/10 of a second they are adrift of the Humphreys and Hetherington Porsche, which is the slower of the 2 Porsches. Almost everyone is in the pits at the moment, apart from really those 2 late entrants into the session, and one of them has just improved, yes, because Bradley has set his first lap time and the BMW M3 has gone 7th fastest. Not bad for a first effort that for Niall Bradley. And then here is that GT4 Ginetta of Eric Bolton, and this is going to be his first lap time of the session being completed, and and he comes across the start-finish line and goes fourth. Good effort, fourth place for Bolton, and that was on cold tyres, so he should be able to go even faster this time. So let's see if we can follow him round then. The Ginetta heads out of Paddock Hill Bend, sparks flying there as he goes through the dip. And up through Druids, nice there, a little bit wide of the apex, but gets a decent run through. Time which he's on is a light up now with personal best sector times. And this car is definitely one of them, because Bolton's first sector is going to come through very shortly as he comes down the Cooper Straight. Is he going to be improving? It was a 31.5 last time, no, a 31.8 actually, so he's slower this time. Bradley has improved into 5th now, by the way. So Niall Bradley also improving in the 147 BMW, and a bit of traffic there, unfortunately, for the Ginetta to deal with. That was the Scirocco 64, which is the good lad Scirocco, which is on an out lap from the pit lane. The Ginetta crosses the line. This is not going to be an improvement, unfortunately, for Eric Bolton, because he got that traffic there at the end of the lap. There's number 40 BMW, that's the Sapra Branson car, which sets another personal best. It's still third, but it's inching closer now to the Porsches. Only half a second adrift now of the Humphries and Hetherington Porsche, which will put it onto the front row overall. So they go through. Now, Bradley in the number 147 BMW has just got ahead of the Ginetta, actually. I was about to point out that he was on a personal best lap, and Niall Bradley has gone back into 4th place, but the Ginetta is going faster again now. The Ginetta with a personal best first sector, about 2/10 slower than Bradley managed in the BMW though. But the Ginetta might be able to carry a bit more speed here through clearways. It's a bit lighter, and we'll try and carry that speed out onto the pit straight. So can Eric Bolton jump back into 4th position, a very hotly contested 4th place? Yes, he can, by 23 1,000ths of a second, so by virtually nothing, Eric Bolton is back into 4th place. And actually, these two are both within 3/10 of a second of the Sapra Branson BMW ahead, so that's setting up to be a really fascinating battle, actually, between those sort of 3 cars, arguably 4 if you include the Humphries Hetherington Porsche. Bradley's going quicker again though. They're trading sector times here, the Ginetta and the BMW, so Niall Bradley might be about to jump. In fact, he goes third. Niall Bradley goes third fastest now. So not only does he jump ahead of Eric Bolton, but he also clears the other M3 of Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson. But is the Ginetta of Eric Bolton going faster again? Yep, you guessed it, it is. In fact, all 3 of them are. Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson are going faster as well. So we're going to see more shuffling here because they're all so close together. Bradley is just 98 1,000ths of a second quicker than the Sapra Branson BMW. And then Eric Bolton goes through as, yep, the 40 BMW goes back into 3rd place. This is terrific stuff. So the 2 BMWs and the GT4 Ginetta trading 3rd place, and as they keep on improving, they're inching up towards the front runners, because Humphries and Hetherington have just set a personal best lap time. So they're now only a second slower than the pole sitter, but they're only 3.5 quicker than the Sapra Branson BMW. They're then a 10th and a bit quicker than Bradley's BMW, which crosses the line now and doesn't improve. And Eric Bolton, number 68 in 5th position, is then just over a 10.5 further back as well. So from 2nd back to 5th is just 1.6 seconds. And those are cars spanning, well, 2 different classes. Are we going to see any more improvements? I think we will. The number 40 BMW is going well. The Niall Bradley car gets well and truly delayed there, though, by the Jamie Going and Marlowe Cordell Fiesta. So this won't be an improvement now for Bradley. And in fact, he's lost the 4th position now to Eric Bolton. The Ginetta has gone back into 4th by 51 thousandths of a second. There was a further improvement then from Sapra and Branson, and from Humphries and Hetherington. We need to keep an eye on this 27 Porsche, because I reckon they've plugged Benji Hetherington into that car now, because it's going significantly quicker now than it has done at any previous point in the session. And he's now only 8.5 off pole position. There's still a big gap, admittedly, but they are getting closer. So across the line goes the 27 car. Is it another improvement? No, not this time. The car behind, I believe, was the Ginetta of Eric Bolton. No, it wasn't, because that car is still somewhere in the 2nd sector. In fact, it's in the pit lane, so it might have been the car behind, but it pitted. So that means the fastest car that's still on track then, really, the one most likely to improve, is this 147 BMW, the white car of Niall Bradley. He's set a personal best in the 1st sector, and he only needs to find 58 1,000ths of a second to move back onto the 2nd row of the grid. So where is this white BMW? It's coming towards the end of the lap now. Is it going to be enough to get it back into the top 4? I suspect it might be. No, 2nd sector went away from it, actually. So no improvement from Niall Bradley. It stays in 5th place. despite improving in the first sector. There he is, look, with the blue LEDs across the top of the windscreen. So the first sector is here. The lap, because it's only a short one, 1.2 miles, it's split into 2 sectors only rather than the usual 3. So sector 1 is about there, halfway down the back straight. And Niall Bradley sets another personal best, so he's going quicker again into the final corner. Just needs the tiniest of margins here to try and get into 4th place again. Eric Bolton is in the pits, by the way, in 4th place. So is the Sapra Branson BMW, so there's less traffic out there for this Niall Bradley BMW to deal with. He comes across the start-finish line, then can he improve on 5th position? No, the second sector... Oh, yes, he did. Sorry, the timing screen took a while to update. He does. He goes 3rd. So he doesn't just take 4th place away. He goes back into 3rd place. And Niall Bradley will be glad that he made the very last-minute decision to enter this Britcar Endurance Championship trophy event at Brands Hatch, because it looks as though he's going to be a contender for podium finishes. He's only a quarter of a second slower than the Ian Humphries Benji Hetherington Porsche. So now, 2nd place back to 5th position is just 0.6 of a second between them. That's fantastic. Bodes well for the pair of races as well today. 13 and a quarter minutes left of this qualifying session, and then we are crucially straight into the 50-minute race pretty much. They'll have a bit of breathing time, but not much really. That race will start at 17:20. So actually, yeah, it will be pretty much just a 5-minute pause and then straight into the next qualifying session. Niall Bradley has gone 2nd now, by the way. So Niall Bradley gets the number 147 BMW onto the front row of the grid with a 50.860, just over a 10th faster now than the Humphries and Hetherington Porsche, which is still circulating but not improving. So Cavers and Doyle still on pole position in the number 51 car, but now 2nd fastest is Niall Bradley, this last-minute entry. And by last minute, I mean I found out he was racing about an hour ago. And he is on an absolute mission out there. He's backed off now. That might be as quick as he's going to get. Here he comes towards us, but he's on an in-lap, I think, now. We've slowed right down. There are only about 3 or 4 cars still circulating, actually, including the pair of Porsches. Decent first sector time actually there for the Humphries Hetherington Porsche. Here it comes with the blue LEDs on the grille. It's not a personal best, but it might be enough to improve. Needs just over a 10th of a second to beat Niall Bradley for 2nd place. Golf goes through, but the Porsche doesn't improve in the end. So this is the 35 car, isn't it then? The Chandler and Claydon car. Still haven't seen this 2nd Scirocco out on track yet, the Tony Prendergast car, but he may elect to start the race from the back of the grid, I guess. Or was that him? Was that a different Scirocco? No, it's the orange Scirocco, isn't it? Good lad car. Just ahead, I suspect. The Motorsport run, the 35 car then. Heads up through the left-hander at Surtees. Stephen Chandler, former BMW Compact Cup racer. Relatively inexperienced racer, actually, but he's seriously quick. BMW of Niall Bradley still slow as he tries to find clear space and cool his tyres down. I suspect that's Humphries and Hetherington in, isn't it? In the 3rd place Porsche. So so Niall Bradley on the last lap actually improved his lap time, which I hadn't spotted. So he goes through. There he goes. Look, the number. Oh, that's the one for. I'm getting my BMWs mixed up. That is the number 38 car, which is no, there isn't a number 38. Am I going crazy here? I was convinced that was Niall Bradley. Oh, it is 38. Yeah, of course there is. It's the Sam Allpass car. Forget everything I said in the last 10 seconds. Sam Allpass in the blue, in the white BMW comes through. He is 7th fastest. I was wondering why the lap times weren't updating at the time they should do. He is one of only 4 cars out on track at the moment. Most of the rest of the field are pitted. And with 10 minutes to go, they'll probably be setting up for a last-ditch run to try and improve on their time. So good chance to run down the order then. It's the Carl Cavers and Sean Doyle, number 51 Porsche, that is fastest by just under 0.7 of a second now from Niall Bradley in the 147 BMW. 3rd fastest is the Ian Humphries Benji Hetherington Porsche, number 27. 4th is number 40, Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom's BMW. And 5th fastest is Eric Bolton's GT4, Ginetta G55. 6th fastest then for the Peugeot of Steve Rothery. who did a 53.9 in practice, so he's actually going 9/10 quicker than that, but he's only 6th fastest rather than 5th, 5th as he was in practice earlier on. Then it's Sam Allpass, 7th fastest. 8th fastest is the Cox and Haynes BMW. 9th for Alford's Golf, and 10th for Anton Spire's Renault Clio Cup car. So the 3 cars we've got circulating are Sam Allpass's BMW, which we've been following there, this car, which is the Jamie Going Marlowe Cordell Ford Fiesta, and the Chandler and Claydon Golf. The only 3 cars still running. We haven't seen a lot of the Kurt Leimer Ginetta. It's only done 10 laps, whereas some of the others have done 28 laps, which in a qualifying session is pretty remarkable, really. So I don't know if that's an underlying issue, maybe. Well, I suppose they're probably trying to fix that headlight, aren't they, that wasn't working properly. They could probably borrow a spare bulb from the Jam Sport squad, couldn't they? Because Jamie Going's team have really decked out this Ford Fiesta, literally like a Christmas tree. Across the line it comes. Jamie Going, of course, who runs this team and races Ford Fiestas in the BRSCC's Ford Fiesta Championship, along with Marlowe Cordell. But again, those cars eligible to race in this series. Very, very happy to have them on board here for this end of season special. So this is the 3rd place Porsche. So they've sent, I'm guessing, Benji Hetherington back out for the final part of the session. So number 27, it's on an out lap at the moment. It'll take a few laps probably just to get things warmed up, but this car is going to go for a last minute effort to get back onto the front row. He needs to find 0.174 of a second to do it, but of course also has to try and defend its 3rd place from Jasper Sapper and Brian Branson. So Hetherington then onto his first flying lap of this final run of the qualifying session for the Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category here at Brands Hatch. The Britcar into the night races, which are always a real spectacle, and Hetherington's going quickly, a personal best in the first sector. So this could be enough to get the Porsche back onto the front row then. Into clearways he comes. But it's been the second sector where people have been struggling to find improvements. That was neat as you like, though, through the apex at clearways, runs right out to the edge of the road. Can Benji Hetherington get onto the front row then in the Beluga run Porsche, making a Porsche 1-2 on the grid? The answer is no, but it was an improvement to 50.924. He needs only a 1/10 of a second away from the front row, and he should be able to go quicker now on the second flying lap, you'd imagine, because he's got even more heat into the tyres. Probably not a fresh set of tyres, it's probably the same set they were running on earlier in the session, but they've cooled them down, they've maybe altered the pressures. Let's see what his first sector is like then. There's a car going down the back straight just ahead of him, which I think might have been the Eric Bolton Ginetta. Yes, it was. There he goes. So Bolton is not going particularly quickly on this lap, but Hetherington is. Hetherington's going quicker again now in the Porsche. So the Ginetta comes through, but the Porsche of Benji Hetherington, can he do it this time then? He found a small chunk of the time that he needed on the last lap. This time around he's going fractionally quicker again in the first sector, and Benji Hetherington comes across the line, and yes, he's done it onto the front row of the grid by 0.5 of a second. So Benji Hetherington, he's on the front row. Now, can he do anything about Cavers and Doyle? They're still 0.6 quicker than him, so that's not going to be easy to do. But Humphries and Hetherington then starting now to flex their muscles in the final part of the session. As they're circulating, we've still got this car going around as well, Eric Bolton, but he's not improving in the sectors at the moment, so the Ginetta not going any quicker this time around. What about the Porsche? 30.2, yes, 0.2 faster in the first sector than he's gone previously. Hetherington is really going for this now. So the Ginetta will come through. That's not likely to be an improvement, but the Porsche behind, I think, will improve again. The Ginetta sets a personal best in the second sector, but the lap time is not an improvement. Hetherington, though, how close can he get to Doyle? Well, he halves the deficit. 3.5 in it now. So a 50.499 plays a 50.145, which is the pole position time, and Hetherington still has 5 minutes. If he's got the life in the tyres, he might just be able to do this. So only really these two quick cars circulating, but they're both capable of posting some good improvements. The Ginetta is running ahead on the track, but the Porsche is higher up in the timing. Out of Graham Hill Bend he goes, then Hetherington about to break the timing beam at the end of the sector, and this time he's not improving, but he's pretty much bang on the pace that he was running a lap ago, actually, a 30.2, which was the sector time that he set one lap earlier. Full second quicker than Eric Bolton's going in the Ginetta up the road, and they're both GT4 spec cars. That shows how impressive this pace is. So a solid, if unspectacular, first sector then for Hetherington. Has he given all that he's got? Well, no, that was another improvement, a 50.4. So the first sector was good, the second sector was even better, and he's now only a quarter of a second off pole. It's that last quarter of a second that's always going to be the hardest to find, though. I don't think he's going to have an easy time getting that now. Cavers and Dawn, you can see there from that was a brilliant shot from the Druids camera. You could see the cockpit of the car lighting up green and orange. That was the rev counter on the steering wheel lighting up the inside of the car. That's something you wouldn't normally get to see. But of course, because it's dark, everything that is illuminated really stands out. Bolton now with the personal best in the first sector in the Ginetta, so he's about to cross the line and maybe start challenging for a second row starting position, waiting for the Ginetta to come through. No, his second sector wasn't brilliant, nor was the first sector of Hetherington, so I fear that Hetherington's possibly given all he's got now, but still, he found basically a second over the course of these final 10 minutes or so of the session. The 75 BMW setting a personal best in the first sector as well, although that's not as likely to improve its position. It's nearly a full second slower than the next quickest car, so we'll instead follow Eric Bolton as he drops the Ginetta down through Graham Hill Bend. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. Benji Hetherington there, the Jam Sport Fiesta gets out of his way. Hopefully have not provided too much of a distraction. Personal best first sector for Bolton, but he did this last time and then the second sector got away from him slightly. So can he wrestle the Ginetta G55 onto the second row of the grid? Let's find out. Comes across the start-finish line. Yes, he can. He's done it. Fourth on the grid for Eric Bolton. And by a good chunk as well. He was about, a quarter of a second off Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom's car. And now he's a quarter of a second quicker than them. Has he got any more in the tank? 2.5 minutes to go. Plenty of more laps he can get in here. Another 3 laps probably, if the tyres will allow it. 30.796 was his sector one time, and he's backed off. He's backed off on this lap. So Ginetta, I think, has probably given everything that it's got to give. Still never did see the Tony Prendergast Scirocco, so hopefully we'll see them out in the race later on. And we know that the Crevet and Nicole Drought car that Nicole had that shunt in practice was never going to get out. Hopefully it gets out tomorrow though. If there's no chassis damage, they might be able to get that car fixed. Off the line goes Eric Bolton, so he backed off on that lap, but he's going to go again, so just cooling the tyres off rather than bailing completely. Say backing off, it was still only 3.5 seconds off the pace, but around a short lap that is quite a considerable lift. He's certainly back on it now. Up towards Druids he goes. Hard to pick your braking points in these conditions, but some drivers actually find it easier because you have less distractions. All you can see is the narrow strip of tarmac being illuminated by the headlights, and you don't get distracted by other things happening around you. You almost get the blinkers on, and sometimes you do see these drivers that get quicker at night. I mean, the conditions are cooler, so the engines run a bit more efficiently, and the track temperature isn't as high, so the tyres can last a bit longer. In theory, this is when you should get your quickest lap times in, but as a driver, it's quite a transition to wrap your head around. So into the final minute of the qualifying session then. Any more improvements incoming, I wonder? The Cox and Haynes BMW is going pretty well. In fact, I think that's the 75 car that we just saw there go down the back straight. So they have set a personal best in the first sector. They improved on their last lap as well. Last lap but one, actually. They're still in 8th position, but less than half a second now slower than the Sam Allpass BMW that runs in a different class, but the T1 car, in theory, should be a little bit slower. Let's see. Across the line he goes. Can he improve on 8th? No, but it is an improved time. But only fractionally. He finds about a 10th of a second there, so the blue BMW goes through, stays in 8th position. So that leaves just 2 cars circulating. Kurt Limer's back out in his GT5 Ginetta, which now I didn't check actually, but I presume that it's now got both headlights working. I think that's the car just at the top of the shot there going through Surtees. And then towards Clearways and Clark Kerman. Most of the rest of the teams are not just in the pit lane, look, they're in the garages because they are not intending to run anymore. This is what I suspected would happen, because it's such a short turnaround between sessions. You need to get the car in, you might have to change tyres, you'll certainly have to refuel it, maybe tweak the setup as well, from a qualifying to a race setup. May have damage to repair as well. So they have elected to sit out the final part of the qualifying session. So I'm hearing actually that they're not even going back to their garage then, because of this really quick turnaround. They've literally just headed straight to the assembly area, so the cars are already waiting to go out for the race, for which qualifying has only just finished, but it has now finished. The checkered flag is out, and the Cavers and Doyle Porsche 718 GT4 Club Sport heads a Porsche 1-2 on the grid, but it's mighty close, just over a quarter of a second between the top two, then 51 ahead of 27 of Humphries and Hetherington. Third place then for the Niall Bradley BMW, that was a real star of the show. Fourth for Eric Bolton's Ginetta, and fifth position for Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson, with Rothery sixth, Sam Allpass seventh, the Cox and Haynes BMW was eighth, the James Alford VW Golf was in 9th, and Anton Spires Renault Clio 10th fastest. Then it was the Going and Cordell 11th in the Ford Fiesta, 12th Kurt Limer's Ginetta, 13th the Chandler and Claydon VW Golf, and rounding out the 14 runners was the number 64 VW Scirocco of Paul Goodlad, and we hope that we'll get Tony Prendergast's Scirocco out in the race momentarily. So the 75 car heads in, the last car in, and they will have time to quickly refuel the car, but that is about it. They'll then have to send the car straight over to the assembly area, and then they will head out onto the circuit for the 50-minute race for the first of two Britcar Into the Night races here at Brands Hatch. So, an entertaining qualifying session. It set us up for a really fascinating race, which will get underway very, very shortly. And down there in the heart of all of the action, with all of the build-up then for our main event of the day, is probably a rather chilly Ian Waterhouse.
Down to the pit lane. Qualifying has just finished for the Britcar Into the Night race. Now, as you can see, it's a very quick turnaround. So what's happened is the cars have literally just come back into their pit boxes. Come with me. As we can see, then what's going to happen is they're going to leave the garages. There's no assembly area. They're going to go straight out onto the track, do the parade lap, and it will be time to get themselves going. We've got one of the drivers in over here, Spies. Let's go grab a quick word with them if we can. Just say, see how they're feeling. Night racing. Is it something you're familiar with?
No, first time.
First time.
So very much into the dark, so we'll see what we got on, but looking forward to it.
It's quite unique, isn't it? Qualifying is straight into the race. Does that actually help?
Keeps the blood pressure high, so always staying alert, but no. It's kind of good in a way because you're already focused ready for the race, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Fantastic, best of luck, thanks for talking to us. There you go. As we said, yeah, quite unique, isn't it? Literally, we're talking a 10-minute turnover from the checkered flag falling for qualifying. And here we are, the two Porsches, 1 and 2. Keep a sharp eye on these guys. They are expecting to go very well indeed. Let's just grab a quick word over here if we can. We'll do it anyway. Right, qualifying went well for you Porsche guys, didn't it? What are we expecting from the race? More of the same,
For sure, yeah, go again. Obviously, lock out the front rows very good. Exactly what we're here to do. So bang some new tyres in it, fuel her up, and hopefully the result will be the same at the end of the race.
It can be quite risky, isn't it? Qualifying a race literally being 10 minutes apart. You can't take any silly risks in qualifying, can you?
No, exactly. And that's what you've got a good crew of guys for, and a good engineer to make sure fuel levels are all adjusted and made sure they're correct for the race. And it's the format, and we're here to win.
There we go. Time here to win. Yes, come on. That's what we like to hear, isn't it? It is sport at the end of the day, isn't it? Let's keep going down the garages a little bit, shall we? A few of them don't want to talk to us. As you can see, they've decided to close it off, which is fair enough. Like I said, it's a 15-minute race coming up. There's going to be lots of pit lane action as well, and of course we will be down here for that. Lots of secrets, I imagine, going on behind those doors. There we go. We've got a few. James Alford, a good friend of ours. James, right? I'm very well. Night race. First time out of Britcar, you said as well. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a bit of an experience driving for the first time at night, but using your different reference points and obviously working under the lights was brilliant.
It looks really dark out there, isn't it? Like darker than usual for some reason.
When we started the qualifying, it was absolutely fine. I thought it was, you could see the sky a little bit, but now it's got really dark towards the end.
I mean, the far side up by Druids coming around the back straight here. There's no lighting at all, though, is there, other than your headlights? I mean, even on the M25, at least you get some lights going across.
Well, I will say that at Druids, if anyone's got any epilepsy, you'd be in hot water, because it is literally like, it's all the photographers up there.
You can see every flash.
Every single flash up there, so you know you're at Druids.
So if you keep going around there and there's no flashes, no one's taking pictures of you?
No one's taking pictures. You're not fast enough.
You're not fast enough. James, best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Let's just keep going down a little bit further, shall we? We've got a little bit of time before the cars are going to get out onto the track. There's obviously nobody in this garage, as we can see. In fact, actually this garage, let me just tell you a little bit about it. Goodyear, as you can see, this is where they've been set up for the entire weekend. This is actually one of their workshops throughout the course of the weekend. I packed it away for the night, of course. However, there's still work going on inside that tent. Maybe tomorrow we'll have a little sneaky peek around, shall we? Here we go, Team Hard up here as well, getting themselves ready to go. And look at these lights. How good does this look? Sorry guys, I was wondering if I can just dip in. Thank you very much. We have carpets here as well. Qualifying. Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad, you?
Qualifying. Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well. Qualifying straight to the race. That's quite unique, isn't it?
And on, please, Eric.
Makes it exciting, don't it?
What's it feel like though? Because you know that, if qualifying's in the morning, if something does happen, you've got time to fix it. There's no time here, is there? If something goes
we've got
wrong?
no time. If something goes wrong, that's it.
But you've got a great team with you today.
Yeah, we've got a great team here. Yeah, we're sorted.
Fantastic. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Enjoy it, won't you? It's great to have Team Hard here. Of course, let's keep going further down as well, shall we? I think we've still got a bit of time before the cars are going to be called to go out, and I want to have a word with Jamie Going over here. Here he is, Jamie Going from Jam Sport. Gone soon, Jamie. No, not too long to go, is there, before you get called out?
No, it's not giving us much of a chance, is it? So,
what changes can you really do anything other than tyre pressures?
I think for us, we've not run these tyres on this car because on Dureza.
Right.
So we've gone on to a 15-inch so that we can get a tyre to fit. But yeah, we just don't know enough about it.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was wet. So we brought tyres to try and learn a bit with it. It's the same tyre as a junior, but it's not the junior car. So if it was in a 150, pressure, damper setting, away you go.
So it's a bit of trial and error this race.
Juniors are probably quicker than us, so
no,
they've got to be. There's loads. There's got to be loads in it. But yeah, because we're on new tyres, too much rear end grip. So hopefully we worn them out a bit now and swap them around and have a go from there. But
it's going to be quite an eventful 50 minutes then, isn't it? It sounds like.
I'm knackered on that bit. Hey.
Jamie.
But yeah, we'll see how we get on. It's a bit of fun, isn't it? And it's for Marlo at the end of the day. Marlo wanted to come and do it, so I've jumped in with him. We'll have a go around.
That's what I like to hear.
We'll see what we can do.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
There you go, Jamie Going there from Jam Sport. I believe we can probably keep going as well, actually, shall we? Let's keep going along, shall we? We've got Old Pass here. We've got the Peugeot as well, Roderick. He's up here, actually. Let's go say hello, shall we? Let's dive in. I'm very well. How are you?
Good, yeah.
I like this, by the way. This is pretty snazzy, isn't it? It looks pretty good. Right, how many times have you done qualifying and straight into a race?
I don't think I ever have. Not with a 10-minute gap, at any rate. No,
it's not a lot, is it?
No.
Quick time to do a call of nature. What changes can you make to the car?
As in?
Well, from qualifying, is there anything that you've learned that you think, look,
nothing
we need to
just
make a
sure the
change?
tyres are the right temperature, right pressures. You ain't got enough time. 10 minutes.
Yeah. I suppose free practice helped a little bit earlier, didn't it?
Practice helped. But because of the weather differences, actually it's getting warmer according to our gauge. So
yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, it's been a bit nippy actually.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But we're ready to go.
And these cars get quite warm, don't they, during the race? They get pretty hot.
Warm,
so you'll be all right.
So
you'll be all right, won't you?
Cheers.
Best of luck. Cheers, mate. Let's keep going. Look, we can see that the cars are starting to come out. The BMW All Pass here now out, getting themselves ready. We do have a couple more BMWs. This is Jess Sapra's here as well.
One of your team members
Who wanted? Oh, let's go. Let's quickly grab over here just for 2 seconds, just whilst those guys are busy. No one's in the car actually. Jess, you all right? You ready for this one? Feeling good?
Yeah. Yep. We're getting the tyres on, mate.
Fantastic. Getting the tyres on, as you can see. I'm going to just let them carry on. Let's chuck the microphone under for 2 seconds. Oh, actually, I think we're going to have to go. It is almost time for the race. Hope you enjoyed that. We've covered every single garage there. It's almost now time for lights out. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator Andy to talk you through the action.
Excellent stuff. So gives you a glimpse there into the frantic nature of the pre-race preparations here. I'm trying to think of a time that I've ever covered an event where cars have had to go directly from qualifying into a race 10 minutes later. It's kind of I quite like it, to be honest. It adds an element of jeopardy, doesn't it? It certainly puts the teams under a bit of pressure. I'm sure they're not quite so keen on it, but hey, I think it's very entertaining indeed, and it certainly puts some pressure on the drivers as well. Any issues they have in qualifying will almost certainly take them out of contention to start the race. Thankfully there were no major dramas in that qualifying session, but that was always a potential risk for them. Right, here is the grid then. I'll also be able to give you the start drivers now, because I've been given those start drivers just in the nick of time. So pole position for Veluga, it's a Veluga front row in those pair of Porsche 718 GT4 Club Sports. Carl Cavers will start the 51 car, with Benji Hetherington starting the 27 car alongside him. So Cavers and Hetherington, the two teammates on the front row. Then row number 2, it's Niall Bradley in the BMW M3, highest placed for BMWs on the grid, ahead of the Team Hard Racing Ginetta G55 of Eric Bolton, who lines up 4th. Row number 3 then for the PB Racing BMW, that is started by Brian Bransom, the car that he shares with Jasper Sapra, and alongside him Steve Rothery's Peugeot 308. Row 4 for Jeff Steele's of the Jeff Steele Run BMW of Sam Allpass, and then the WEC Motorsport car of Dave Cox. He will start that car and then hand it over to George Haynes. There were originally 3 drivers listed on that team, but I believe it's just Dave and George sharing the car, with Dave taking the start. Ninth fastest in the qualifying session, then lining for ninth on the grid, is James Alford in the Saxon Motorsport VW Golf, and then Spires Motorsport, Anton Spires in his Renault Clio, will round out the top 10. Then 11th on the grid is JB Going. He was just chatting to Ian, but apparently he's taking the start of the race as well, and we'll hand over to Marlo Cordell in that Fiesta ST180, with Kurt Limer's Reflex Motorsport Ginetta GT5, hopefully with 2 working headlights now, lining up 12th on the grid. And then the back row of the grid, Stephen Chandler will start the Chandler Motorsport VW Golf, with Paul Goodlad in the number 64 car. I've also just heard that the number 5 Scirocco that we were missing from that qualifying session, I think I'm right in saying that was the Scirocco. Yes, it was, of Tony Prendergast. That car had a mechanical issue and didn't take to the track and will not be starting the race. So sadly we've lost that car. We've lost the Nicole Trout Danny Crevet Hyundai, but we hope that we'll get both of those two out in tomorrow's race. So, feel they're making their way around, not in any particular order it seems, but the Porsches, I mean, what a sight they make. Brilliant looking car that, and it is going to be interesting to see how they stack up against the likes of the BMW of Niall Bradley and that other GT4 car of Eric Bolton. 3 GT4 cars inside the top 4 positions on the grid, which is pretty cool to see. And of course, a lot of these teams looking at racing perhaps in Britcar next season, and we had actually a Porsche Cayman that finished second in the championship, Peter Urcheg in the number 9 car, second place in this year's Britcar Endurance category championship. The Britcar Trophy, of course, was won by Simon Baker, Kevin Clark and Ollie Rubin in their BMW 1 Series, and that was a very, very hotly contested season. They wrapped that up by just 2 points in the end over the Renault Clio squad of Steve Thompson and Aaron Thompson, so we saw some really, really close racing in all of the categories really. The Praga category, of course, which made a very welcome debut in 2021. Richard Wells and Alex Capardi were the champions there over Chippy Westmail and Richard Morris. But with big grids and lots of exciting racing, Britcar continuing to establish itself as one of the places to race in the UK. Whether you have a GT car, whether you have a touring car, or anything in between really, as long as it's got a roof, you can pretty much come and race it in Britcar, and that's always kind of been the ethos really of Britcar racing. A very welcoming, very friendly paddock, and you know, they will find a class for you to race your car in pretty much regardless what it is, and that is why we've seen so many drivers flock to this series over recent years. Now, you can see on the left-hand side of the shot there is a red light at the end of the pit lane. There is also a set of headlights right next to it. I think someone has missed the pit lane opening, and I fear that is Niall Bradley, because there's a gap where his car should be, third on the grid, and if we pan across it's the 147 car, so he was too late out of the pit lane. Oh, and there's another one in front as well. Is that another BMW? Possibly. Can't quite see the number from here. Oh, that's, yes, it is. It's the Jasper Sapra car. Oh, yeah, you're right. On the grid, there is 2 spaces, aren't there, on the inside of rows 2 and 3. there should be 2 BMWs there, and there aren't. And so that's going to jumble things up a bit. I'm actually not that upset about that though, because watching Niall Bradley and Brian Branson come through from the back of the grid is going to be pretty exciting. So it's a shame they're not up there mixing it with those GT4 cars, but they should still provide plenty of entertainment here in the opening part of the race, which is now not that far away because the green flag lap gets underway. The cars circulate out onto the circuit. I'd imagine those 2 BMWs should be allowed to rejoin or to join the field, the track behind the field, because they'll still need a green flag lap to get some heat into the tyres. They have to start from the pit lane without a green flag lap. That really would be tough for them. So it will obviously be a rolling start as well, so we are only a minute or so away from getting this first Britcar into the night race underway here at Brands Hatch. Then Carl Cavers, I remind you, starting the Porsche on pole. So that is the car, and I didn't mean to make a note of this before, that is the car with the red highlights, the red lights, and then behind the teammate car, the blue highlights, that is the Ian Humphries and Benji Hetherington car. We've also got that mandatory pit stop for the teams to deal with mid-race as well, and as we go into the second race later on, there'll be success penalties as well for the teams that finish on the podium within their classes, so they'll have extra time to spend in the pits. Looks like we're getting 2 green flag laps then, just to make sure they've got enough temperature into the tyres. The last thing we want is someone losing it on cold tyres on turn 1 and causing any sort of drama there. We want them all cleanly through that first corner so they can put on a show for the entire 50 minutes of racing. So we'll see those mandatory pit stops in the middle portion of the race, and as I said, for this first race of the weekend, it should all be of an even length pit stops. Brilliant sight Brands Hatch makes though, and I'm going to say, I was about to say, it's good to see that we have plenty of spectators that have stuck around. I can't actually see them if I'm honest, but I do think they're there. I do think a good amount of spectators have stayed out. It is a highlight of the racing calendar at Brands Hatch, and these spectators, as chilly as they may be, I hope we're able to put on a good race for them here. The Renault Clio there of Anton Spires, he's going to be starting towards the back of the top 10. At the front of the field, it's those 2 Porsches. Carl Cavers will line up on the inside of row number 1. Benji Hetherington on the outside. If it were a standing start, you'd be saying pole position isn't necessarily the place to start, but for a rolling start, you want that inside line to defend the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. So here we go then, the first of 2 Britcar into the night races here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, side by side through the final corner, or they were. They will hopefully get back into 2x2 formation, ready for the start of the race then. 50 minutes of racing here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. The lights are about to go out, the Porsches do pull up alongside each other with the Ginetta right behind them. The green flag flies now. We're away and racing, and a good start made by Benji Hetherington from the outside of row number 1, and Hetherington will try and get the lead. Cavers is later on the brakes though, goes back ahead of his Beluga teammate. Already 2 lead changes then, and we didn't even get to the first corner, and I reckon that is going to be Cavers then in the red LED stripped car. Yes it is, that leads the way, with Hetherington second, then the Ginetta of Eric Bolton in third position. Remember to keep an eye out for those 2 quick BMWs coming from the back of the pack as well. The white car of Niall Bradley, the grey number 40 of Brian Branson, and they're both going to be aiming to try and get on terms with the top 5 runners as quickly as they can. So the Porsches then over the curb, bouncing around there. Carl Cavers, Benji Hetherington looking to try and challenge, takes a much tighter line there through clearways, but a wide line for Cavers will give him a good exit from the turn and carry him out through Clark Curve at the end of the opening lap. So it is going to be Cavers that leads, Hetherington second, Eric Bolton is there in third, then the gap back to 4th place. That's probably the Steve Rothery Porsche, is it? Sorry, no, the Steve Rothery car, that will be, won't it? There goes the VW Golf behind. And what of the Bradley and Sapra BMWs? Well, Bradley is 12th, Sapra hasn't actually come through. Now he comes through down in 14th place, so a bit of progress made by Bradley, but not a huge amount, and absolutely none by the Brian Branson car in 14th place. So second place, Benji Hetherington, under a bit of threat here then from Eric Bolton, who closed in a bit through that first part of the lap. So all these 3 cars built to basically the same set of regulations. They're all GT4 spec cars, and they will have slightly different strengths and weaknesses though, you'd imagine. The Ginetta has never been known for being particularly good in a straight line, but it's always been a very agile car, very nippy through the tight corners. It's through Druids, Graham Hill and Clearways. It should be pretty strong. Side-by-side action in the offing here further back. Is there 4 of them together? That is the Fiesta at the front of the group with Jamie going. And he's got Anton Spires in the Renault Clio right behind him. He then in turn has one of the Golfs filling his mirrors. That is the James Alford car. And Kurt Limer's Ginetta GT5 is in behind them as well. From Druids Corner goes the VW Golf. This is the battle to watch, really, isn't it then? The 3 hatchbacks, front-wheel drive cars, different manufacturers, all 3 of them, but being chased by that front-wheel drive Ginetta G40. Leaders out of Clearways, gap's just starting to open up a bit here, so definitely the better of the battling is what's going on behind, and there you can see it. Anton Spires trying to get up the inside of Jamie Going, couldn't do it through Surtees, and look who's catching them. That's Niall Bradley, I think, isn't it, in the white BMW that's in the tail of this group. He should just come blasting through now as they go down the pit straight, except they're going to go side by side, almost in front of him. That was a bit close, but here comes Niall Bradley. He's cleared the Ginetta, now he clears the Golf and the Clio. Will he get the Fiesta as well? He's late on the brakes. Absolutely fantastic. Niall Bradley then moves his way through into 7th position, having crossed the line in 9th, but he was actually down in 12th at the start of the lap. Obviously running in a different class to these 3, but that is still pretty impressive to see. So Niall Bradley then is 19.2 seconds off the race lead. That is a big margin to try and gain. We know he's as quick as the Porsches. He's going to have to be quite a bit quicker than them, though, to get onto turns with them in this race. So as he disappears on the road, the battle now becomes for 8th position. Going Spires, in fact going... safety car. Safety car is out. So someone's off somewhere. Who have we lost? Oh, we've lost Brian Branson, haven't we? Branson didn't complete the last lap in the grey BMW. So Brian Branson then, that's a shame. The car that qualified 5th, but started from the pit lane. And where has it gone? Paddock Hill Bend's a popular place to have an accident. Is he there? Not on the way in. What about the... Safety car is... that's not the leader behind the safety car, is it? So that's... Who is that? Oh, it's the Scirocco. The Scirocco, then the Porsche. So they've picked up the Paul Goodlad Scirocco. But where has Brian Branson gone? He's the only one I think that we're missing. Yeah, because Goodlad will come through very shortly. So it's definitely the number 40 BMW that has vanished. The trouble is that in the dark, surprisingly, it can be quite hard to see. The track is well lit, but the runoff areas aren't necessarily. So once a car leaves the racing service, it can be almost impossible to find them. So we'll do our best. He is stopped on track, I'm being told, rather than in the pit lane. There you can see the problem now. I mean, how on earth can you see what's going on at the side of the track from what is probably the best vantage point at the circuit there, on top of the roof of the hospitality building? So... it's in the first half of the lap, I can tell you that, because he never completed the first sector. So it's somewhere between the start-finish line and the Cooper Straight. There we go. That is Graham Hill Bend, and that's damage, isn't it? He's got broken left front suspension or steering arm or something. Now, is that cause or effect? Did he go off because it broke, or did it break because he went off? It doesn't help that it's a dark grey car on a very dark night, of course, but there is Brian Branson watching on, counting the pennies already. It's a shame we won't get to see what Jasper Sapra can do in that car, or indeed Brian Branson, who never really got into that, did he? That was on the 3rd lap of the race that he stopped. It is Graham Hill Bend, isn't it, that he's... actually, is that Graham Hill? Yes, it is, isn't it? Yes, because that's the paddock entry tunnel just behind him, so he's possibly gone straight on and hit the wall, which is easy to do. It's a long way off the road, that barrier, but it's surprising the amount of people I've seen hit it. If you go carrying enough speed and you get onto that grass, which shouldn't be too wet, but probably is still a bit damp. And he's hit the wall by the looks of it, although I can't see any bodywork damage, although admittedly hard to tell from in this light, but I wonder if he did go off or whether that steering snapped. Could have been a breakage that has then sort of forced him off the road. Not entirely sure there, but anyway, main news is he's out of the car and okay, but that is going to require a bit of recovery. So the safety car is out with 43.5 minutes to go. Then Carl Cavers still leads the way. Benji Hetherington is in second and actually has the fastest lap as well. So Hetherington a bit quicker than his teammates in the early part of the race. Eric Bolton in the Ginetta is third. Fourth place then for the Peugeot. We haven't seen much on the Peugeot, but the 308 of Steve Rothery running in fourth place with Sam Allpass fifth. Then the Cox and Haynes BMW sixth. Niall Bradley seventh. Now, the man this really benefits is Niall Bradley, isn't it? Because I said he was 19-20 seconds off the lead in seventh place. He's now going to be 5-6 seconds off the lead, still in seventh, obviously. But once he clears the cars immediately ahead of him, he'll be pretty quickly onto terms with the podium runners. So Niall Bradley will be quite happy, I think, to see the safety car. Shame that we've lost one of the BMWs from the race, but it benefited one of the other ones massively. 8th position then for Jamie Going in the Ford Fiesta. 9th for James Alford's VW Golf, and Anton Spires in 10th. And I'm very much looking forward to the resumption of that battle as well between the Fiesta, the Golf, the Clio and the Ginetta, with possibly the Stephen Chandler VW Golf joining in as well. Right, lights out on the safety car then, so it's quite a quick recovery actually. They may have decided just to leave the car where it was, so we are ready to go back racing then. Watch out for Benji Hetherington in second place. Keep an eye though to the white BMW of Niall Bradley in seventh place. What can he do? The car, remember, at the front of this queue is not the race leader either. That's the Scirocco, and they can't overtake it until they cross the start-finish line. So now they can overtake it, but the Paul Goodland car immediately having to get out of the way, which is a bit of a shame. Top three go through. Now here comes Niall Bradley. He's already onto the tail of the Dave Cox driven WEC Motorsport BMW. So this for fifth position then. Leaders go through Druids Corner, but what's going on for fifth? Which of the BMWs is ahead? It is Niall Bradley. Bradley's got through. So his next target is the Peugeot of Rothery. He should be pretty quick compared to the Peugeot. And then he'll be off after the top three. Remember, Niall Bradley qualified third, so he's almost back now to where he ought to be. Dave Cox there running a bit wide out of Graham Hill. Ben Bradley's already passed the Peugeot, so he's fourth now. So the white BMW into fourth place, and now he can start... Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, that's the other white BMW, isn't it? No, I was wrong first time. I'm forever getting those two white BMWs confused. I think it is Niall Bradley that's through ahead of Sam Allpass now. Let's see. Yes, he is. So Bradley into fifth. Rothery will be next in fourth place. There he is, going around the outside of the Peugeot. This for P4 then. Can't get it done on the way into Paddock Hill Bend, but he should have a bit more grunt up the hill now. Tries smooth through on the inside of the Peugeot towards the braking zone. These are both running in the same class, so there's no incentive really for the Peugeot to let him go, but he didn't have much say in the matter in the end. Niall Bradley goes through. So Niall is about 4 seconds off the race lead. That's not very much at all. He could definitely still be a contender here, certainly for a podium, maybe even the race win. We've still got 40.5 minutes to go. So as he continues on his way, the BMW then now starts to bridge the gap to the top three. What's going on in that hot hatch battle that was going on further back between the Fiesta, the Golf and the Clio? They're still in the same order then, going ahead of Alford, ahead of Spires. I think I did spot... Oh, that's Cavers. That's Cavers in the pit lane. Now, this seems early to me. Oh dear, that was close. We'll get to that in a moment then, because that's James Alford up the inside of Jamie Going. And that is a change for 7th place. Oh, and the Golf is sideways! Big moment for Alford. How did he save that? That was really impressive. Going is up the inside of him now, though, towards Druids Corner. And Jamie Going is not backwards and coming forwards. He wasn't going to back out of that one. And he reclaims the place. Nicely done. A drive-through we're hearing for Carl Cavers. Don't know why, but he's been given a drive-through penalty, or stop-go penalty more like, and that changes everything as well then, because he was leading the race. So that now means Benji Hetherington inherits the lead. Eric Bolton as Ginetta goes second, and Niall Bradley, having started from the pit lane, is third after the first 10 minutes. That's Sam Allpass, who has slowed in the BMW. Slowed or spun? Slowed, I think. And if he stays there, then you know what that means. Doesn't look like there is much sign of life from the car. The lights are still on though, so it's not completely shut down. This has turned into a very dramatic race, hasn't it? So that means that now Jamie Going is into 6th place, Alford 7th, Anton Spires 8th, and Kurt Lime at 9th, because Allpass has faded, of course, and Cavers pitted. So Cavers has rejoined down in 11th place. Up the hill we go, attempt up the inside here for James Alford, but he's too far back. What about, oh, that's Limer up the inside of Spires, the Ginetta on the Renault Clio. And he's going to go through, I think, isn't he? The Ginetta with superior traction, but the Clio's got the inside line at Graham Hill Bend. Side by side into the left hand, and the Clio clips the curb. The Ginetta goes around the outside, and Kurt Limer goes into 8th position. Now, do we still have this Sam Allpass BMW on the side of the road up through Clearways? We do, and it can't stay there, surely. So I've seen safety cars for significantly less than that. I'm absolutely certain they're probably giving him a bit of time to try and get do a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete on it, but no, the safety car's out. The safety car is scrambled, and just like that, the race is neutralised once again. So now the person this benefits is Carl Cavers, because Cavers had dropped over 30 seconds off the lead. He's now in the Niall Bradley position, isn't he? And needing a safety car to catch back up to everybody. And that is exactly what he's done. He was 35 seconds off the lead, was Cavers. He's still buried down in 11th place, but he is at least going to gain a lot of that time back, even if he doesn't get the track position back. And if the safety car stays out long enough, it could even bleed into the pit stops. So to the top of the hill, you can see there, top left corner of the screen, the BMW, which is now rolling backwards. That's not ideal. It's lost one of its headlights, which was working a second ago, and now it's back on again. Could be an electrical issue. That has all the hallmarks of an electrical issue, doesn't it? Because there's nothing hanging off the car, there's no smoke, and it just seemed to fire back up again, typically just after the safety car came out. Now, all of these fancy headlights that they're attaching to the car will obviously have an effect on the battery. They've just done a full qualifying session. You'd like to think that the battery would be fine, but if they have an alternator issue, of course, then it might not be charging the battery correctly. Either that, or the lights are just interfering with the electrics somehow. But anyway, Sam Allpass has continued, and he's lost a lap or so, hasn't he? He's lost 2 laps, I think. But is at least back into the race. That means we should only require 1 more lap behind the safety car. So it is Benji Hetherington now then that leads the way. Except he's not the car behind the safety car, because that's Eric Bolton. Hetherington's gone through. Oh dear. They're going to have to wave everyone through, aren't they? Because they've not picked up the leader. They've picked up the second placed car of Eric Bolton. And then Niall Bradley, second in the queue, is third. But they can't restart the race with Hetherington nearly a lap ahead of everyone. I suppose they could, but I hope they don't. Because we want a race between those 3 at the front of the field. We were so evenly matched in qualifying, so we'll wait and see what happens here. But the safety car then picking up the wrong car. And this is now going to delay things even further, and it means we are likely to go into the pit stop window, aren't we? Which means that everyone will then pit, just to confuse us even more. Still a little way away from that yet, but we are ticking forwards, nearly 15 minutes into this race now. It's been a slightly truncated race so far, but when we have been racing, we've had some really good action, haven't we? Especially from the sort of midfield battlers, the T3 and T2 cars, Fiesta, the Clio, the Golf, etc. So expecting that battle to resume. So you can see at the back of the shot there, the 2 Porsches are together, even though they're a lap apart now. So yeah, they haven't put the lights out. They're obviously going to redress this situation, much to the disappointment of Benji Hetherington and Ian Humphries. They're probably quite happy to have gained a free lap on everybody, but it's not really fair, that. So once they're convinced that the track is clear, there we go, they wave Eric Bolton through, and everyone else will follow suit, hopefully, once they get the message. So once they've caught up, we will get the race restarted. There is the leader there with the blue LEDs. Benji Hetherington, who's pretty experienced single make GT racer, really. Benji's done lots of Ginetta racing over the years. And he's getting on 30 years old, which seems crazy. He started racing way back in 2007, but circuit racing in 2008. He was third in the Ginetta G50 Championship about 11 years ago, was Benji. Again, that doesn't seem like it should be 11 years ago. Very, very capable pair of hands is Benji Hetherington, who arguably never quite got the opportunity to really move up the GT motorsport ladder. Did a bit of GT racing over the last 10 years or so, but good to see that he's making appearances in things like this Britcar Trophy event and Britcar Endurance Championship. Hetherington leads the race now after the issues for his teammate Carl Cavers, but what progress can Cavers make? He should pretty quickly get himself back into the top 5, shouldn't he? But is that going to be too little too late as far as trying to contest the race victory? So the rest of the field still trying to catch up to Benji Hetherington, and they're half a lap behind as well. Of course, the difficulty is they're technically still under safety car, so they are supposed to limit their speed. They're also being limited by the speed of the Paul Goodlad Scirocco, which you can see is a lap or so behind this group and isn't on their pace. So Paul Goodlad is probably driving pretty quickly for him, but the cars behind, which have a bit more performance, are capable of going faster than this, so they're not catching up quite as quickly as the cars behind him, like Steve Rothery and Cox and Dave Cox driven BMW would like. Not getting there though. The safety car will lead the cars around as slowly as it can. Eric Bolton has caught the leader, and so has Niall Bradley, but everybody else sort of stuck behind the Goodlad Scirocco. They won't want to sort of wait forever for him to catch up, so at some point they might just have to make the decision to restart the race. We shall see. So the safety car's at Druid, so they are getting there. You can see how slowly the safety car's going there. It's crawling around, and this is doing nothing positive for Benji Hetherington or Eric Bolton and Niall Bradley, because their tyres will be getting cold, their brakes will be getting cold, they'll be getting frustrated, thinking, well, come on, we've caught up, maybe restart the race. But they're just trying to let everyone else, there you can see that's a good view of the gap that the others have got to try and close. But arguably those that are catching are going to have slightly warmer tyres for this restart than those that were already on the tail of the safety car. So there's the Christmas tree, the Ford Fiesta of Jamie Going, working its way through Graham Hill Bend. So, I'm not going to say it looks good, but it's certainly, you can't miss it, can you, in the darkness at Brands Hatch. And yeah, Jamie Going, another real character of British motorsport. Very, very, very handy peddler as well. Right then, now we go racing again with 31.5 minutes still to go, and it is Benji Hetherington who gets his foot down. This time he can accelerate nice and early because he doesn't have that lapped Scirocco in front of him. Where is the lapped Scirocco? It's still delaying people, isn't it, further back? Look, as it comes out of Clark Curve. You can see the problem, they can't overtake it before the line, but they're so much quicker than it in a straight line. There we go. Now, finally, the Dave Cox BMW has slipped on the inside. Oh, Kurt Lyman went to the wrong side of the road really there, didn't he? And ends up letting Anton Spires straight back through that position that Lima fought so hard to get before the safety car. He loses before the race has even really restarted. Right, Jamie Going to the outside of Dave Cox in the 5th place BMW there at Druids. Yes, looking really racy now, and it's good on the brakes, goes to the inside at Graham Hill Bend, he's over the curb, Jamie going for the position, but they're both going to delay each other now, and here comes the James Orford Golf to the outside line. James Orford's going to have a go here, and getting himself ahead of the Ford Fiesta, side by side through Surtees, almost contact, the Golf goes ahead, nicely read that, nicely judged from Orford, oh, but then going back up the inside, fantastic driving, and Jamie Going elbows his way back through into 6th place, and I reckon that Anton Spires has gone with him as well. They could be 3 abreast, they are 3 abreast, and here comes Carl Cavers, he's got nowhere to go. Carl Cavers in the Porsches can't find a gap, the Golf goes ahead, and now Cavers finally opens the taps and drives around the outside of him, but James Orford gets to the front of the group and then immediately runs out wide, so Jamie Going back up the inside, and here comes Anton Spires trying to make it 3 wide again as they go towards Druids Corner. The Porsche slips through, it is the Golf of Orford at the head of this next group of cars. There's a BMW in there as well, which I suspect is Sam Allpass's recovering car. Is it number 38? Yes, it is. Who is actually a lap or so behind this group after his issue. Doesn't leave Anton Spires much room coming out of Graham Hill Bend. So out of Surtees, or into Surtees they go. Out of Surtees goes Jamie Going. Sam Allpass, he can let him through here without losing a position. But he'd rather do it on the straight than running offline through the corner. So BMW then will now go through. Now pit stops already, yes, because we are past the 15-minute mark. So in sensibly comes Carl Cavers and Jamie Going, because they were both losing time there in the traffic. So get yourself into the pit lane and hopefully you come out in clean air. So the Beluga team ready and waiting. Ben Sharp there, ushering the car in. Ben, a very handy racing driver himself, but also does a lot of work with various Porsche teams. He was out at Bahrain last week for the World Endurance Championship. Here helping Beluga out this weekend. He gets Carl Cavers out, and Sean Doyle there ready and waiting to get in as well. So that car leading early on and had that stop-go penalty. He's now in the pit lane at the head of the field. Benji Hetherington's 4.4 seconds now clear of the Niall Bradley BMW, which is second. So whilst we've been watching all of the very entertaining racing further back in the order, Niall Bradley has taken second away from Eric Bolton, who is 1.9 seconds behind him in third. Steve Rothery is then fourth, and then you've got that big gap back to the almighty battle that was going on for 5th on back. So Bolton, having lost that 2nd place to the BMW, can't quite keep up with it, can it? Can he? On this lap though, Bradley is going about 4 tenths, in fact exactly 4 tenths quicker than the race leader in sector 1. So now Bradley is giving this everything he's got. There goes the BMW, the 147 car. Into the pits comes the race leader though. So that is Benji Hetherington in. Now I didn't expect Hetherington in quite so early. He's obviously got some faith that Ian Humphries is going to be able to finish the job well here in the 2nd stint. So both the Beluga cars in at the same time. The team were obviously expecting them though. So both of the Porsches in together, the 51 car about to leave, the 27 car having just arrived, and Niall Bradley therefore inherits the race lead. Another car coming down the pit lane behind, that was the who was that? No, that was the good lad Scirocco, I think. So as we now start to get some activity in the pit lane, both of the Porsches in the pit lane, and down there with them is Ian Waterhouse.
Welcome down, as you can see. What a wonderful sound. That was the lead car here. I've got it's just going to have a very one word. We're going to grab a word very, very short. I think it's just make sure everything's okay before they head out. Again, it's going to be Humphries now in the car to get back out onto the track. It was in the lead when it came into the pits. Will it be there at the end of the race? How exciting is this? We're going to find out, aren't we? Let's see if I can grab a very quick word with Hetherington very quickly. 30 seconds and they'll be going. We will grab a word. Do stick with us. Don't go anywhere just yet if you can. You can still stay around. They're about to go out and you're going to want to listen to this as well as they fire up. The car is revving. Here we go. Watch this go. We've got a stopwatch here. Don't go yet. Hold on there. There you go. There we go. And they've made the change. Made the stop. Get ready for this. Off we go. Right. Wonderful sound. Very quick word. Thank you for that. Thanks, appreciate it. Just very, very quickly, quite an interrupted first session, wasn't it?
Yeah, we split the strategy on the cars, so we put Carl out in the other car first and myself out in car 27, just for pretty much that exact eventuality. A few safety cars, a bit of an interrupted run, so yeah, a little electrical issue with the car dash, which was hindered the first few laps while I worked it out, but yeah, from there, shame obviously Carl got the drive-through penalty for the jump start, or I can't remember what it was, but yeah, formation flying for some of it, which is nice.
So now we just wait, don't we? Let's see what happens at the end of the pits. And
how much longer is left? Obviously 20 odd minutes or so. So yeah, we'll see if Ian can bring it home.
Fantastic, thanks for Thomas. Well done. There you go. Right, I'm going to hand back to your commentator Andy's going to keep talking you through the action.
Yeah, thanks Ian. We caught there a dramatic moment as the I think that was the 75 BMW came into the pit lane, and there was a bit of a miscommunication. I think it was the Anton Spires Clio that he tangled with, and the BMW seemed to get away with it, but I think as the Clio disappeared from view, there may have been a bit of smoke from it, and that is, in the gravel, Sean Doyle. And it's now, that's not ideal, because it's broken the LED lights on the nose. That was the only way I could tell these two cars apart, and they've broken the lights. So that's thankfully the only damage that seems to have been done, but that was a not ideal moment there for the car that had been leading in the early stages, of course. So the state of play at the moment then, Eric Bolton leads but hasn't pitted. James Alford is second and hasn't pitted. There is Bolton coming through clearways in the Ginetta. Then in third place, Anton Spires, who now does pit, and I'd be intrigued to know if that Clio's got damage. I suspect it might have. We'll find out in a moment or two, but I reckon that is that fluid that's been dropped by the Clio as well. I'm not sure, but there was definitely a bit of smoke coming from it after the contact that it had with the BMW. The Ginetta is in then, race leader pitting. James Alford will now take over the race lead in his VW Golf. That's the 35 Stephen Chandler Golf in to hand over to Ben Claydon. So the Ginetta then up on the jacks, which come out of the bottom of the car. Set to work, just checking the tyre pressures there. No driver change, of course, for Eric Bolton, so he stays in the car. Doing this all by himself. So Rothery now would have taken over the lead, but he's in the pits as well, so it's going to be Alford, I think, that will go through into first position very shortly. There's There's Eric Bolton just checking and tweaking those tyre pressures slightly. The pressures build and build and build over the course of the stint, and they use this pit stop as an opportunity to reset that, basically drop them back down to their starting pressures and hopefully give them a bit more life through the final part of the race. Peugeot, that was registered as the race leader, is back out on the track now, but will not actually be the leader, of course, once this all shakes out. There is Sean Doyle. Trying again with Paddy Graybill then. He's using all the road and quite a bit more, isn't he, here, to try and pick up the pace. What are his lap times like? Doyle's last lap of 53.2, which was alright actually, only a couple of tenths off the best of the race. So he's going to come out of clearways now. The Ginetta will very shortly head out into the race. Into the race comes the Peugeot. Now this is for the second time. Rothery's been in already. So that's the second pit stop for this car. What's going on here? Problem maybe on the left front corner. They're having a look, aren't they? Ginetta gets backed out of its space as well. That is the second visit into the pit lane for Steve Rothery's Peugeot. And the only other car that's done that is the Porsche of Cavers Door that had that stop-go penalty. What is the problem for the Peugeot 308 then? So Ginetta makes its way back out onto the circuit, then the G55 Ginetta this is, of Eric Bolton. Where is he in relation to the other cars it was racing? Well, that is the 147 BMW of Niall Bradley, so he's back ahead of Bradley, is he? So Bradley was behind the Ginetta before the pit window. Sorry, was ahead of the Ginetta before the pit window and now appears to be behind it. So that could well be a change for second place there in the pit lane, with the Team Hard squad getting ahead of the BMW. But there is a minimum pit stop time that they must meet, and if they leave the pit lane too quickly, there will be penalties for doing that. I'm not suggesting that's what's happened, but generally you don't see big gains of time in the pit stops when you have minimum pit stop time. So was that a slightly too rapid pit stop for Team Hard? Let's hope not though, because this promises to be another good battle now between the two of them. There is the 27 car, that's the Sean Doyle car. It is Hetherington that's re-established himself in the race lead now by 16.3 seconds actually. So Hetherington leads the way, Bolton second in the Ginetta, third for Bradley in the BMW. Fourth is now Sean Doyle. So Doyle crosses the line and is now back into fourth place, but he's 35 seconds off the lead after that stop-go penalty. Even though there was a subsequent safety car, but he just lost so much time getting through the traffic. But unfortunately, that is his chance of a podium pretty much gone now. The interest is going to be now to see who finishes second, I think, because Hetherington's got this big lead over Bolton and Bradley. Ian Humphries, excuse me. Continues to lap a little bit quicker than them. Interestingly, the quicker of the two Porsches is actually the 51 car. It's just that much further back that it's not going to be able to get itself back into contention. So here comes the race leading Porsche then with the blue LED strip, about to put another lap on the Marlowe Cordell driven Ford Fiesta now after its pit stop. So that car leads the way. There is the second place battle then, the Ginetta of Eric Bolton, the BMW of Niall Bradley. Bradley has passed the Ginetta once already in this race, and now he's got 20 minutes to try and do it again. His win might be out of question now for the BMW driver, but second place would still be a really nice result. And here is Kurt Liner with James Orford. This is also for position then, the Golf in 7th, the Ginetta in 8th place. And in the distance, yes, there was the change for second. So that was Niall Bradley getting up the inside of Eric Bolton and actually making it look fairly easy in the end, coming out of clearways. So now what pace has he got? 17 seconds behind the race lead. Surely that's too big of an ask here for Niall Bradley, despite how impressive he's looked so far this weekend. The fastest driver on the track at the moment, though, is Sean Doyle in that number 51 Porsche. So it's a case of what could have been here. Had Carl Cavers held on to the lead in that opening stint of the race, then they would have been in the money here, I think, wouldn't they, for the race victory. So as they come through Surtees corner, you look back towards the race leader. There is the race leader through Paddock Hill Bend. 51.4 on the lap time there for Ian Humphries. How does that compare to Niall Bradley? 51.9. So yeah, 17.5 seconds. He's building the margin now. It's good for Humphries at the moment. Of course, he will pick up the maximum success penalty though for the pit stop tomorrow evening, which is going to hamper his opportunity to repeat the victory. He and Benji Hetherington. So there you can see the different classes, as I said, 4 different classes. So the E4 denotes the endurance class cars, but they've been added into this trophy race, pair of trophy races at the end of the season, since they're non-championship races, and then T1, 2 and 3 are trophy 1, 2 and 3. So different classes, pretty much everyone in contention really for a class podium, but where they finish overall is almost where it's more interesting really, as the different classes mix, especially around this circuit, which has that long straight but also lots of technical corners, so the more underpowered cars still have an opportunity to contend against some far more powerful machinery. The George Haynes BMW is in the pit lane again, by the way. That's the 75 car. Not quite sure why, but I'm not getting any information on a penalty of any kind, so that's a scheduled stop for Haynes. It drops him out of 5th place now, so Rothery goes back into 5th in the Peugeot, and the VW Golf of James Alford into P6. This is the car that's running in 9th at the moment. Marlo Cordell, 6/10 of a second behind Kurt Limer's Ginetta, although that gap is going out as they head through Surtees, although actually, is that not the Ginetta behind it again? It is, isn't it? So at the line, the Ginetta was ahead of the Fiesta, and now it's behind it again. So not sure what happened there to Kurt Limer. Oh, he's pitted again as well. So both of these cars are pitted twice. There must be some pit stop penalties being dished out that we're not getting told about, which is possibly going to explain why we're seeing some of these cars suddenly dropping down the order. So we did mention that you have these minimum pit stop times. If you don't manage to stay in the pit lane long enough, you will be given a penalty, and I reckon that's maybe what we're seeing going on here. Sam Allpass has stopped out on track again, by the way. That 38 car brought out the second safety car, but this time he's evidently found somewhere safer to park, because that was some 6 or 7 laps ago and they haven't felt the need to throw a safety car yet. Don't know where he stopped, but the ongoing, I suspect, electrical issues for that car put him off the road once again. Now, Kurt Limer trying to get up the inside of Marlo Cordell. He's overtaken the Fiesta once already in the recent past. The Fiesta is actually quicker in a straight line, isn't it? The Ginetta's strength is through the corners. Now the Ginetta runs in T3, the Fiesta in T2, so they're in different classes, but if you find yourself racing with someone else out on track, then you may as well battle with them. That's Allpass back out, so he had gone back to the pit lane and he now heads back out onto the circuit. Anton Spires has been in the pit lane for a little while as well, so that Renault Clio definitely did sustain a little bit of damage from the contact with the BMW coming into the pit lane. So the Ginetta of Kurt Limer then, having now found a way past the Ford Fiesta. In fact, the Fiesta of Cordell really dropping back there, wasn't it? So Kurt Limer then up into the 9th position. There is Sam Allpass back into the race. The lead gaps then. What's going on there? Well, Sean Doyle is definitely going to catch Eric Bolton before the end of the race. That I'm fairly confident about, because he's only 5 seconds behind him now. That starting point was an awful lot bigger than that, wasn't it? I think it was in double figures, over 10 seconds between the two of them. So keep an eye to the number 51 Porsche that is definitely, in fact, fastest in the first sector of anybody is Sean Doyle. Fastest first sector of the entire race there that he just set. So he's going up into the final couple of corners now, and he is eating into this advantage that Eric Bolton has for 3rd position. There's the race leading Porsche of Ian Humphries. It's the sister car that's making all of the moves now. Obviously the 2 Porsches both in the same class as the Ginetta as well, so that would be for a class position as well as an overall position if Doyle can catch him, which he definitely will, because Doyle has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 50.016. He's only 3 seconds behind Bolton, 2 full seconds faster on that lap, so at that rate he'll be with him by the end of the lap basically. So whilst the battle for second is about to kick off, let's first head down to the pit lane with an update from Ian.
guys, welcome down. Car number 64, the Good Lad car here. As you can see, the pits has been in the pits for quite some time. The driver is sat in. I'm just going to wonder if I can just have a quick word. What's up with the car?
Yeah, I've no idea. The guys are working on it, but I've got no idea what it is they're doing.
At least it's warm in here, isn't it? I mean, that's something.
Absolutely. Could be worse.
How was the first stint? Of course, you're out. It's quite interrupted, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Obviously, the 2 safety cars and everything, and I'm sure I should have got ahead of the safety car, but he didn't wave me through because I was last.
Yeah.
And when we started, I had to let everybody else go past again. But yeah, it is what it is.
It is. Like I say, at least it's warm. Best luck. I hope you get back out there anyway. Let's just see if I can have a quick word with somebody and just see if we know what the issue with the car is. Guys, do we know what the issue is? Do we know what the issue is, anybody? Starter motor. There you go, starter motor. Just stay with me a little bit longer as well, because I can tell you, you can see the Spires car number 4 is in, the Clio's in, and I'm just hearing the Ginetta as well. It's coming into the pits. It's at the other side, but we're going to walk up and see if we can find out what the issue is. It's the Team Hard car. Let's get ourselves up there, shall we? It's not pulling straight into the garage, which is a good sign, so it would suggest that they think they can probably get it sorted, get it fixed. Bear with us. We're at complete opposite ends of the pit lane. Typical. It was a very quick change, wasn't it, Luke? Straight back out again. I wonder if it was just to tighten up a wheel nut or two. I wonder if they were a little bit concerned. Let's see if we can find out. A stop penalty. Okay, I'm hearing it was a stop penalty. So there we go. Straight back out again. Late drama here. There's only what, sort of 14, 15 minutes or so left to go. There's still plenty to happen. So I'm going to hand back to Andy. He's going to keep talking you through it.
So I suspect, and again, I've not been given official confirmation of this, but remember I mentioned that the Team Hard team had jumped the Niall Bradley BMW in the pits, and I suspected it might have been too quick a pit stop. I reckon that might just confirm that theory, because that looked to me like a penalty. The car came in, they didn't do anything to it, they had a quick word with the driver, but then sent it back on its way. Oh, now it slows, the Ginetta slow out of Druids. What's that all about? It seemed to just hit the brakes all of a sudden. So, was there a yellow flag? I didn't see a yellow flag. That was bizarre, unless I was seeing things. It has been a long day and it is dark, but it did look like the car slowed down then, so how bizarre. So Eric Bolton then, he was in the pit lane for probably about a lap, wasn't he? No, it's slow again, the Ginetta has got a problem, hasn't it? It was slow out of clearways, and this is now the Sean Doyle car coming up to put another lap on it, so the Ginetta of Eric Bolton definitely has some sort of a gremlin there. Are they going to be able to limp it through the final 10.5 minutes or so? Goes to show in these kind of races, you never can relax, can you? Certainly Ian Humphries won't be relaxing. He's 12 seconds up the road at the head of the field, but as comfortable as that may seem, as we've seen, it can all go wrong in a heartbeat, can't it? Second place then is Niall Bradley. He is 4.6 seconds ahead of Sean Doyle, but Doyle on the previous lap was a second faster than him, so at that rate, Doyle will be with him in 3 or 4 laps. Fourth place then is Bolton, but we know that car's, in fact, fourth will now. Yes, it is Bolton, but he's going slowly, so he might lose that place to Rothery's Peugeot before much longer, and then James Alford in the Golf is another 30 odd seconds back. Second to third is now 2.9 seconds, so actually forget 3 or 4 laps. I think Doyle's going to be with Bradley in the next 1 or 2, isn't he? That lap he was a full 1.8 seconds faster. So there goes the Ginetta of Eric Bolton, still monitoring this sort of issue that he seems to be carrying. But it seems to be back at speed again now. I'm not entirely sure. Again, it has all the hallmarks, doesn't it, of an electrical issue. Or either that or a fuel pickup problem, maybe. Got good speed again now, going up the inside of Marlowe Cordell's Ford Fiesta there. So for the time being, he looks okay. Now what's going on for second place then? They're not far behind the Ginetta, I don't think, the BMW and the Porsche. No, there it goes again. There it goes again. The Ginetta, it's not picking up out of the corners properly, is it? So it's either fuel pickup or a throttle or something like that. Not going as quickly as it should be. Right, here comes the second place car then. Niall Bradley is now only 1.8 seconds ahead of Sean Doyle. So this BMW is about to start feeling the pressure from the Porsche behind. You can see the Porsche closing in. Indicator on there to say thank you to the back marker that just stayed out of his way, but Sean Doyle has put in the stint of the race here. He's by far the fastest driver on the track. He's actually only 13.3 seconds off the race lead. I don't think he's got time to get there, but he is absolutely flying. And as he comes, in fact that's the teammate car of Ian Humphries coming off clearways, But for second place, it's all about to get an awful lot tighter. There they go. They're absolutely... No, beg your pardon. That is the other BMW that he's lapping. Oh, car off. Who was that? There was a car spun at Clearways. Now it is... Oh, it's Kurt Limer. Kurt Limer pointing the wrong way, and he's in the gravel, I think, isn't he? Yes, he is. That could be a safety car, and that would really bring Sean Doyle into this. Now, Doyle needs to get a move on here and get past Niall Bradley. If he does it quickly, and we then get a safety car, he might be able to chase after his teammate Ian Humphries upon the restart. So, where have they gone? They're just ahead of this BMW, I think, aren't they? It's still Bradley in second place with Doyle third. Doyle, I think, backed off a bit more in the yellow flag zone there, just because he was stuck behind the BMW, couldn't overtake it, of course. So they're heading in towards that yellow flag zone now. Let's wait and see. No sign of a safety car yet, but I don't see any way that that car is going to get out of the gravel, and it's definitely in the firing line. Should someone else get it wrong? Now, nose to tail for second place. Out of the yellow flag zone they go. Bradley pulls to the outside of the Golf, and will now look to maybe defend into Paddock Hill. But that BMW is good in a straight line. Look at that, it gaps the GT4 car, but the safety car is out for the third time this race. The safety car is out on circuit. Now, that's not ideal for Sean Doyle. He would have much rather overtaken the BMW and then the safety car came out, because then he'd have been right on the tail of his teammate for the race victory, but it's not quite going to work out that way. So safety car makes a reappearance then. That is why Kurt Limer's Ginetta G40 is in the gravel at Clearways, and it's going to take at least 4 strong marshals to push him out of the way. In fact, it might need more than that. It might need a recovery vehicle. You can see the flatbed truck is on its way in the background. Shouldn't need a flatbed truck. I think it just... No, there we go. Just... Oh, they've almost got it out. It's so deep, that gravel trap. It really doesn't look it until you go and stand in it, but it's hard to walk through it, let alone push a heavy racing car through. And again, they've got to wait now for this train of cars to come through. They're giving up. No, they're going to open the door, I think, and try and push it using the roll cage inside. So Kurt Limer then stranded in the gravel trap. That is a shame, because he was enjoying a good battle, wasn't he, in the early stages with some of the T3 cars. He, of course, also a T3 car, but some of the T3 and T2 hot hatches, wasn't he? But sadly, comes to nothing now. Off it goes, there we go. That's on it goes, I should say, back onto the road. Gravel flying everywhere, but that's fine. Oh no, I thought they got it now. I think the front wheels are out, but of course it's rear-wheel drive, so they need to get the rear wheels out first before he can actually drive its way out, and I think he may have just dug himself in even further there by being a bit too eager with the right foot. So you can see there the front wheels are on the tarmac, but the rear wheels aren't. Now it's gone. Excellent work by the marshals. They give... Oh no, there we go. That's easily done. Marshall's okay though, off he goes, and he wouldn't be the first person to fall over in a gravel trap, that's for sure. But still, fantastic work by the marshals, as ever, to get that car out of the way. And Kurt Limer brings it into the pit lane now to get the gravel cleared out of it, if nothing else. And that means we could go racing this time. They may do one more lap, but we could, in theory, get those lights out on the BMW safety car this time around. So the leader is the 27 car of Ian Humphries. Then there is a back marker before you get to the second place Niall Bradley BMW and the third place Sean Doyle Porsche. Now I think that the safety car is coming in. The field is speeding up. Yep, lights are out on the safety car then. So we're going to go racing again with just under 5 minutes to go in this first Britcar into the night race here at Brands Hatch. It's the battle for second we're watching for. The third and fourth cars in the queue, because they're both stuck behind the BMW. That's the Sam Allpass car that's back in the race. And immediately here comes Doyle up the inside line. There's barely room. He squeezes through. Fantastic move, but he can't stop. Oh, he's off. Sean Doyle off into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. Will he make the barriers? No, he just stops, I think. But that is Sean Doyle's race done. He knew that he had to make that move immediately. He had to try and get past Niall Bradley before his teammate Ian Humphries got away, and he blew it. He hit that bump, he lost the car, and just couldn't get the car stopped. So Sean Doyle, unfortunately, out of the race, and well, we enjoyed his presence in it whilst it lasted, but that was not the way that he wanted to end it, really. So that rather lets Ian Humphries off the hook now, because he will have the race lead, and we know that he's been... Well, I say we know he's been quicker than Niall Bradley. They haven't really been together much, have they? Because by the time the pit stops were done, there was a big gap between those two cars. So let's see, 0.8 of a second between them. But of course, Bradley was massively delayed by the off there for the Porsche. And actually, despite that, you know what? Bradley was actually a tenth faster than the leader, despite having a banzai Sean Doyle on the inside of him, Vanderkill Bend. He still managed to lap quicker than the race leader. So the leaders are actually 0.8 of a second apart. Yellow flag's at... red flag. That's a shame. The red flag is out. So I was hoping they were just going to cover this under yellow flags, but they've decided that it needs to be recovered. There's no point throwing a safety car, so that will be the end of the race, I think. Out gets Sean Doyle. He's fine, but the car is in a dangerous position. They didn't want to cover it under yellow flags, and so that's a shame, because again, for the second time today, we're robbed of a bit of a grandstand finish there, because I think that Niall Bradley would have had something there, maybe. He certainly would have tried to get past Ian Humphries. So the penultimate race of the season for Britcar, certainly a dramatic one. Will their final race tomorrow be equally as dramatic? I think it probably could be, couldn't it? But that was certainly an entertaining race, and well done to Valuga. They may have lost one car to the gravel trap there at the end, but their other car managed to take the victory. And it wasn't necessarily the favoured car either, the 27. It's the 51 that's been setting the pace so far this weekend. But Ian Humphries and Benji Hetherington have managed to come home as race winners, with Niall Bradley second, and inheriting third, I think, will be Eric Bolton in the number 68 Ginetta. Well, that was a suitably dramatic end to a very dramatic day of racing here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and we can now, I believe, head down to the Parc Ferme area for all of the reaction for our first Britcar Into the Night race with Ian Waterhouse.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. Race ended under the red flag, of course, but it doesn't still create any disappointment, does it? Look over here, Noel Bradley in second. Let's just grab Ian Humphries as well. Let you get your helmet off first of all, but my word, that was quite tight in the end, wasn't it, with all the safety cars?
It was quite an odd race, to be fair. Yeah, I think the beginning was much more exciting than the end, but yeah, a couple of safety cars and the red flag, so it kind of drew a line under it, to be honest.
You had the pace, but you know, with so much going on, you still had to be there, didn't you? You still had to be in the right place at the right time. It would have been very easy to have kind of lost concentration.
Exactly, yeah, and there's a lot happening. I mean, after I got in the car, somebody dropped oil, so turns 5 and 6 onto clearway, it was just a streak of oil. And that was a bit of a handful, but it was kind of okay.
Well, look, there's a big trophy waiting for you over there, so I better let you go to that. Congratulations. Let's grab Niall. Here he is. You came in, and it was all this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How does that feel?
I hadn't a clue where I was out there. Not a clue. I just, every car I seen, I tried to pass it.
It was crazy out there, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, you obviously then, in the end, had the Porsche bearing down on you close to the end as well.
To be honest with you, I did not know who. Was he in front or was he behind? I just thought, wait, whenever the lights went out, I just got to try and pass the
anybody past you.
Yeah,
That's what you had to do.
Yeah.
What does it mean then to be on a podium here?
Oh, mental, because it was only like a last minute entry. 1 o'clock, I said to my wife, I said, any chance I could book onto this, I might get in. And big thank you to Britcar for letting me in. It was
fantastic.
Big mad rush, but and thanks to Jazz Sapra, Brian Branson. Brian borrowed me the tyres because I had no Dunlops. Jazz and Brian's team done everything. They were absolutely brilliant. Lights on the doors. We weren't prepared at all.
Well, look, congratulations. It's wonderful to see how happy you are. It's brilliant to see. And a big match actually too, Jess. Unfortunately, Brian retired from the race. Wishbone broke, so unfortunately they couldn't quite get it done. Let's go find some other drivers to have a chat to as well whilst we're here. I think we've got a bit of time, haven't we? It's very, very dark. In fact, have we got... I was trying to find the third place car, but nobody's come in yet. So let's go for a little walk around and chat to James. How was that?
I'm giddy. I had a massive off and I did a paddock kill sideways twice. But yeah, buzzing. I'll come first.
Yes, you did. Yeah, so, look, wonderful stuff. I mean, I saw you in the pits, saw you going out there. A few people saying to me, yeah, that VW has got some pace in it.
Yeah, I'll give it everything. So I didn't leave anything on the table, no chance. So, but yeah, it was amazing in the night. Like, what an experience. Yeah. So I'll be back.
He'll be back. Yes. That's what I like. Well done, buddy. Congratulations. Let's keep going through, having a quick chat. Hey, that was quite exciting, though, wasn't it?
Oh, mate, yeah, it was. Yeah, definitely. I got your heart pumping for sure.
How do you stay concentrated? So much going on. There's 3 safety cars. We ended under a red flag. It's only a 15-minute race. And of course, you've got to get a pit stop in and all that.
You've got to try and get that in. I mean, I ended up with a stop and go. I thought that his safety car had come in. And the safety car had led the 2 leaders a half a lap in front. So I stuck behind a back marker, and the time I got round, I thought we're ready to go, and I've crossed the line and had a stop and go penalty.
It's just nice to see everybody smiling.
Yeah,
had a good time.
Finished, didn't we?
Back tomorrow. Thanks, Mark. There you go, wonderful stuff. It is smiles down here at Parc Ferme, but we are going to go through results, so I'm going to hand back to Andy to take you through it.
Gian, the first Britcar into the night race then was certainly eventful, and it was won by Veluga. I mean, that's not a huge surprise. They've been setting the pace all weekend, but it was the 27 car that managed to come home victorious by 0.8 of a second in the end over the Niall Bradley car in second place. Now, Carl Cavers and Sean Doyle are listed as third there, but I suspect they will be counted as non-finishers because they were the cause of the red flag. So it should be Eric Bolton's Ginetta that inherits third position, and they were all running within the same class, all within the E4 category. No, they weren't. Niall Bradley was not, I beg your pardon. So he is a class winner in second place overall. Then it will be the Steve Rothery Porsche that will come home in fourth position. Fifth place for the Cox and Haynes BMW. James Alford's Sideways VW Golf was next, ahead of the Going and Cordell Ford Fiesta, with Steve Chandler and Ben Claydon next in their VW Golf. Kurt Lima unfortunately wasn't running at the end, so he'll probably lose a place to Sam Allpass. And as we said, we lost Anton Spires after that contact with the 75 BMW coming into the pit lane, and we also lost the number 40 Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom in the early stages. So, very, very entertaining stuff then from Brands Hatch. What a race, what a day, to be honest. Every race today has been very, very entertaining, and if you've enjoyed it, and I hope you have, then why don't you come back tomorrow and we can do it all again, because we've got a full day and evening of racing. The first race action kicking off at 12:05 tomorrow, and that will be for the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes. Actually, we're joined tomorrow by the Silhouette Championships and by the BMR Super Saloons and the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Tin Top Series as well. So we've got a few new races tomorrow, as well as the final two races in the Ginetta Junior Winter Series, the Dunlop Mini Winter Series as well. And of course, we will have another 50-minute thriller from the Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category. Our thanks to everyone at Brands Hatch, all of the hard-working marshals who've been out there all day and all night in the not particularly warm conditions, but they've done a fantastic job of keeping the meeting going, even though we've had a few delays and a few incidents out on circuit. Thanks to everyone at the BARC for putting on a great day as well, and they'll be back, I'm sure, tomorrow morning, as I hope you will be too, for another great day of racing here from Brands Hatch.